We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part
picked up a lot, the Prophet and the Doom.
Dire team pick.
I think Mineski.
Team
I mean,
turn to pick.
it's kind of the same way. Invoker Tusk, great opening. Witch Doctor to match up against the Nature's Prophet. Okay, we saw the way that that one worked out for Team Liquid. So, I mean, everything's kind of normal here. Blitz, do you want to talk a little bit about the like 4 positions that Team Liquid have been running lately? They've been picking up a lot more junglers, whereas previous iterations of Liquid ran like the super aggressive, like ganking style, like, you know, the Tusk Phoenix combination that we saw. Like Tusk would be rotating quite a lot, but now they're favoring a little bit more junglers, which still have that mobility to them, still able to put more of an impact on the side lanes. But it feels like the these kind of heroes like Doom, Enchantress, they're playing more of a prevalent part of the meta.
I think what people have started to really realize is that
remaining.
You can really abuse this off lane and the enemy safe lane.
5
You want to try to get
seconds
up in their
remaining.
face. We saw it with the Bounty Hunter especially. You want to be able to help your offlaner protect his tier 1 tower
Reserve time.
and slow down the momentum of the enemy team. And then you can rotate heroes down like the OD or the Queen of Pain or the Puck or whatever and just wreck that safe lane. And so when you've got this dual lane, a hero that can just mobily help out the offlaner without having to commit too much while still getting his own farm, that's pretty huge.
Right.
And Bounty Hunter is like one of the few heroes I think that fulfill both roles because he can catch up a track, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, which is also why like Enchantress and Doom, or specifically the junglers that we see run by, like this all kind of started at Shanghai, right? It was like people went into Shanghai Major, were practicing there, and they encountered the China Doom, which has just been kind of like a constant, according to Blitz, of the Chinese scene. But the thing is, it actually had like some real opportunity in the meta, and you saw like a team like Secret actually take advantage of that, started picking up the 4-position Doom, and saw how powerful it was at being able to be exactly what he's talking about, right? It starts in the jungle, picks up something, but it runs at you, it runs into your face, and I think you said it was like mostly mid, right? That it used to be the China Doom, but
yeah.
We're seeing that the way that the professional teams are utilizing this is they're running it at the offlane with the offlaner, trying to abuse the enemy safe lane.
Yeah, shout out to Ben Wu, by the way, Merlini, for coining that. Because he was the one that kept playing the Chinese servers the most when he was in Korea.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd see this like consistent trend even when Doom wasn't popular in the meta. We would just see these Dooms. He'd be like, dude, I have this Doom in my game. He just picks up the Wolf Creep and runs at me. What am I supposed to do? But now teams are really starting to realize what you can do with this hero. That you can invade the enemy safe lane. You can just shut down a hero with Doom and kind of snowball off of momentum. But the rest of the draft progresses on. I do like this Witch Doctor pick because, again, you need a hero that'll help you sustain against the Doom. Spectre, I think, was a very smart choice, by the way, by Team Liquid. I think this is a hero that can gap close really well against Invoker, who is usually a hero that just needs a lot of space to play with. And most importantly, I think they find that they can protect this hero really well with Nature's Prophet and Doom frontlining. And one of my favorite combos, too, Spectre Puck. I think you always need something to set up the Haunt, and I think the Puck Dream Coil is one of the best.
Yeah, good, nice AoE disable. It's also, you know, you're talking about 2 different heroes that are able to close that gap with the Invoker pretty quickly. The Doom, potentially, once he gets his Blink Dagger, that's going to be a 3rd hero. Invoker's definitely going to be hard-pressed to actually be... Like, positioning is always important for an Invoker, remaining. But his job becomes a lot more difficult with this these picks of Liquid. Mineski do kind of go for the stock standard and the Sven carry right now. Maybe they feel like their last draft... It did kind of seem like, all right, guys, we kind of have to do something off the wall in order to beat a team like Liquid, and they went for that in Game 1, and that was obviously a disaster. So it seems like just all around kind of standard. Like, yeah, they went for the Darkseer offlane, which, okay, now you have a mech hero, now you have an AoE hero to work with the Stormbolt. This is all kind of just like, okay, that's just kind of...
It feels a lot. It feels a lot more comfortable.
Right?
Where it's like, hey, maybe we're actually going to have ourselves a closer game than the first series, at least. There's combos. There's hope.
I'm going to take this as Mineski are going to trust in their own skill and not be like, oh, guys, but if we just pick a normal, you know, meta pick, then they're just going to outskill us. Like, you can't really think that way, I don't. Unless you really nailed a strategy. Like, you've like got every aspect locked down, you're ready to take on Team Liquid with some cheese, then okay. But
I really do like Mineski's lineup, by the way, this game. I think they have the right idea with Darkseer against what they know to be a pretty weak dual lane in Spectre plus Rubik. I think Darkseer does pretty well in that situation, and more importantly, I think this Sven does decent against Spectre too, as the game goes on later, because the cleave works out well against the Manta, and when you've got illusions and things of that nature. So I think the hero overall is pretty good.
What were the bans? Was Oracle or
Yeah, Oracle
Disruptor?
was banned.
Oracle was banned away.
Yeah.
Was Disruptor still in the pool?
Yeah, but I don't think Disruptor is the hard 5 is my favorite role. Like I don't think
I
think
agree.
you want to get
For
robo
battle.
with that hero.
Yeah, I agree. I think that those are like kind of the 3 options that you have, and I think Rubik is second. First is definitely Oracle, just because you needed some way to be able to protect that Spectre a lot better.
I think they needed a
Purge
team
off
fight
the ion
support.
shell.
Well, you might get that.
Yeah.
Mineski will 5-man smoke down the bottom. So, also, welcome to everyone on Dota TV. Sorry, we didn't actually have that thing turned on correctly for the first part of the draft.
Toby's fine.
But don't worry. I noticed. What? No,
I was just here to throw
Cap!
you under the bus.
That's it. That's it. That's it. Cap, you're an ass. That's it.
I mean, be careful, Cap. He might just usurp you with his 4,000 MMR knowledge.
Oh, wow, Blitz. Did you just like drink some
Did you
toxin
just-
this
wait,
morning?
wait, did you
and
say
just spit
sub
it back
4K?
up? Yeah, he made a 4K joke, bro.
No. Did you say sub 4K?
No, I said
There was a
this
bit. No. Earlier there was
Ah,
an important
no,
distinction
Cap,
that Toby wanted to make.
no,
I was like, it's a 3K
no,
game, and he was
no.
like, sub 4K.
sub 4K.
You're right, Toby.
That's a good way to
And
put
right
it.
now I'm a sub 6K caster because I'm not there.
Yeah,
Or you could just say
this
5K.
just isn't our patch, alright, Cap? This isn't our patch. Venomancer sucks,
enough.
Jakiro sucks.
Alright, this top lane, though, is going to be pretty free.
The battle begins.
Behold, a prize.
Oh, actually going to find Bocarino. Jirak's actually able to walk in close in the dark here, but then they're not going to find a kill on him. And they actually leave the bounty rune on top for a while. This is taking a long time, and that mid lane's pushing all the way out.
It's fine. A bit like Ben-Hur will still get the experience for the first creep.
When you're in this mid wave, by the way, for Fada, what you want to do is you want to double creep wave against the Invoker to try to force things out and make it hard for him. Because it's really hard for heroes like Invoker to CS under your tower. Like, this is why Fada, you notice that he's immediately going for this. He's going to push the wave with the orb, give 1 or 2 right clicks, and make it hard for Ben-Hur to trade hits. And it also means that the puck gets a free first wave almost immediately.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right?
He's going to orb into this.
You just harass him as much as possible. Because later on at these levels, you're not going to be able to take this matchup, right?
It's okay for the most part. I think the,
But your biggest peak is like level 1, level 2, where you do what you're talking about.
It's not even so much about harass. It's about manipulating the creep wave so that you can orb in with it, that you can apply pressure at the same time. Like every single time that the wave is pushing in, Fada sees the opportunity to shoot the orb.
Watch bottom lane right now. They knew what was coming here. The Observe Ward has been scouting out Jules for a while. There's the fact that G-Rex actually has a pickup into the Hoof Stomp that Koro's got as a follow-up. So there is a potential combo here, but the Spectre is in no position to fight.
Yeah, I think this is really nice. They know that the Tusk Darkseer is an incredibly powerful dual off lane, and the Doom isn't trying to be like rotating into the off lane like we were talking about during the draft, right? Is what Dooms usually do. Here he knows he has to secure his safe lane first, particularly against a tough matchup. Even if it was Darkseer alone, you almost want to try and put pressure, but especially because it's Darkseer and Tusk, like that combination has so much kill power that Doom's gonna kind of have to stay here, I think, for maybe even upwards to like 5-6 minutes, just because this lane is going to be able to put so much pressure on the Spectre.
Got it.
But they are winning out on the other lanes. Like, you look towards the mid CS at the moment, like you were saying, like how much is going to be influenced. Like Ben-Hur's going to have a hard time up against Fada. Maybe you can get something back here with Cold Snap. No, he can't. Bottle charges are available. And Fada again will Happy Tree Tango himself back into a good position. And even a Haste Rune as well, so he can play around with Jules. Kuro doesn't actually have the mana for a Troll Trap, so this will just come down to Fada chasing down the back of that Haste Rune. Ben-Hur's not too healthy either. But it looks like they can be fine. There's the CS difference here in the mid lane. Like, Invoker's at 6-2 up against the 11-for-1 puck as Fada, again, getting very aggressive onto the Invoker.
Sort of think this is what Fada does best too. In the laning phase, he applies pressure on your mid laner and makes it so that you have to rotate heroes forward. He's not always going to be the flashiest guy, but mechanically and technically he's very sound.
But by being able to put that pressure, he's forcing Jules into mid lane because they need to keep the Witch Doctor atop to kind of keep the Furion in check. at least for the first 2 or 3 minutes. I think they should consider rotating the Witch Doctor out of that lane eventually, because once Sven gets like level 5, he deals with Nature's Prophet really well. That's the big advantage of the safe lane Sven right now, is that he's just a solid carry. There's not many offlaners that put pressure on him. He's in fact better at dealing with some of the more problematic ones, like Mother or Furion than most. So I think they really need to, at this point in time, keep the Witch Doctor as being kind of that rotating hero into mid to prevent Fada from running over Ben-Hur, and still keep that Tusk Darkseer dual lane. You have to make sure that Matapa Man isn't getting too much out of this lane.
I really just like Mineski's idea of this Darkseer. I talked about it before the draft. I said it was a really good pick. I'm seeing it even more now just because the Spectre, he's had a bird through all of this region already. This is a lane that doesn't get easier as levels go on, because once you've got 2 levels,
Invisibility.
it's really hard for anybody to survive, much less the Rubik. Rubik is one of those heroes that you commit a kill with all of his skill set. It's not really the best because he doesn't really have sustained damage.
Bocarino is sensing there's a little bit of trouble coming towards him. He actually ran to the tree lines and then straight back out again. He's still got telekinesis available, and Nature's Prophet TPing in as well. And Jules, well, he was considering some kind of snowball save, but at the end of the day, they just allowed Corey to just punch him down. That's going to be not only just 1 kill, potentially 2. Jules starts his snowball, looking over towards the top of the list of his primary target here. Snowball's over, but with a Fade-Ball damage, they just have way too much for them to survive, and this dual offlane of Mineski gives a kill, and yep. Ben-Hur's very low, and Fada, he's actually a triple available as well. Interrupts the attack with a Cold Snap, and the Force Spirit's causing him problems. And the Invoker will win the one-on-one duel underneath the tier 1 tower. Fada getting a little too overconfident. At the same time, Prophet dies up on the top lane. So you lose your dual off lane, but you take out the mid and the off laner of Team Liquid.
I want to talk about that bottom lane engagement real quickly, though. That was just really fast thinking there by Liquid. You know, they saw Jules pick up the Invis rune, but they knew they could rotate their 2 supports into lane before the Tusk gets there, right? He's obviously behind them. So, you know, somebody had to make the call there. Like, Matama Man, you saw him like almost immediately throw the dagger as soon as the support started getting close. They realized this is our chance to actually put pressure on the Darkseer while the Tusk isn't there. Even if he does, we're going to be able to get a lot of damage out. And they actually ended up getting a full kill. You could also tell in that mid lane engagement, Fada wasn't sure if he could actually win that. Cold Snap's so strong with the Fairy Fire bait out as well. Ben-Hur played that quite well.
I'm really surprised that he went for that move, though. He was already doing really well in the lane. I don't think he was in any sort of position where he had to pressure the kill. Especially when you get the turn close to get the kill, but he saw an opportunity that he felt like he could pass on.
Dire's middle tower.
Now they got double Iron Shells with Bento rotation in. Maybe they have enough damage. Kuro, not the first to fall. In fact, he makes a break for the Roche Pit, but he won't get there in time. It's Fada with the double kill. And a lot of Team Liquid arriving, including that Nature's Prophet. Vash, Paralyzing Cast can make this difficult for Team Liquid to chase any further. Not to mention the Ice Wall. They just got no path to keep the chase going.
That was a good rotation. Otherwise, that would have been a free kill on the Invoker, too. That's the one thing I think everybody forgets is Invoker in this lane phase stage is really weak. You can abuse this hero just because he doesn't have Ghost Walk, he doesn't have Tornado, he doesn't have the item.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Kuro really getting on top of Raging Potato. He's not that tanky just yet. The Helmet Dominator's not completed, but Tupman's going to horn himself up. Raging Potato, he wants his kill with the help of Vash. He's going to find it, but Tupman's still going to be here, giving that extra heal back. The Sunstrike, the bonus damage will arrive. And the Doom and the Spectre will go down again. Mineski, for the first time in this series, is leading on the kill board at 5-4.
I think Liquid just got a bit overconfident. You could see some of the advantages of Doom, though, in that mid fight when they had the fight in the river, is that one of the big advantages is in these team fights, Doom just soaks up a lot of attention. And I think that's another reason that we can say that he's becoming a pretty important pick, is because of the fact that he can deal with early aggression really well, just because he's like soaks up so much damage.
Yeah. And
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They wanted to commit for this Sven kill, but Sven with even a single level of Warcry early on was quite tanky. They didn't have the puck that could rotate either, just what was on cooldown from that previous stage.
And if there's any other hero there, you're not getting the Desolate damage from the Spectre, which is really important.
Yeah, exactly.
Kuro? Another hunt for Raging Potato. He's got the static creep inside of him, so Hadouken is available. But Vash also bringing in that bit of restoration, Paralyzing Cast. And now the Maledict's over on Kuro. They're going to shard him up and lock him in. And they got a little bit more damage to the Sunstrike again on its way in. They're surrounded by the trees. It's still not enough to stay alive, but Jules makes a break for the tree line. They need more stuns. There's not enough mana just yet. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Okay, a lot faster. Raging Potato has his stun, but the juking through Jules into the trees won't be enough. Mind Control will get locked in, but they're not going to keep the battle going. Just accept the casualty 1-for-1.
There's a difference that I see in this game compared to last game with Liquid, is that I was really impressed by the way that Liquid, they were ahead, but they also kept themselves in check, right? I felt like almost every single one of their deaths was very acceptable, right? It was oftentimes a good trade-off for them. They had opportunities to push further and go deeper and go for that extra kill, but they oftentimes were like, nope, let's keep this game, very well controlled. Let's not go for something like that. But here they are. A top lane, they were over aggressive with the Doom, the Spectre situation against them.
Radiant's bottom
Scenarios here where in
tower
game
is
2,
under
Liquid maybe just with the confidence of dominating
a lot
game
of
number 1.
scenarios
That game 2, Liquid maybe just with the confidence of dominating game number 1. That they're just going for that extra bit that is actually biting them in the ass.
Yeah, I think they just also they were trying to make it happen on the Invoker, but the Invoker at this point in the game is really hard to kill. When he's got the 2 Forge Spirits up in Midas, he's going to primarily focus on going for the jungle, which is why both these heroes are going to rotate into the
Yeah, that was quick. The Tubman just
middle
easily
tower
comes
is
in for the
under
quick follow-up kill. Raging Potato wasn't too healthy at the end of that as well, thanks to the combination with Wrath of Nature. And they instantly turned this into an objective, the tier 1 tower.
You notice how fast that is, though? The way that they played that? It was like the rotation, boom, instantly get that kill, instantly rotate into mid. It's the same kind of way that they sandwiched mid lane and tried to take that tier 1 early. Maybe they didn't get it because Mineski chose to actually rotate a lot of heroes, but the damage was still kind of done. And this is the biggest strength of Liquid right now, is that they are able to go for these really quick plays and turn to objectives. And that speed will catch other certain unpolished teams really off guard.
Dire's top tower has
the mid one
fallen.
obviously being the huge prized possession, but the top one, Mind Control is going to get some farm for himself as he gets blasted on the tower. And Mineski, they've got to be careful because they've just lost a lot of their real estate on this game.
Your rotations have to be really on point as supports on Mineski in order to deal with these kind of rapid rotations from Liquid, or else you end up losing like that top lane tower, which I would argue should not have been lost.
Yeah, it was just Mind Control hitting on it with a bunch of summons.
Yeah.
So far in this game, Witch Doctor's actually kind of been the standout.
Sparta initiates bottom lane, going over on Jules. The snowball very quick. He's got Walrus Punch and the Sunstrike coming in. That'll get the kill over on Sparta. Mind Control wants to get out of here. That Invoker, he early rotated himself down, but Mind Control, have you got a Quellion Blade? Have you got anything to get through the Sprout? No, you don't. Kuro is going to bite himself up a Forged Spirit. Surge stolen up by Jirac, so they can easily escape themselves away from the Invoker in the Dark Seer. But there's no follow-up here. So a 1-for-1 trade-off with the puck still does go down.
Yeah, there's still no worth it for Mineski at the end of the day. This Invoker just continues to get a lot of farm. And he's been relatively uncontested now. He's already picked up his
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And that is just such a huge trade-off there. Not only just the team fight, but they're it pays off this rotation that they had at the 2 cores bottom. They want to fight. They're now going to be able to take the tier 1 tower. This opens up the Radiant jungle quite a bit if they can actually rotate from bottom lane into mid somehow. I'm not sure if they have the team fight potential. Yeah, I think they could actually do it. Put pressure on bottom tier 2, rotate into mid, they can take the tier 1. This opens up the map right back up for Mineski and kind of evens out that lost mid tower.
Mineski is so grouped up. Yeah, you get a 5-mana? Nope, he's actually only going to 2-man coil over a Potato as well as Quackarino, and that'll give it a hit over on Flutter with a Cold Snap. He's going to go down. He started the initiation, but no one else was there from Liquid. Now with the Spectral Horn, everyone is there. Quackarino should fall. They've got themselves a nice zoning Dark Seer wall. They're not dying. The Voodoo Restoration of Vast is so much to keep them alive that now Mineski start to crumble out. Vast, he can't TP out, barely missing it, but the Invoker still in the middle of this fight, trying to find some more. The Ice Wall's making it impossible for Liquid to move around inside of it. The Observer will at least watch Ben-Hur now TP out, but the Treants will not have enough damage to get the kill. They'll all just retreat, and a 3-for-3 trade-off underneath that tier 2.
I mean, that was certainly could have been a team wipe. That's the thing. Mineski do have to be really careful about the initiation of Fada. It's the whole reason that Liquid can win team fights right now. And if Fada had gotten a better initiation, he wouldn't have had to deal with that Meteor from the Invoker. Ideally, he gets a Dream Coil and silences the Invoker as part of that jump. And he gets away scot-free and then just kind of stalls. I think Mineski are super fortunate Liquid to follow up that initiation.
This Invoker, though, is like, as we're seeing, like, he's going huge. Like, 6-1-1 now for the Invoker. And the defense not looking too bad either, but at the same time, he's not that normal 1 to 2k we normally expect to see him being ahead of the other heroes.
Yeah, something cool about this Invoker too is that he's already gotten over that crucial level 11 hump. Oftentimes it takes forever for these heroes to pass that, just because there's a lot of XP, and that kind of really tells you how far ahead he is when it comes to XP already in this game. 604 per minute. The next highest on Liquid is barely at 400, 200 fully behind, and the Invoker's just going to continue to get ahead with that minus. So Liquid is going to feel pressured. Feel like they have to make something happen, especially since this Puck, he's kind of hit his biggest scaling item with that Blink Dagger.
Is this a trade-off position though? Like, Mineski's forcing down the mid lane, and you've got Mind Control as well as Matopman attacking into the tier 1 tower.
But they're both global heroes. The thing is they don't have their Spectre ult, so it's unlikely to want to fight. They took that bottom lane fight. That was kind of supposed to be their big engagement. They didn't win it as hard as they wanted to. If they can actually stall Mineski, that's a big win. If they can chase them back via spam, but I just don't think Mineski would ever allow that to happen. I think they're actually reading their strategy pretty damn well. In fact, if you watch game number 1, you should be really excited watching this game number 2 because the way that Mineski are responding. They fell back on more of a standard draft, and we're seeing that, you know, Liquid aren't just massively outskilling them or anything. Mineski are definitely, you know, trading blow for blow against Liquid and are actually ahead right now. So this is just a really exciting turn of events in this series.
You're just happy to see them actually playing as a 5-man team,
yeah,
as opposed to game number 1.
I mean, there's a reason that they came out from the Southeast Asian region to be that second team. They went through the Philippines qualifier, and you know, Mineski is probably in your top 3 when it comes to SEA, and you're seeing exactly why.
I think Liquid too, though. It feels like this is an outdraft, just because the laning phase is never going to go amazingly well for Liquid, especially with that bottom lane being contested so much. And like you said, they really couldn't afford to make those micro mistakes like at top when they lost 2 heroes for pretty much nothing.
What was their offlaner that they banned?
I'm not sure.
Was it the Tidehunter? That was what Liquid banned.
Yeah. The Darkseer definitely puts more pressure on Spectre than Tide does, but I can see some of the reasoning why.
Mineski is ready to defend this Liquid push on bottom. Liquid's getting to a point where there's going to be a little bit more damage coming out. The Veil of Discord build coming from Fada as his second item after the Blink Dagger.
Mind Control going to go for the mech too. They realize the type of game that they're in now too, is they kind of have to get into these engagements and they want to fight early, especially when you have a mid laner that doesn't nearly scale as well. You do have the benefit of having this jungle Doom, and Doom is always going to be powerful against the Invoker, so why not just take fights?
And this is kind of like the progression of the sort of the revolution that Spectre experienced, was that people realized, yeah, it's a late game hero, but you do have these really good timings that you should be fighting around. So when they do have the Spectre ult, they should be looking for fights, and that was just a general change of pace that team.
Yeah, that Mineski just smoked underneath the Radiant Observer ward that was on the hillside. Kuro planted that one long time ago. So they're coming over to contest Roshan. He's only in half his life at the moment. The Tusker sitting outside, so he's going to get a good sharp block. Now the Spectral Horn's going to come off. Nice free call. He's been all inside of Roshan. He's still down, barely over. Not enough to kill off. Back to be far through the burst of Dice Atonement as the Spectral Dagger himself up the hillside. Roshan Mineski is still trying to pick up the job here for the Faithful, and the extra damage surviving from Mind Control. Roshan, you'll be absolutely iced up by the drop off the reader. Too low. They pick up this man, throwing him on the hillside to allow Mind Control to finish him off. And this will now be Roshan going the way of Team Liquid. It looked for a moment when Puck went down that maybe he had control of that fight, but now they're even just picking up the pieces. Jules getting caught out. He can throw ball, but it only delays the inevitable. He'll come back out of it and die very quickly after.
You know, I was thinking as they went into the Roshan pit, you know, I know hindsight 2020 and all that, but as they went into the Roshan pit, I'm thinking, you know, isn't that play better if you're running like a 4-man smoke into the jungle and leave the Invoker to do Roshan. Like, that's one of the big advantages of Dire Side Invoker is that, like, it's just stupid, but he's able to do Roshan solo in many ways. But with the way that Mineski ran that, it was, I mean, especially with the aggressive ward, but it was painfully obvious that they were doing something like Roshan, and this is exactly the kind of scenario that will allow Liquid to get, not back into this game, but secure a lead, which is... This game's been relatively even so far.
I think what they really messed up on is, I don't think the Darkseer had to be inside the pit.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with the idea of putting both the Sven and the Invoker there, just because they wanted to take it fast. They thought they had a speed opportunity. It wasn't really like they were going to go for a fight. It was, they were looking for this off timing, you know, where Liquid wouldn't expect the Roshan.
Sure.
And that's all about speed, because against the Spectre, you don't want to get caught Roshing in the first place. But with the Darkseer being inside the pit and Vada getting the jump in, he pretty much sacrificed his life to get that silence off.
Yeah.
It delayed the Darkseer being able to get the wall off at the entrance of the Roshan pit, and then it just made things really difficult. On top of that, Jerex's positioning in that fight, along with Kuro's, was really good. They made it so that the Witch Doctor couldn't place his cast plus the high ground death ward, and Jerex with the lift onto the high ground pretty much sealed the deal there for Liquid.
Yeah, you'll see many times lesser teams will like funnel into the pit to try and invade, but it's unnecessary for most supports to actually go inside the pit. They kind of always sat around the end, the exit of the Roshan pit, and just kind of were like, okay, you know, you can sit in there inside your Dream Coil, but you guys are just going to get peckered away until you die.
As you face the choice of one, if they can keep the Darkseer alive, throw down the Darkseer was a little bit too late. Now reality coming on the rest of Mineski's lineup with the paralyzing path actually stolen and thrown into Mineski. Doing a large amount of control work. They're still looking for another target. The Sunstrike, not enough to kill off Durax. In fact, that illusion from the Darkseer wall, it was almost getting the kill until they smoke away from it. Obviously, no real hero, so it cannot break the smoke. Mineski will lose 2 heroes. Funnily enough, they actually keep their tier 2 tower alive on top of the lane, which is what Liquid looked like they were going to bear down on to start with.
I just realized too how much gold the Spectre has. I didn't even realize that Matama Man had gotten this much, but he has been in the mix of things. He didn't die during that bottom engagement either. The Roshan went to him.
Yeah, I love
Raging
it.
Potato's about to Falling Blade his way through so he can attack from behind. Oh, here they come, they go on Kuro. Can they stop that Doom from being cast? It definitely was, but Thomas pulled out. Even the clean, even Raging Potato's one hit, there it is. They're actually going to bring down the Aegis, the Immortal, try to zone out the control, but can they kill him for something again? Definitely blast hole by Durax, hitting 3 with the orb over him. This is real trouble right now for Mineski. Maybe they have enough damage. Raging Potato's going to get back in fight again. The buyback came out from the Tuskar. They're looking for the opening. The Tornado just a little bit too short to reach Durax, but Cold Snap, a beautiful ability, able to slow him down. They still need one more attack. The Snowball Fall will do it. Sparta holds up to the high ground, and with the aggressive nature of bounces through the Darkseer, but they cannot chase instantly into Fada. They're looking for the target, but just can't catch him.
Holy crap, what a play from Jerex that was. I mean, there was no way. Jules is probably going to die here, but
With Bolt coming in too, maybe. Oh, he missed the Sprout. Jules,
that Snowball.
he's coming up to Fada. There's support here. Raging Potato is enabled with him in route. We might get a soul up mind control. The Sunstrike mind control walks forward. Not even know he needing to walk forward. So they'll pick him up. It will be a trade-off though. So it's Jules for mind control.
I mean, Mineski set up so well, right? The way that Raging Potato put himself in that position, he's like, okay, we know we have to take this fight, even if we did, they just got to pick up the Darkseer. It doesn't matter, we still have to take this fight. But he positions himself so it's like he has a blink almost.
Bash, dead.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
Oh,
no! The back charge and snatched him away. Spectre didn't want to chase a little bit too far. And
But that
Bash
should have
with
been...
his one shot just stays alive.
That should have been such a free kill again on the Spectre, but that definitely just turns the fight around entirely to a point where Liquid actually had a chance to be able to respond and get some counter kills, and kind of saves that fight from.
Another critical time in which he got pushed back because Matupman actually did end up going down. He doesn't have his Radiance yet. He's been sitting so close to it for a while, but he still hasn't picked up that final relic, which he's now farming towards.
Sort of think his Nature's Prophet is a little bit underfarmed, and maybe he has to push lanes a little bit more to open up things on the map for them, but I mean, Mineski, the way that they set up that fight, I can't say enough of what Raging Potato did. It was kind of, I don't think I've seen a move like that, just because usually this hero needs a Blink Dagger to be able to distribute that kind of damage, but with his team fight positioning, when he was behind them, he had no chance to respond, even with the Aegis. The Spectre as an Aegis carrier isn't necessarily the best hero, just because after his ultimate, the effectiveness of the hero goes down by quite a bit.
This is why, like, this sort of lineup, the Tusk his initiation in team fights is so important because you need ways to be able to kind of close the gap or at least stall heroes from retreating away from the Sven. Because at this point, like, he's a hero that no one can really fight with BKB and God Strength. But Raging Potato, he sets up his own initiation, I guess.
Well, hello bottom lane. Durank is TPing out already. I don't want to bar him this, so is Matubberman.
Vada's about to get an Axe for himself. I think it's a really good pickup, especially against the Sven, who's going to have the BKB already available, and more importantly, I don't really think there's an item that this could go that would really do more for them in this position, especially with the spec haunt. Maybe he goes for a Hex, but I don't think that does nearly as much utility, and right now, when it comes to map positioning, it's kind of even. Mineski kind of feel comfortable to let Liquid funnel into them so far. And Liquid have been known to push the pace. They're immediately going to go for the smoke.
Yeah, but Liquid and winning. Arch is still sitting behind, so he's got a disruptive paralyzing cast to throw out. But that Aghanim Scepter also completed over on the Invoker. There's still a 9-second BKB on Sven. Another big thing about that mid fight, that was the first exposure of the 10-second BKB.
He's now got a completed SMY on top of that.
Going that over the Blink Dagger too.
Yeah, it's pretty standard.
Like, you have to understand, like, SNY is still kind of a mobility item. You get this Inch Pock, it allows you to stay on that hero. But his biggest issue is still going to be that Ags from Vada. Like, oftentimes you see the reason that Sven is so dominant in the mid game is he's able to get this, like, critical peak and farm before the, like, 3 to 5 positions, or 3, 4, and 5, are able to get their, like, utility items, like Force Staffs or Ghost Scepters, that allow them to kite the Sven during that critical, like, God Strength BKB time. It's many cores usually going to be getting damage items or initiating items. They don't get, usually the team, something that allows them to kite the Sven, but the Ags is actually something that is kind of unique to purely this hero. It finally gives you something that actually stops the Sven. It's just kind of like one of those unique aspects.
Sort of think Mineski, right now they're just getting outwarded. Like, there was at one point the perimeter set up by Liquid when it came to isolating out all the spots that they could go for at top lane. Mike threw down the Sprout, trying to prevent him from denying, but
they just spent they find Vash, he's so low, and the silence from Vada lasted so long that he couldn't get a single ability off. No buyback from either the Tusk or the Witch Doctor, as with the Doom over on Raging Potato, there's nothing more he can do. He actually falls the Blink Deck, and there's no buyback for the counterback either, and they lose the Invoker as well. The Deafening Blast, no, space created. They'll have to retreat themselves out of here. They did just take out the tier 2 tower, however. The tier 3 tower will be an option for them.
Did you notice how they set up that fight too? It's always on the back of this Nature's Prophet, opening up the map for them. When he pushes in that top lane, Mineski feel like they have to send somebody to deal with him. This time they had 2 heroes up there. So then the Spectre Haunt comes in, there's absolutely no way that they can take that fight at that point.
Yeah, there's always going to be heroes, like, pretty dramatically out of position because they're, you know, constantly rotating like that. And heroes, like, they have like, Witch Doctor is a terrible support at dealing with Spectre because you only have Paralyzing Cask and you're oftentimes, like, it's just the Spectre alone. So until you have something like Glimmer or something to be able to, you know, get away from the Spectre, you're just going to be free food. So it instantly turns into a 4 versus 5. He gets the vision that scouts out all the heroes to allow Vada to be able to get, you know, his follow-up initiation. He gets, you know, a 3-person orb or something like that. And the fight's just over from there, and it's becomes a question of how many heroes can you clean up rather than can you win this fight.
Yeah. That's a hard ask for Vash. Like, this guy's right now, like, he's budget gaming. He's 1.3k net worth over on the Witch Doctor. The chance of him ever picking up a Glimmer Cape just seems to be a long way away.
Blitz, would you say that this is... Are you reaching the point... You said the warding is, like, a pretty big issue. Are you reaching the point where you have to invest into, like, a gem just to be able to because Liquid seem to have so much information. They not only have the kind of heroes that give you information between Furion and Spectre, but they also seem to have superior warding. You've got to cut this down somehow, and you're not going to have that many smokes left.
I think it would have been a pretty good option. Right now, they know Liquid should know that they're smoked up, by the way. The main reason for this is just because Nature's Prophet is pushing bottom and nobody's doing anything about it. Yeah, they're just pinging like crazy. They know for a fact that they're smoked up, and
Vada intentionally moved over, knowing that this was a potential, like, smoke area.
Like, you're not going to allow it.
This line can Control is going to come through. The Sunstrike's able to hit Mind Control. He's going to trigger off the mech Perspector. He's already killed off the Tusker. Will stick with Raging Potato. He needs bottom. God, he can't call him Blade. Mind Control's going to TP out. The Blink now actually puts Raging Potato full. So they get zoomed up. The Invoker's dying as well. Fighter is chasing him over with the Orb. Just bouncing himself over that ice wall. Back down to Raging Potato, where things have just gone from terrible to worse and disastrous. Mineski will lose 4. And Team Liquid, I think they now have permission to come aboard the Mineski ship.
That's hilarious, but I actually love Rubik versus Sven. Like, if you steal Stormbolt, that's fantastic. If you steal Warcry against the Sven, the big damage dealer, and give all your heroes this big upgrade in armor, that's also such a big plus. But obviously, Liquid, you know, it's just been like the last 3 or 4 fights. It all started with what engagement was it? I guess it was Roshan, obviously. That was where this game really turned.
Before that engagement, they were fine, yeah.
Yeah, they were very even. You could even say in some
they were ahead.
They were ahead.
I thought Mineski was doing really well.
Yeah, but eventually a bad play like that seems to have just kind of cracked them.
They just got outmaneuvered in the game. Something I wanted to point out before that top line ended is
Darkseid should be dead right now. Even with his even with the Greaves, he can't break free of it. And Jules is also going to take a fall. They've got too much to work with. Even Kura, like he walked himself up to the Dire Shop to pick up an Orchid. So they've got another level of disable and control over on Mineski. If the silence from Fado wasn't enough, DKB, now he comes to the bench. Nice storm bomb. Who's he going on? He's thinking about mind control. He actually attacked in to Kuro as well. So the Rubik's down for the count. Say goodbye to Nature's Prophet. But Tupman's still sitting here inside base. His Spectral Dagger, he can't get himself out straight away. The Tornado was going to fail. Raging Potato blinks forward, Stormbolt, a Velvet Tupman will go down. 72 seconds to the sideline. Fireback comes out from Mind Control. Potato currently trying to fight as a pig. He won't find his target just yet. But he needs to wait a little second longer as Kuro jumps in, bolts him down, the zone strike kicking in, but now for her, he can't make enough space because the Fusel Blade is up, and there's just no hope to fight this. The extra heal wasn't there, the Dark Seer only just comes back up again. And Team Liquid have already taken out 2 lanes of ranks and they're looking for their third.
Yeah, you reach a point where
the back with the bolt. Here they come in. It's 2, they need complete damage. If they can get a die back right now on Mind Control, it's going to be worth it. The snowball forward. Mind Control can be flipped up right now by the Tusker. And Kuro, he's going to join him as well. 2 heroes down, and Mineski finally, after their home has been ravaged, will have some level of space to try and repair the damage done by
now they have to go Roshan. The bad thing is, like, Mineski, like, there weren't enough hero kills you could possibly get out of these engagements. Like, even if you got full 5, it doesn't change the fact that you lost 2 lanes of racks by 30 minutes. But it's something, I guess, to hold on to. They got a couple of kills. They can take Roshan. They can get the Aegis. You know, maybe they can grind their way back into this game. But they're still pretty far out of it.
Can Liquid contest them on this?
I don't think so. They're not going to want to without the Nature's Prophet available either.
It would be so unnecessary, right? They're already so far ahead. If they fed more kills,
they're beating you're actually too close. He'll actually pick up chance, but with the paralyzing cast going to bounce over, and Raging Potato already manages to find 1. Will they finish off Fada? No, he blinks away further up the hillside. He'll Dream Call. It's really delaying this up, but Roshan, his kill will belong to Mineski. So now Dream Call's on cooldown, Fada is waiting. As Mineski, do they have the ability to jump? They'll Tornado. Phase shift will dodge once again. Keep on board with a pocket straight back. Actually stopping Fada from instantly getting away. He'll orb himself away. He's on 120 life. They just need to finish the job. The Sunstrike's off target. He blinks down and not to the west, so they can't even pick up Fada.
Oh,
but they do get Aegis.
That was the right idea too. He took into play that he knew the puck was going to blink about that time the Sunstrike was going to go off. It's just the positioning. It was like a 50-50 chance he was going to get that. But unfortunately, Fada went down instead of left.
I think there was no reason for Liquid to make that play, though.
Yeah,
that was unnecessary. That's the best way to describe that. Just because, yeah, at best, you have a 3v5 engagement against a full 5-man.
Yeah. The only way you lose this game as Liquid is you make plays like that, where you feed them unnecessary kills. You can let them have Aegis. It's not that big a deal.
They can't leave their base.
Wait up 5 minutes. It's still going to be, by 37 minutes, you have 2 lanes of racks and they no longer have the Aegis. Yeah. So you're still good.
You just play the game where if you catch them out of position and it's really easy with a lineup that features Nature's Prophet, they're eventually going to get lulled into this rhythm where Liquid doesn't really do anything. Then Mineski says, okay, it's probably safe to push out. That happens 2 or 3 rotations with the creep wave. at some point you get sloppy, and Liquid take advantage of that. But by going for these plays, you just kind of get caught out for no reason, like you said.
So because of this, most likely Liquid are going to slow down the game, and we might not see much action. What was the... You wanted to talk about some movement.
Oh, that's what it was. It's just that this is what Nature's Prophet provides for you more than anything. Is it goes down to like a psychological level when you look at Dota. When you push on this top wave, people automatically assume, okay, now it's my turn to push out the wave, and then you continue to push it in. That happens 3 or 4 times with the Nature's Prophet. Then you get lazier and lazier. You don't scout out the area. You don't make first. Oh, maybe they're trying to set up for a smoke play. You stop thinking about what the enemy team is doing. You kind of just get into this like farming rotation where he pushes the wave, then you push it back.
And even then, there's like some investment cost to even keep in mind when you're going up against every. If you're constantly doing that sort of thing, you're constantly like over-rotating, and you're never actually catching that hero, that means you're actually like, if you look at it from an economical aspect, you're actually coming away the worst every single time because you're just like investing into something that you're not actually catching. So it's kind of like you have to reach this rhythm where you do make those investments and you do catch out the Furion.
The Spectre, though, he just has to get slotted right now. It was pretty much how Liquid ends this game. Right now, he's not strong enough to fight into that Sven. This is kind of just why Sven, I think, is a pretty good hero against Spectre. Just because you can cut through that 1600 HP really quickly with God Strength up. And the BK negates the mischance from the Radiance. The burn doesn't really hurt you.
Mineski, you've been hunting for the last like minute with Ragey Potato as well as Ben-Hur.
Oh yeah, they would love if they somehow got him picked off and then were able to turn that into like 5-man pushing in and forcing a team fight, or even just claiming a tier 2 for free.
The warning spots on the top lane actually gave them something to work with at least.
I mean, it's a definitely a pretty decent Furion board, but mind control is usually going to be one step ahead of the game.
Oh, there's your jump. Sparta back in again, and the Sun Strike. He still took the damage from it down to 160 life. He'll blink himself away, and then the Dream Coil. They can't keep the chase going. He'll orb up into the tree and TP away to safety. And instantly Kuro tries to apply pressure a bit, he picks up the tomato. EMP burned out with the cold snap, but no, the Froststaff gets himself out of range of the EMP.
Liquid are just doing such a good time, or a good job of buying time for themselves.
Chirac is in trouble. Well, is he? You pick up Ocarino.
I mean, it's okay if you die.
Now searching for Spectral Haunt. Actually going to be committed.
Wow.
Now, who do they go on? Is it just looks like it's a space creating ult?
Yeah, I think Mineski, I think this is the point where you go, right? Spectral was just you have limited amount of time on Aegis. It's not like this is a high percentage chance to make something good happen for Mineski, but it's still your best option that I've seen in the last 5 minutes. I think go time is now when the Spectre ult is down.
You can't though. All 3 of your lanes are pushed in.
Yeah, and so they have to like try and push out the lanes a little bit, and then you would think about going for the 5-man, but they didn't get the Rubik, so...
They have 30 seconds left on Aegis.
That's
their window.
No, I think...
It's too late.
This sounds like really unexciting, but Liquid, it's so hard for them to lose this game because all 3 lanes are pushing in at once that it makes it difficult for Mineski to make these moves. Okay, but here, watch bottom. Bottom lane pushes in, nobody's dealing with it. Mid lane,
it's like a warning bell.
Yeah.
It's like, boop, boop, like you're pushing in that bottom lane, no one's responding, warning bells are going off.
Yeah, they're picking off right now on Kuro's head. You've got Sparta who keeps jumping into double silence. Stopping the instant attack with the Doom. He'll fuck off with the Invoker, but there's a lot of press, a lot of Norman-esque players to follow up into the attack. But Double's going to try and move over, and she's letting him have the double damage rune, allowing him to beat through 1. He'll look for the Invoker with 2 attacks. This is just disaster for Mineski. They're going to lose 4 heroes again. In fact, Chirac even with the meatball from the Invoker helps to get that kill. They've lost so many heroes. No piping on Invoker or Sven.
You know how you really can tell that Liquid knew that was a smoke scenario? You know how they all rotated into the high ground area? That was the first thing they did. And maybe they didn't expect like a full wraparound that like Kuro got initiated on, but they knew the general idea.
They saw bottom lane, they're saying nobody's pushing this, guys. There's not even a dark tier shell or anything like that. And that usually just signifies for Liquid, you knew that it was coming just because they were peeing like crazy. They're like, there's obviously something happening right now. Nobody's defending this bottom push. That's why it's so hard when you lose 2 sets of racks, because you always have to worry about this raise.
They just keep that blink tag roll down now. That's what from Marshall. Do some good work with Thomas. Outside the ice wall. He's going to go down 103 seconds of the silent hit rate. Now he needs to do some kind of work, but he's losing life too quickly. Surrounded by Team Liquid. Ben-Hur even dying up in his own fountain. With these divebags from Mineski, they just don't have the manpower to repel Liquid anymore. And that is a good game Team Liquid will 2-0 out Mineski here in the first game of Group A.
I think there are some okay things to talk about here for Mineski. I think if you're a Mineski fan, you should feel good about the fact that the first 15 minutes of this game, was it 15-20 minutes, that Mineski were actually either even or ahead versus a team like Liquid. And we talked about the fact that, you know, Liquid is you know, if you look at the charts, maybe the #1 team, just purely for the fact that we know that they're a stable roster. We haven't seen anything from EG or Secret yet, that sort of thing. But you're talking about like one of the best teams in the world right now, and you were even, like, for a good amount of chunk of time, or even ahead against them. Yeah, they sort of like fell apart after that. You know, Roshan, it was just bad, turned into worse and to worse. But I think there are some like optimistic things to say about Mineski, especially after the big contrast of game #1 where they just got rolled over. Mineski just need to shake off this loss, understand that, yeah, like they're definitely the big underdogs here. So, you know, this is kind of expected, but hopefully they'll be able to learn from this, see some of their mistakes that they made in just this game too. I wouldn't even necessarily look at game 1. Just call that a draft problem and move on from there. But just look at this game 2, kind of rerun it and learn, move on. You'll have a better chance against some of these other teams in the group.
I think by far the biggest issue is just there was a time period where Mineski, they got comfortable with the rhythm of the game and they got sloppy. You can't make these kinds of moves against tier 1 teams. I think what ends up happening, especially at that Roche fight, maybe if you play it back with the Darkseer sitting outside, they can establish kind of like
looking okay, looking decent.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Scary though when you're dealing with now a level 6 Beastmaster, the Roar is available and they're gonna start looking for these fights.
There's your bottom tower though.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They certainly have that on the side of Wings as well, of course. A single point into the inner beast, so he's a little bit, you know, kind of on the lower level, still trying to get those summons up to the higher points here. I'm sitting with a very hardy DD rune. Sentries available? They don't actually, and that might be what's making them hesitant here. They got the one over here, but they don't know where Tessie's coming in, and wisely so they're going to back themselves back a bit here, and that does allow the easy deny.
Tessie, I think he scouted out the Alchemist ultimate there. Shadow's not going to have that in a couple of seconds time as he moves himself down towards bottom. He's come out saying, hey guys, we're here to get in trouble, but Invoker's in trouble and swap back to the Dream Coil and Zip like they get the Grave from the Dazzle now to turn around with the tracks. But I think the Invoker's pretty much rogered as the Roar turn back on the Tessie, the Death will drop as well with Space Beyond. Oh my god, this cast is bouncing between the two of them. They've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Complexity run over them in his team's fight. 5-3 as the Beastmaster and Invoker both dropped over towards the front. Those Swindles hunting Ice Item with the all forward. They're trying to keep vision, but they don't even need it. Huntskin and Swindles pair up nicely. 3 kills to the good. Wings, they have no answer for it.
Yeah, they even actually goofed a little bit on that combo. This has been very popular lately. The Venge, you Dream Coil, you swap the Force with Snap, but they were just a couple of units off there. In the end, though, Grave not enough to save his life. So all goes according to plan. This nice early aggression with Lint. This will be. Is it done? Oh, it's done. Oh, the Blink Dagger. Yep. Oh, that is just nasty.
Delivered out to him. Swindles, phase drums, 1400 gold. You can start looking towards your Maelstrom or whatever you want to go to. But it's still that case of Chessie, right? 1400 in the bank. Yet to really build up into that Desolator or any of these bigger items we expect from the Clink.
I wonder if Swindles will go like the kind of general build that he's been going every single game lately with the phase drums into the mech. It seems like it would be a good game for it, actually. If you have a Clink, it's just so much heavy damage. Now, you could also be looking for that control, of course. Like, it would be still a great Orchid game. You've got an Alchemist, you've got an Invoker, you've got a Dazzle. That would still be my first pick, just being Swindles.
That one, not too bad. Wings, where are you guys heading? Smoked up in the Booker and this Beastmaster. Being built up there by Invoker, but they want to try and pick off Swindles and Active Initiation. Sunstrike's gonna be there and they get the easy kill. And Meteor's even thrown out to try and stop the advance from Complexity as they TP in. Maybe save up Prophet. Nice ice. Well, oh, let me just catches him. There we go. Illusory Orb and Silence. Long cooldown though, as Ice Slash is getting right clicked down slowly but surely. And now he goes for the grave. Ice Slash still keeping himself alive through this, and Limpy's taking a lot of physical damage here with the Sunstrike forward. Limpy's dead!
It matters not to me.
Wow.
Oh dear.
Well done.
That Dazzle. So strong.
I tend to underestimate just how much damage that hero is able to do. Solid right clicks, you know, but... Yeah, smoking up from Zephyrk. Are they gonna try and do this using Chessie? It does appear so. Oh no! Excellent timing there from Wings. Great game sense.
Oh hey, they're all missing off the map. That's Sunstrike Roshan. I mean, Invoker's been on point, honestly.
It really has.
We're looking for Alchemist. 3,600 gold mod packs. Said he was going to go for the battle build, but it doesn't look like it's going that way. Omelette into Radiance. His plan. Relic. Oh. A little bit of a deviation from the build then. Going for the Omelette into SNY and Treads and all that. Treads. With the Radiance afterwards, and I guess against the right-clicking heroes here from Complexity with the Clinks, the Nature's Prophet, Swindles with the Vlad's completed, the Orchid or the Maelstrom. Looking for a little more early game fighting power from themselves. They'll need this check the Desolator and they'll move themselves back into the Roach Pit once more. Sunstrike, where are you, Invoker? Got it ready and invoked. I'm sure they know exactly what's happening right now though. They're backed up very deep in their own Radiant jungle. Bounty Hunter's not really scouting out or giving any vision. They've got the Hawk. Hawk is going to see all and get himself over this cliff and actually notice the Complexity are halfway through Roshan at this point with Alchemist and Dazzle farming up at top lane. I don't think there's any real way to contest this anymore.
Yeah, it'll just be some sort of a trade out here, so... Yeah, it's interesting it goes to the Vlad, but... Helping out the whole team, it's going to grab that a little bit cheaper than the Mechanism. And this Armlet into Radiance, it is something that's been done pretty often in the Chinese scene. Very popular right up until Shanghai. Looks like Wings are still a-okay with running it. It was still typically done in the mid lane, so it's a little bit unusual to see it out the safe lane, but a great timing, still 15.5 minutes. Can't really complain about that, especially considering the way this is gone. He's only 0-1 and 1.
Swindles, Roar, and
Oh, yeah.
Sunstrike, and they've cleared him up nicely. But yeah, the Armlet into Radiance builds, for Frankfurt, sure, but then it kind of switched. There was Armlet Blink, Armlet Medallion came back, Armlet Phase Boots, and Yasha. They became the real popular build. I think this is a real sort of revert back to your roots as Wings, maybe. Alchemist backing up the gold now. Exactly what he heads into. Perfect, the match on Serene, and that's the way to go to try and split push this out a little bit more and draw your attention away from your towers and your base, because he still needs a little bit of time to ramp himself up further. So he's still looking for your boot to travel, your Aghanim, your Blink, mobility, but definitely that Ag to get his flex points up a little bit further and buff his ability to actually contribute massively in team fights.
In which, like, kind of what we saw as the failure of Wings, I'd say, last game. Sort of a similar style with the Bounty Hunter here. Complexity, they're not as far down as they were in the game before. But when it came down to those big AoE abilities and everything, they were kind of lacking that big synergy and cohesion. But now you're rocking a Invoker, and you don't have the best setup. There's no more Ravage. Now it's just going to be this full target Roar. Things are going to be a little bit more difficult, and they've traded that out, though, for a little bit more of the split push game to kind of match up with Nature's Prophet. And of course, we had the PL last game. This game will be chessing on that Clinks. And, you can only imagine he'll be heading into that Manta style. Next, Swindles, again, might be paying the old gank pull. They want to go Limps ready, though.
No, the bounty's there, and they've got him with the Dream Coil and a good dust out from Swindles. Sure, and as your BOT is out for your Alchemist, so it looks like he might be heading into that anti-Octarine route. Nice, he kind of left that one alone. The Alchemist bailed out as well, but a good TP away will get him out of the grasp of Chessie, who was hunting desperately for an added extra kill there. So Veil on the puck. Lots of early game momentum-based items here for Complexity. They're not looking to scale into late game. They want to fight, and they want to fight now.
Now let's pick up that Vlad. It's like, yep, let's go. I don't know if he'll go for the Maelstrom right away, if he does end up going back from the mech, or if he just goes right into the Orchid too. I think those are wholly viable for him. Fail done for a limp. Jesse, I mean, you've got Aegis, you've got Desolator. This is the time to be a Clinks. Trying to find that one free pick. Oh, he is just diving here. Jesse!
Free hit, ice, not quite just dead. He dives in past the tier 2 and Complexity without a care in the world. They kill off both the Dazzle and the Bounty
And
Hunter.
this jetpack right into the tower with the Deso. This is gonna be so much damage.
Tier 2, not long for this world. Yeah, look at it go. The HP destroyed by Complexity. And the rest of them, Wings, what do you do to stop this? You've got a Necro 1 on your Beastmaster, nearly Necro 2. Well, he's got the money for it if he wants to buy it up now. But Invoker with the Boots of Travel, Alchemist with the Boots of Travel. They have this global mobility. But
There's another tower? Oh, goodbye.
Yeah. Like with the BOTs on these two heroes, sure enough, you've got that global mobility to get yourself across the map. But where across the map do you sit yourself? Because Alchemist is farming jungle, scared and paranoid about who's going to jump on him. Invoker needs to push out mid lane, and they're going to defend bottom as well. Spoke up. This is the move here. Through into that dire side of the map. Top right quarter. Alchemist. And then hold his own down towards the bottom lane. Huntskin, but it's a good recoil in from Limp. Links in, starts the floor. That's one of the icons is cleared up. There's no break. There's no heal. Dazzle's coming to cut back, and therefore still keeps on going. And Invoker's taken out of the spread as well. Dazzle's finally kills off Chessie, but the Aegis Immortal still allows him to return to the fight. And Complexity just run rampant over every single hero from Wings. Shadow and Innocence, the last two standing. But dear lord, Complexity absolutely ripped them a new one.
And fine with these items that they've amassed here. They got K on Swindles, by the way. Double buybacks, time to abandon shift. Swindles immediately TP's home. He'll make it out free. The tracks are there. I don't think they can down though. Track on the Chessie, thankfully. He would definitely be the prime target they would love to get on top of. How do you get initiation on someone besides this Beastmaster? Do you have to go back for the blink? You try and go for like some sort of farmed up blink here on the Shadow right after the Mesa? You feel like they need something to actually try and capitalize on these tracks, because right now they just like run away.
Well, this is the issue, right? Beastmaster had like 1800 gold, but they just spent 3 buybacks. Invoker, Beastmaster, and Bounty all bought back. If you're looking at this Complexity early game lineup, early game itemization, very, very pressure focused. It's 8 to 12, but they've done the damage now. We're not going to see a fast blink after Necro 1, which I think is what the Beastmaster was saving for. So I was looking at him thinking, yeah, Necro 2, he could have it right now. They just kept on saving money, saving money. They're going to go for another smoke and try and capitalize maybe on their ultimates coming back off cooldown and utilize this roar a little more, but Necro 2 is finally delivered for Faithian.
I'm sure that was the plan. There's like no question, I would say, at this point. Looking to head into that blink, because you're up against the Clinks, you're up against the Nature's Prophet, heavier Bounty Hunter. You gotta try and get something going here. Try and keep these kills up, because the whole game it's felt like, prior to that fight, Wings have been ahead in terms of kill score, but every time it was like Swindles getting solo picked off or something with 4 heroes smoking up, and the whole time everyone else is just farming.
Good swap. Big Shadow, that evil event paying off dividends, and Shadow absolutely demolished. Death Lord. Look at that, minus armor from the Vengeance, 3 forward, let me put them both. And Towards, where are you? You've got the Veil down onto 2, the Graven Invoker as well, but Dazzle's already gone, and now they clear up.
He's got no TP.
Another one as Invoker walks back through the sentry. He's invis, he's hiding, but a wave of terror from G3 clears up the kill. And one little spell now without an Invoker for 60 seconds, Beastmaster, no Roar expended, a Vengeful Spirit flying a full Blink Dagger at 22 minutes. And Complexity will look to push high ground at this point. Then Swindles by, a Maelstrom. TV's himself down to the bot lane, starts destroying creep. Americans.
He thought that straight up gem too, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, you thought that swamp coil was scary before, now with the Blink Dagger. wherever they'd like it to be. 30 seconds till it's up. They don't want to pressure too heavy here. You don't want to lose anything. You know, everyone's a little bit low, mana. Back again, only onto Chessie, and still no chase potential.
Go around dewarding. They can regen up all they want. Chessie, the next Roshan, when he spawns in about 30 seconds time. Limp, he's rushing very quickly into this Aghanim Scepter, currently sitting 600 gold away from it. Bigger and better items for every hero on Complexity, while there's no mech for Innocence. There's only this sustained heal from Ice. Well, Invoker might even start to think about a BKB, never mind his Aghanim Scepter or Blink Dagger. This is looking really rough for him.
And this is just... it gets so absurd once you have that Aghanim Scepter on top of the puck. We've been seeing lots of teams running this. It's the bring back of puck, you know, just stronger mids, controlling, tempo kind of mids, Queen of Pain being back. Teams have been looking towards this Vengeful Spirit right into this Aghanim Scepter, because how would you try and win this game as Shadow? Like, after your Manta, maybe you'll get a BKB so you can actually try and fight, or if your Invoker wants to get stuff done in the fight, he wants to try and get a BKB. Well, of course, your Dream Coil is going to pierce that, and then if you swap them through it, thanks to the Aghanim Scepter, it's a 4.5 second stun. Ridiculous. And that's, of course, at max level 16, which Limp is also closing in on.
So, does Alt not want to go full route and finish off his Octarine Core? Do you think maybe he's going to be the game-winning play here?
I don't think... I think he kind of has to go for the Octarine. It's just more of, like, maybe in a better game where he can possibly already have something along those lines, like halfway to the Octarine.
Think about that BKB. Roshan is alive.
I mean, he gets caught out, like, BKB or not, he's just dead already. Already, so I think Octarine's still the way to go if you actually want to try and win this game. You're right, though. I'm back up.
ED rune as well, if the Clinks can go and take that one up. Chessie got vision with his ward. They'll see the DD.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to poke his head in, see the Roshan's alive, and say thank you very much.
Vision.
Okay, spots Roshan first. Oh, look out. See if there's anyone hiding around who wants to death pack the Wild Wing. Make sure there's no one lurking around on the high ground, and with his special purpose Blink Dagger, oh, Sunstrike perfectly planned again. See vision, but the trouble is, vision is one thing. Massively teleporting every single one of your heroes into the Roshan is quite another, especially when Roshan's already dead. Wings, they know about it, and they know they can just push out a little bit further on these side lanes because Complexity are all around that pit. But you've got this Aegis Clinks now with a Blink Dagger and a Diffusal Blade. He's going to jump on top of any hero he wants. Is it 3 hits or is it 2 hits here? 1, 2. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Like honestly, let's be real here. That is horrendous to watch. Poor little Dazzle.
They're on Swindles.
They have it. Do indeed.
Yoda.
In the meantime, bottom lane getting shoved in by the rest of Complexity. Clinks, he's hunting, he's invis, he's up on the high ground. The Necro 3's burned through a lot of his mana very quickly, but he's still holding on to Aegis of Immortal while Invoker is top. So that way, Complexity, without their native Prophet, they will retreat back and defend this tower. Smart move across though. Maybe expecting Invoker to come back and farm one of these lanes. The 2 hits in on the Courier takes it out. And that was Shadow's Octarine Core. Very close to done. That was his full soul booster actually completed. Still needed that Mystic Staff. What you seems gooding in chat?
Oh, there's just things had to be done.
You banned someone. Oh, there we go. Huntskin, caught. He's dead. That's one good pick. Track kill for Wings to get himself a lot of money, but on the back end, there's the Roar. Chessie's still going to get Immortal over. Try and come through onto this one, but the dust thrown by Innocence. Vision over onto that Clinks. Where's the rest of Complexity? DP out from base beyond will get him back to safety. Oh, they don't push far forward. Patient. Discipline. Sure, you sit back, recoup, get yourself back up to full HP, full mana. And with Aegis lasting for what, another 3 minutes? Plenty of time to go push high ground here.
Yeah, you can see they had Chessie kind of on lockdown, and they're just like, alright, we gotta run. Like, we can't even afford to burn down this Aegis right now. I mean, if that's scary, kind of out in the middle of the map, I don't even know how this next high ground siege is gonna look. Especially using shadow, seems to be okay.
I mean, that was risky, honestly.
Yeah, the acid. The Necros will spot out Jesse, but there's no one else here.
But this is the thing though, Necros are being used to scout because of this Chessie Clinks. Yeah, I'm not going to have them for another minute now. Complexity, 4 staff on pot. He's going to try and look to snap the coil on his own.
Yeah, I think it's that. It's also just an item where, like, we're looking at the game, it's deep initiation up against the Alchemist too. Like, think about when he was... He has bots yet too?
He does.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, the
no, I was thinking about Lim.
Also really good against the Beastmaster. If someone gets roared, you know that Sunstrike Meteor are going to be landing on their head, right? So you let them get roared, then you force them away so the combo misses. Another thing that Invoker has to pay close attention to. Complexity, this Naked Rack to bottom lane, the glyph is here for wings. Damage output though is insane. Tier 2 is dropped up at top. LA Rack's down to half health and Wings looking maybe to try and fight this one through with Chessie getting roared. The swap back is there and Limp. Who throws down onto a number of them. Soundcut is dead, but Wings might still be able to look at this one go, and you're right, the full step is there to snap the coil. Complexity take the melee racks and Wings. They have to advance. They want to try and get something out of this, but there's still ages from Chessie, isn't there? The blink back, and now they're still stunned. Shadow, he's caught in a sprout, a couple of them as well. He's trying to get sun down, the orb is there as well, but the damage output isn't enough. Magic taking him over. There's the armor toggle through from the Alchemist. Witch Doctor, he's the one to drop from Complexity. Wings, they hold onto their ranged barracks, and they don't lose any further heroes.
X goes down. Yeah, Chessie, a little bit of a comical blink into the trees there. With the track, they were able to advance a little bit and actually get that one kill. But of course, still went for Complexity. Very happy with how that turns out. As long as the Alchemist is in the base, they're going to be very pleased, right? The only hope at getting these things pushed out, keeping them in the game a little bit longer. But what are you even delaying for? Some miraculous, like, Aghanims, Octarine, or possibly even just... I guess it's Refresher at this point, Invoker. Is 3 minutes even... I feel like 3 minutes is too long. Like, maybe you win that one fight and then they'll just be right back knocking on your door and clapping down your racks. So maybe the Octarine's actually the way to go.
Oh, dude, look at his build from Swindles as well. They full Assault Cuirass, and I was just looking at the Alchemist. He's got 8 plus 5 armor. Not a lot of armor against the Clinks with a Deso. And now against Assault Cuirass for the Nature's Prophet. Not even counting Little Wave of Terror from Seafreak that he's throwing out from time to time. Alchemist. The thing is, at this point, he needs so many different items. The Manta of Green Core, like, okay, it allows you to farm up quickly. But it hasn't allowed you to farm up quickly enough, and you don't have enough item slots to actually fill the items you need. In the meantime, you know, Complexity lineup, 7,500 net worth ahead. They've got all the big items they could possibly want, outside of maybe Aghanims on the Witch Doctor, but 15k experience lead. You've got level 13, level 14 on your 2 supports, while over on the Radiant, level 9, 11, 11 on your 3-roll Beastmaster, who's being absolutely eclipsed here.
Oh, can they get the range here? Oh, they missed it!
Oh, they have Reveal, the TPM, the Gem, Swindles. Gonna come in for that, so swap back. Where is the Gem, man? Oh, Z-Freak has it.
Yeah, they tried to do like some cute little swap plays, but... No BKB. I guess I needed to defusal first, but it was just a little bit too late there from Chessie. Actually get like the slow and allow catch back up.
Shadow being tailed a little bit by Chessie. There's ballsy movement though from Wings as Invoker and Bounty push down on this bottom lane, not knowing where Complexity are because they're all grouped up in this Radiant jungle at this point. Invoker has been spotted and the shout is coming out. Let's go for this kill and then jump in straight onto Beastmaster. Yields into the air, Tornado is there. That's why I'm going to tweet out. The tracks start coming through. Complexity, maybe a little bit too aggressive in their team fight. The rollback on the Swindles means the swap has to come from Z-Freak. Let's run up the arm and they've killed on the Beastmaster. But he comes out with a big tanky man looking to fight this one through. Where's the clicks? Where is the damage output from Complexity? He's sprinting away, he's running, he's retreating, but he has to death pack through a little Wolfie. Swindles with a great grab forward and dribble back to Limp as well. We'll try and catch out the Invoker of the Alchemist, but the meatball lands onto the Complexity's heads and Shadow keeps on battling through it all. Wings. Teamfight win at long last for them. Not a big one, but they got something at the very least, and they held the aggression outside of their tier 3s, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, that's true. They're showing they can actually, do something outside of their base. They do end up with the net worth win here. Quite a bit of experience going near Invoker too. 1300. Can't really count that out. Obviously, Invoker every single level gonna matter. Trying to claw himself up into that big old AOE 360 disarm for himself. Still a ways away. Looks like what? 1, 2, 4 levels. Yeah, he's having a rough go. He's got the max expert rock near.
Yeah, he does. Jesse, after the BKB, maybe look for a hex or something for yourself. You are seeing that single target lockdown at this point to try and catch heroes like the Invoker, because you've got the damage. Catch potential at this point, but maybe you're lacking a little bit. Wings. Link for Faith Beyond. It's nearly there. And the Shivers guard for Shadows, and not the Assault Cuirass. This is attack speed of Flinks and Nature's Prophet. I guess that's pretty good. You know that he goes for that instead of the AC, and now another smoke from Wings.
It's all about the actives, man. Off green. Gotta get max value.
Tornado jumps back flip. Once comes Witch Doctor. There's no one to save him as he is taken out of the game, but that's 2 cooldowns expended there with Tornado and Meatball both thrown. Things still looking to fight into this though in complexity. They've got a Hawk, they've got 2 Hawks actually watching their every move.
Limp's pretty far back for this. Like, obviously he's the one that has to kind of kick this off a little bit, top of the smoke. Oh, but Limp's not quite in range.
Try and shove out this wave and a nice little shimmy there. Jump in, jump out. Limp's puck. Where we start to see Wings grasp a little bit of control back from complexity. Flip push is starting to work out a little bit, but still dealing with Limp puck blinking around and looking for this Invoker. Not quite going to catch him. The blink away from ZY, but Ghostwalk is there. The Dream Core still catches him. They need reveal. Oh, he comes out of invis and now he's dead. Absolutely shredded by complexity.
And the gem was on Limp, it looks like, actually, so. It's okay. Oh, same break. Not gonna find him. Supposed to catch out that dazzle as well. Alright, where's our Aegis? It's about to pop, and it looks like that train will be in there to scout it out, so. He hopping right back onto Chessie. Yeah, drop a ring. Grab that. Hey, there's our blink. Got it. Is a tower gonna go down? Oh,
no deny. Alchemist though. Oh dear, the roar onto Limp. They've caught the puck, but the damage output from Chess is swung back and forth, setting up Limp. He spaceship himself away from the Sprout. He's got the Shadow as well. Limp force stabs himself out, and the puck is still alive. Shadow's caught in the trees. They're still trying to chase down a few on the back end as this Invoker flies back and looks to fight. Oh, the chase continues. Tornado only onto one though. Hanskin, he is going to be the sacrificial lamb here as the Witch Doctor is ripped apart, and complexity. They force buyback on Invoker, and honestly, with a roar on top of that, they have to get this Roshan.
That's pretty solid for them. Oh, look, Z-Freak just like, hey, there you go. Take it. Little hand here. I mean, this is definitely one of those games where the experience graph really tells a better story since it is the Alchemist. You look at his net worth and it's almost double. Yeah. Puck basically 3.5k. And his next closest ally is also nearly half that as well. So it's always hard to judge with Alchemist with how much he's actually getting out of these items, especially when it's this build. This is definitely not a mega fighting heroes and winning games build.
Like how inflated his Alchemists made your net worth there. Fair amount. Still good vision game here from Wings. They don't necessarily need Observer Ward's complexity. Trying to make up for the fact that they don't have vision giving heroes outside of the little treants from Nature's Prophet with these wards across the mid lane and down towards the Radiant jungle. Still the bottom racks to finish off though, but I think complexity might be looking for bigger and better things. Tier 3 top, tier 3 mid. Close out this game. Of course they did itemize really early on for the Veil, but I guess Limp's puck now with the BOTs, the Aghanim Scepter. Jesse, I think that Hex is going to be a pivotal part here for complexity to try and win this game. There's a bottle there. Jesse, there's a free bottle there. Destroy it! Kill it!
Oh. Hey, this courier up top. It's only 2 pieces. Kind of disappointing.
Still a courier though.
Or if he'll die for it.
Dire's courier.
Oh,
He just did.
freak. Force down back. Yeah, he is definitely dying for that. Pay for your insolence, Mr. Bounty Hunter. You cannot get away with a free courier snipe like that.
I mean, he doesn't have a blink. Yeah, there's just no way, because Limp has bots, so there's zero chance if there's a creep way nearby that you're going to escape your life. Once he saw it was the TPs, it was probably the wise decision for that, I'd have to say.
I'll dig that.
Yes, he's
Sorry. Hold around. Yeah, he's looking for the Dazzle, probably.
Still 2 hit on Dazzle. Maybe 3 hits now. Gem for Alchemist, and I guess he's going to give that over to someone else. He doesn't have the item slots to actually hold it in, but he finished his Abyssal Blade not long ago. Well, added lockdown against the BKB Clinks, and of course the slippery little devil is the puck. Academic Scepter, 1300 gold away, and I honestly, what's complexity get that like next tier of items? The Hex, Clinks, the Aghanim's Witch Doctor, maybe Swindles gets a Hex of his own and sells his drums or Maelstrom. That's where Wings will really start to struggle, but for now there's a little bit of leeway time where they can split push, they can get a bit of farm across their heroes. Invoker with now Aghanim's, Octarine and the Aegis. They don't want to fight into this just yet, they'll just be biding their time and waiting. Get those items, and not rush forward and just solve a bit of a free situation where Wings can advantage and exploit turn this game around some.
It does kind of seem to be that they're approaching that almost window point, though, you know, where Wings will eventually, I would say, come online a little bit heavier. Now, the whole Puck Venge scaling thing is actually pretty solid, the fact that it's always going to be BKB piercing a massive amount of damage, but it is an Invoker. Still have that nice lockdown of the Beastmaster. Oh. Looks like Hans can be safe.
Shadow still wants to go in for this one though, as the sun's thrown out, but the roar over towards the back of Sunstrike lands on the Chessie and Limp, and they're being demolished. Invoker has killed off one there. Chessie taken out of the game. There's a buyback available, but Swindles, he is in the thick of things, getting absolutely walloped down by Shadow. And Wings, Bug, Limp,
Not lose Limp.
Four staff, Blink, Tornado is there. He jumps himself away. There's a haste rune up at the top spot, but he try and TP himself out of this one. The buybacks are ready for Cole. And they're going to have to be forced here. Caught off guard and good utilization of the roar. Loud Wings to just walk through that team fight with ease.
And they found a new aggression as they have this Aegis on top of their Invoker. They actually pushed themselves further into this map here. Will they ever be able to get into like one of these bigger objectives in terms of the racks? It's a little difficult to tell for now. The next tier of item certainly will be the decider, especially that Scythe. Assuming that it is Scythe and not Sword or something here for Limp, but picking off that Invoker, picking off that Alchemist. Our Aegis, it's expired now. Oh, this is he's coming here for Chessie, but no one else able to help him. Just a haste rune.
4 minutes or so until Roshan respawns. Timer. These teams' first Aghanims of the game.
Oh, I hadn't even considered that.
Azul Ags. Now they start to ramp up even more. He can switch one onto Invoker as well, the Beastmaster. These heroes for the Aghanims. Obviously, this is the thing, because Invoker Ags is such a pivotal item for him. That item slot being freed up is actually a massive deal. Then he can have BKB and Refresher, or Refresher and Hex. Or Refresher and Refresher and Refresher. Being able to fit something in on top of that Refresher Orb is huge for the Invoker, and now they're scouting out with a Hawk, looking for the jump onto someone. There's the Tornado. Again, Captain Hanskin. The MP, the swap back. Dietrich tries to save his mate, but the stuns come through onto Hanskin, and he's a 2-hit down. He's put a Sunstrike thrown to the roll back. Chessie's clicks. Oh my god, the Abyssal Blade there as well. Shadow clears him up with no buyback for the clicks. This might be a way into the game for Wings. The tier 3 gets ripped apart. They need the creep wave to come in first. Alacrity. They do. They do more packs. The Hex is lit.
Complexity.
Oh, complexity. I don't know, but I definitely know the Wings will the damage to take this rack down. Limp and Swindle, they're going to try and get up on the front line, they might have to try and give this one up. A nice spaceship there to dodge out from the Alchemist concoction. There's the Dream Coil to slow things a little bit, but Racks are falling. Wings, they found their way back in. The massive swing here of momentum and complexity. They're going to lose their Racks, and now you know that Clinks doesn't have buyback. You're like 90% sure. No buyback Clinks. Well, at least you definitely know it's on cooldown. They've still got 4.5 minutes.
Kill anyone, because you have a Vlad like 42 minutes in, but he doesn't have the stateless or anything like that. Sure, wings are positive, there's no way any of them are dying.
They not have gone for tier 4s there. They kept 1.5 lanes of Racks. Very safe play here. They retreat themselves away. Bottom lane, that's what happened. Full lane of Racks did go. The range Racks finally gets taken out.
Roots and run.
Complexity. How much trouble are they in right now?
I would say a heap of trouble. Like, that next Aegis is definitely the most pivotal thing for them. Getting that on top of Chessie, it's made these fights look so easy. I have the 8-second BKB this time, but it's just that Abyssal Blade. Every time Shadow's getting on top of them, they're not able to burst anybody down quickly. Every time that they were winning at the start of the game, it was always Complexity hopping in, getting that first big pick, getting someone just out of the fight right away, knocking down that 30k Alchemist at the time, who's also approaching into 40 at this rate. And I guess puts it on Beastmaster next, right? Very solid.
There's your Hex Invoker as well. The next Aghanims to come out for Shadow is going to be for that Invoker, and you can plop own Aghanims and a Refresh Orb in that slot. $300 gold. Only to buy himself an item. Now the Demon Edge from Chessie. Aidless Monkey King Bar. I guess Monkey King Bar is going to be pretty good. It's this Radiance of the Alchemist. Complexity. They actually go across their river at this point, because a smoke up from Wings is going to do just that, looking for the aggressive play again, and they want to fight outside of the Complexity base. Get tier 4s, maybe even just end the game here. Unskin, you're going to get caught again. He's so close to this Aghanim Scepter, Moppax. He's 50 gold away, Moppax. Oh, he's dead again, Moppax. He's 500 gold away now. Roshan respawned in 20 seconds time, and Complexity, they are in a spot of bother.
Oh man, these fights. Like, if they're just missing one piece, it's so difficult for Complexity now. Obviously last time it was Chessie himself, the man, the myth, the only damage. Once talked about 20 minutes ago, last time it seemed like he was able to just stand still and do a fight. Swindle's still not committing to an item here. They're going to lose that last outer tower. This can help secure Mega Creeps if they manage to make themselves back into the high ground. The train's still scanning at Roshan. The question is, want to go? I'm sure they probably skidded it with the Hawk already.
Oh man, this weave. Look at the armor stack up. Alchemist, plus 34, plus 30. Oh my god, there's so much freaking armor. They do get a snapback with big balls, stuns for constant. He's going to be able to launch this one though, or is he? Stealth stun, it's a good chain from Deep Ring, having that heavy trying to rip and fire as well. Blade of Light cross. But Shadow is still alive. He's still popping out damage. Chessie's a pistol bladed up. He is taken out of the game, and Complexity with no buyback on their click might just have to call it soon. The Death Force cancels out. The cold snap is there from the Invoker and Awakens Gaming. They've brought it back. They are taking game number 2 here. It looks like they are unkillable with a grave, with a wave, with a weave coming through as well. Innocence gets jumped up by Limp, but he's still not dead. The cheese keeps him alive. And they turn back onto Limp Park as well. Oh, Swindles. Oh, Swindles. Dead in his base. And Wings Gaming go for tier 4. GG is called. Game number 2 here in his best of 3. All tied up, 1 apiece.
Man, that is just some Alchemist gaming. So, we talked about the item choices that came up from the Complexity. The Vlad's obviously the Nature's Prophet, but it was also like that Force Staff that came out from the Puck. You already had the swap to kind of do your little combo, but it definitely seemed like they had cash. They're like, alright, everyone spend your money. We're going high ground. We're winning the game.
empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll
dominant throughout their existence. Is by far the most successful captain of anyone in the world. So for him to lead up the potentially best secret roster of all time is going to be very interesting to follow.
As somebody who's been in competitive Dota for such a long time and was there for like the peak of Dota 1 and stuff like that, what kind of separates Puppey from the rest of the captains? Like, why is he, of all people, able to find this sustained success?
I mean, I think if we could clarify that, a lot of other captains would do the same thing, right? But he's been with so many different players now, and they all respect him so highly. And you know, as you were saying, the result speaks for themselves. He's been in, well, he's top 8 in every Valve event. I think we clarified, and only one of them, two of them now, TI5 and TI4. He went out a bit soon, but in every major he's been in, it's been grand final or even winning it. With the TIs, he's been in 3 grand finals. And with all these results, and then ESL ones obviously is also one of them very dominant as well. I think he's just got a good understanding of how to lead a team, most importantly. I think it's, you know, strategy is always important, but he also just strategizes very much unlike anyone else. He picks to his team strength or whatever picture he has in mind, and then he makes it work with the players he has. And Eternal Envy has been one of those people who's been up and down in his career, I'd say. It's been fluctuating whether he was stable or not, but during Puppey's reign in Team Secret, Envy has been playing really, really well. You know, he's had the occasional Divine Game of Spirit where you're like, oh no, he didn't. He pulled, you know, Eternal Envy. But for the most part, he's actually been a very, very stable carry player, especially as of late, the past 6 months or so. So I think Puppey's just really good at seeing the strengths and weaknesses in his players and then making the most of it and eliminating those.
He really does seem like one of those people. He looks like a leader. He seems like a leader outside of the, whereas you can't necessarily say that about other captains. They're more of a leader because of their knowledge of strategy and all that sort of jazz. But speaking of that kind of leadership here and being able to work within your own team, what sort of things do you think that Team Secret, we don't know anything about them, right? But we do know some of the strengths of their players. What are you looking for here? Because right now we're starting off with the Wisp OD combo, and they're going to follow this up with a Dazzle. This is very defensive support style pickups from Team Secret. This is something that harkens back to maybe older patches.
Not necessarily though. One thing we saw a year and a half ago was at ESL 1 in New York, where they Wisp tri-lane, aggressive tri-lane. They went in, they took down towers, put on so much early aggression, won the game in 16 minutes. I think this is, you know, they're sort of on that same road essentially, and I don't think we ever see Puppey play anything defensively. Regardless of what he picks, he still picks it to put the pressure on the enemy. So just because he picks Dazzle, I think they will use it sort of the same way that we saw OG do in Frankfurt, where they just kept on taking fights, especially up against a team like VP. When OG played VP in Frankfurt, they would keep taking the fight to VP just because they knew they could use the heal in the Shallow Grave. So I don't think the assessment that it's necessarily a defensive draft is right. And then of course Relocate can be used as one of the most aggressive and kill setup spells in the game.
Yeah, I think something cool too about the Nyx Assassin when it works really well with IO just because he scout for you and set up kills, and this is a hero that has heavy burst damage. This is a fight ender, is how I think that the game should be looked at. Nyx opens up on somebody, he already gets them to less than half HP. Then if Empire want to take a fight, they're already at a numbers disadvantage. But want to talk a little bit more about Empire. I feel like this is a lineup that hasn't gotten a lot of attention coming into this event. Obviously, Team Secret is going to be kind of like the marquee. How are they going to do? We want to see what the reunion of Eternal Envy and Arteezy looks like. But for me, Empire, this is a team where they've got a lot of individual skill. A lot of these players played on Team Spirit at the Shanghai Major. They've got some standout players like Scandal, who I haven't seen in a while personally, who is supposed to be all the rage. King R, I've seen him in various iterations of some tier 2 European teams, played a lot during when FPL was around.
I think Ramses is a very individually talented player.
Yeah, he's like the CIS representation of Arteezy, right?
Yeah.
It's like all of these scenes, these like young and upcoming like star players, but he's kind of the answer to it. He's AK highly individually skilled. I know Team Spirit thought maybe maturity was an issue for him a little bit just because he wasn't really sure what he wanted to do, but now he's on this Empire squad that has a lot of veteran talent, and more importantly, they've got a lot of individual skill to back them up. And this could just kind of send a statement to the rest of the teams in this tournament, like, look, we're going to try to take down Secret. It's not going to be the easiest task, but if we do so, we're a team to be feared.
I do feel like this story is kind of similar to our previous matchup with Mineski. You know, they're not necessarily right now ranked to be their best team of their region, but this is their best opportunity, especially against a team who we haven't really seen anything. This might be a chance for a big potential upset, better opportunity than you'll have anytime soon.
Oh yeah, it also tells the tale of how regions that haven't been very successful over the course of the past year, we've seen it with China, we've seen it with the CIS countries on Southeast Asia, they're giving new talent and chance because they saw how much the Western countries benefit from it. We saw Sumail break into the scene with a huge level of success, right? Within a year, he was one of the most winning players of all time. And then, of course, Arturo, a player that's been widely regarded as one of the best, very best players in the world for 2 years now. And so it's the established names of Team Secret coming up against yet another talented team that has taken in fresh players that are fairly inexperienced competitively, but have the mechanical skills to back it up, and this is something that both China and CIS needs to do at this point. They need to be able to match this high level of skill that we've seen come out of both America and Western EU over the past 2 years.
So what is this lineup from Team Secret? Break it down for me, because this almost feels like we're already in a new patch or something. This is a lineup that we don't look at all, except for maybe the OD and Wisp.
I mean, so you mean the strategical lineup, the actual heroes, or the players? Because player-wise, player-wise, I think Secret is interesting in the sense that they have what most people would regard as the best captain, probably the best offlaner.
Mm-hmm.
Probably one of the best mid laners. I think Arteezy is one of the most respected players amongst the rest of the pro players. He's just haven't had the same amount of results to back it up with. He doesn't have that first place finish in a major, basically. So that's where he sort of, that's sort of the meme, the joke about it. But in reality, he's still considered one of the very best players.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason for it. Even though there's a lot of talk about him, he was still part of that team that won 4 lands in a row. There's a reason why teams move around pieces just with this one guy, because he does have that talent. But I don't know. I'm pretty interested to see how Empire's lineup shakes up. I think they've got a pretty good battling lineup. We're always a fan of Earth Spirit whenever he's in a game, just because
who's not, except for the opposing team.
The one thing I think that Empire's going to struggle with, though, is roaming on these heroes is pretty difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Like, going against the Wisp, it's not going to be easy. Later on, as they have a lot of burst damage, actually, and a lot of control and silences.
And it seems as if the team fight is always going to go in the favor of Team Empire. If this is an even game, and they can manage to nullify Song of the Sleep or not allow Secret to escape out of a team fight with Song of the Siren, then Empire should by all means win straight up 5-on-5s.
Yeah. The only issue I think with Team Secret's or Team Empire's lineup is that they don't have the best high ground ability. They don't have building hitters. So even if they take early advantages, it's going to be hard for them to just end the game. The benefit is they do have a Spectre who can go toe-to-toe late game with a lot of these heroes, but at the same time, you're going to go late game against the Naga Siren plus OD. Always going to be a scary test.
It's the fact that we're dealing with 2 big carries right on the side of Secret.
And as you were saying, it's incredibly hard to kill off this lineup, especially going into the late game when you have the Wisp and the Dazzle to sort of keep the target that Empire chooses to go on alive, and then also you have Song of the Siren to just break it all up and run away. And then Nyx Assassin and OD have escapability in their own right as well, both through Astral and Vendetta and Spiked Carapace and so forth. So it can be very infuriating, actually, especially for some of these new players to come up and play against this. It might actually, sort of tilt them.
Well, we are going to have the banner rune picked up at the bottom lane by Secret. Looks like they're fully dodging this attempt at the Darkseer and Earth Spirit dual lane, kind of similar to the Tusk Darkseer that we saw from our previous series. Secret's plan is actually to try and fully dodge that one. They are still going to be pursued out. Looks like Darkseer is already at the bottom lane now. Do you think it's just because of the fact they feel more comfortable matching against the Spectre than for their carry Naga Siren? Or
is something intended for Universe to get more of an advantage from.
This is what they used to do, right, at the beginning of their team when they had
with Misery.
Yeah, they try to give Misery this 1v1 start because I think the one thing that people really underrate Eternal Envy is his ability to come back into a game. Even when he has to be the aggressor in this lane, he's going to make sure that his offlaner gets a lot of space. And I think that's the right idea.
At the same time, Nyx Assassin especially is one of those off-lane heroes that actually needs the level to be valuable to the team, and the sooner that he comes online, he doesn't catch up as well. So it's very important that he gets 6 and gets to be that threat around the map.
At bottom, Puppy, he's going to be caught out. We were following that one for a while, and there's really not anything Eternal Envy can do. One of the perhaps downsides of running a carry like this. Can't really help out when the aggression turns on to the supports.
That dual lane, though, is stupid strong by Empire. Darkseer plus Earth Spirit, I don't know what you're supposed to do that against many combinations because the kill potential is so high. The double Ion Shell with the gap closing support, of all things, like that's the ridiculous part.
Yeah.
Is Earth Spirit's a support. Like if they realize that this hero doesn't need a lot of farm to do what he does. And the benefit right now is that Secret, their OD is going to have an easy time mid against this puck. Scandal's already just at a paltry 3 CSs. Artur's already at 9. Meanwhile, in this top lane, Universe is getting at least a lot of levels. He's already picked up his level 3, and I think Secret's timing is more based around levels than anything.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest thing, and that's one of the problems with aggressive tri-laning, right? If that fails, you risk being put behind so far that you can't really catch up until very much later in the game. So I think I'm curious to see how it pans out. This creep cam next to the lane is going to be very valuable to Secret.
Yeah, top Universe is going to get right clicked by King R. Not really going to lead to too much, but again, this mid lane, things are kind of going relatively slowly. It feels like they're not even bothering sending the Earth Spirit mid just because it is an OD. But they want to make an attempt at Eternal Envy.
And it was blocked in by the invis from Maposhka, and they're trying to get a little bit more body blocking in time for double Ion Shell. They will hit that rolling boulder, slowing down Eternal Envy even further. Their Ion Shell is doing a majority of the damage, and it will be enough to kill the Naga Siren. A high amount of armor is usually a problem for killing the Naga Siren in the laning phase, but you look at a matchup like this, the double Ion Shell, lots of magic damage, follow that up with a kick or two, and that's good enough to be able to get the kill. At this point, does Secret consider rotating again? Do they move Nyx Assassin out of that top lane and try and get away from this Darkseer combo?
Oh, bottom again.
Yeah, because they might lose Highlight Eye here. He's already got the spirits out. Maposhka trying to commit for the kill, but he can't quite get it. And finally, Team Secret will get themselves a kill on the board.
I think one thing that is to be said about the current patch and meta is that dying early on in the game right now, in the first 10 minutes, isn't that detrimental to the progress of your game. So that as long as they even it out around the 10 to 15 minute mark, it doesn't matter all that much.
Yeah, I completely agree. I had this discussion with Purge just now too, where like the overall, it won't affect the overall context of the game unless the lanes go so out of control. Like if you start the game 0 to 10 or something like that. Then
yeah. So in other words, you're okay with them continuing.
I think so. As long as they put the Dazzle on the top, instead of committing the 3 heroes on the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Poppy read the game correctly, obviously, because it's Poppy. And he goes up in the top lane instead, makes sure that Spectre doesn't have the easiest of times. Nyx gets some more space, he gets some level himself. Sort of just evens out the laning phase.
Right now they're going to make them...
Mid lane, Arteezy is going to be picked off here, looks like, as the silence might be enough. No, the Fairy Fire, he gets enough time to be able to get off that imprisonment after the silence fails. Looks like they may still be able to run down Scandal. Pops a healing salve, has an orb coming up in 2 seconds time. Is going to go back into the river and should be able to escape from this one. They have the extra movement speed, but it looks like Scandal is healthy enough to be able to stay alive.
Yeah, I don't even think that Astro was that necessary. I'm pretty sure he was...
Oh, but just like that, they realize this is the opportunity to go on the bottom lane. They roll in Maposhka. That was a beautiful combination from the Earth Spirit. Just a minor thing, but him coming in, hitting that rolling boulder, and then kicking Eternal Envy deeper into the lane, so they have the time to run him down with the Ion Shell. That was a perfect combination by him.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem that Secret has right now is that I don't see any other options for them to create enough space for Eternal Envy to catch up, other than the Nyx Assassin.
That he can do here. Phase shift may not cost you any mana, but it's certainly not going to get you away from Artur when he sees that opening.
Sort of think that Secret should now begin to at least think about rotating the lanes, just because the Nyx is about to hit his level 6. Once that happens, I think that's when you make the full rotation, especially when he has Arcane Boots. Before that point, I guess you want to hard commit for that. Otherwise, it messes with the overall timing of the game, which sounds a little bit weird just because Eternal Envy's struggling at bottom, but you want to make sure that this sacrifice is meant for something.
Get another kick, slowing down EE. This time they can't fully commit for a kill or anything.
Alright, so now you have the level 6 on Universe. You've got the Arcane Boots too. I think this is around the time where you want to swap things out, because Empire, something they've done really well is they've just abused this bottom lane, and they've picked up quite a few levels on their Earth Spirit.
Yeah, and what the view may not know, because they don't sit and practice with us all day when we practice with vegetables, is that the Nyx Assassin is one of those heroes that wants to pose a constant threat around the map by being out of vision, basically. As long as you can't see him, you think he's on your lane.
Yeah.
That's the mindset that you're in. And I think Universe, one of the reasons why he's considered one of the best offlaners in the world is because he's so good at always being at the right time, in the right place at the right time, and then also constantly off map. He'll never touch creep waves. He'll always be pose that constant threat and create paranoia in the enemy.
Yeah, I think the best way I've ever had it explained is when Merlini told me, he's like, you want the enemy team to always have that sense like, oh, he's probably down here, and you want them to constantly second guess themselves. And I think the benefit though right now is that Empire's read this situation really well. They know that this is the kind of read that Secret will make, where they'll rotate once they hit their level 6 on their offlaner, and they'll swap the 2 lanes, but first they'll look for that invasion into the Radiant safe lane. I think Empire have done that really well. Clearly this is a team they scouted out.
Yeah, they very much backed out. And that is the big downside of the Nyx Assassin, right? Is that his timings are kind of easy to read. They're going to bottom. Nice! Follow up with the silence. They're going to be able to fully take down Universe before he has a chance to hit a button.
That was
2
absurd.
now. Empire very crisp on the execution and reading Secret's strategy to a T.
The Earth Spirit especially, that was such a fast kick.
That was actually, coordination-wise, that was excellent. Like, that is a really well-coordinated team. They called for it immediately. They said, haunt now. They get everything off in conjunction. They pick up a kill on a relatively high level hero too.
So what's interesting is that Eternal Envy is actually leading the CS board despite his early deaths.
I think the lane just keeps pushing into him when they decide to go for the kills on him. But 41 CS when you've died 2 times and have been relatively pressured doesn't look nearly as good. Especially since a lot of those are neutrals. They're going to have to lean really heavily on this mid laner, as Arteezy still has the advantage against this puck mid, which is what we expected. Especially since the Earth Spirit almost entirely focused on shutting down that bottom lane.
So do you think that the tower push is going to come out as soon as the Darkseer has the mechanism?
I don't know if it'll just be like straight tower pushes ever, just because I don't think their lineup functions around that. But it's more just Earth Spirit goes around, sets up an opportunity for their Spectre, and then maybe they decide to go for the push thereafter. The crazy thing right now about Empire's lineup though is they've already got the level 6 on the Earth Spirit. That's a really fast level 6 on a support hero. And you can create a lot of chaos with this ultimate.
This may be that kind of opening that you're looking for here. Miposhka teeping into the tier 2 at mid. These are 2 of your big initiators to try and set up a potential pickoff that can lead into maybe more of a team fight or pressuring a tower.
And Arteezy's used the...
Unfortunately, our Earth Spirit no longer in position at this mid lane, or maybe he can punish this. They may still be able to. Scandal's dropping a bit low. They managed to get the Hex under Arteezy. Nice long kick there from the Earth Spirit to be able to finish off the Wisp. They're going to be able to roll into Miposhka. They have the follow-up here from Ramsey as they identify Artur and target number uno to be able to take down. He goes for the TP out. Do they have a stun? They actually don't. No vacuum up on the Darkseer, so he's able to get out, but Secret still losing a lot out of that fight. 2 heroes picked off, and the mid lane is going to be pressured out by Empire.
Really well done by Empire in terms of execution. I think the only thing that went sort of out of sorts is the Earth Spirit could have just been sitting mid and waiting for that opportunity, but...
Whoa, what is this? Eternal Envy setting up the sleep on a Scandal here. Does he actually think they're going to be able to pick him off? The right kind of impale? Nope. Gets the orb out. Meanwhile, they do have to relocate in, able to catch Afterlife, so that's 1 for Team Secret, but they need a little bit more. Miposhka, ooh! Arteezy canceled that ultimate, realizing it was just barely going to be out of range. Hoping to be able to get an extra kill off of that one still. Secret alleviating some of that pressure in the mid lane.
That's a very optimistic go on the puck by Universe.
Scandal still going to be imprisoned up here. Doesn't have the orb, has a regen, but I don't think he has enough space. Arturo still has the ultimate to be able to drop and hit King R as well. He still has enough mana to be able to get off the Hex, but now with the drums activated, King R's just going to be run down easy peasy for RTZ. 6-5 now, 10.5 minutes in.
He's created a lot of space for his team. They made the right move in making sure that he had an easy lane matchup here. As now you start to see that the laning phase didn't nearly matter as much as we thought.
So we can say that Team Empire, in a way, like with their crisp execution, they were doing, the right things, but it was kind of the things they had to do, right? They had to be able to win the laning phase, just because of the fact they knew Team Secret was going to be able to come online a little bit later with their kind of team fight.
Exactly, and when their ultimates are up, they're obviously going to win these team fights, but as soon as they're down, and because they don't have this natural tower push ability, and because of the low levels in the early game, they just couldn't commit to the fights early on after their initial fight. So when Secret went back in with relocate and so forth, it was easy kills for them to pick up again, and then they sort of end up with even trade, right? They lose 2 heroes initially, but then they gain another 3 kills actually because they picked them up in their own jungle.
So Blitz, explain to me why in that case, if the ultimate's down from the OD, slows the sleep, why didn't Empire rotate to the bottom lane? Is there something better about them putting pressure on mid? Because it seemed like this would be the time to fight.
I just think you can't rotate heroes in 1-by-1, and mid, Ramsey's going to get gone on.
But Royals out, Universe trying to hit the sun, misses out on that one, and now the Earthbear making the big initiation, already gets the 3-man silence. They're going to follow up again, going for RTZ first, trying to force him back, might be able to kill him a little bit more damage to overcrowd, but Highlight Die comes in with the save at the perfect time. Secret will have to play back though. Can't get any sort of turnaround, even if they do manage to save RTZ. It still costs them a buyback on the Wisp to be able to save RTZ's life.
I think that's fine, and most importantly, they were able to protect this mid-tier 1 tower, because I think if Empire win that fight with any sort of advantage, they try to take that one down, but man, that was rough, just because, again, you had to commit a lot of ultis for that. For a second, it looked really good. The Earthspirit got into the middle 4 heroes, he's able to get his mag size off, but there just wasn't enough follow-up damage so far.
Exactly, because it's only the Wisp that is taking back in his income. It doesn't really matter too much. It just buys Secret sufficient time for them to just scale into the late game. Siren obviously, as William said earlier on, Siren OD is gonna be beating the Spectre in the late game. Darkseer Puck is not enough for them to go in and take that fight. They do have a lot of disable though, especially through Lion, so it's gonna be interesting, but I do think it benefits them as long as they keep this middle tower alive.
So having that team fight and Empire, unfortunately not gaining much with their big team fight ultimates. The ball is now in Team Secret's court. As the OD back up with his big time ultimate. Naga Siren also has the sleep, but not with his team here, as they're just going for a simple 3-man push, trying to force Empire into rotations here. Unfortunately, the kick is going to be sidestepped there by Artur, and they know Secret will dance away.
Now there's 4 heroes up here, but the one downside of Empire's lineup is they can't really create pressure on the other side of the map. They don't have a hero like the Nature's Prophet that naturally does that for them. If anything, they sort of have to take these engagements just because they don't have that superior tower pushing. So even if they go for their own bottom push, a hero like Spectre, he's not going to pressure that tower down really quickly.
And one thing we haven't touched upon is actually Scandal's farm on the puck. He is far behind right now. He's only sitting on 1100 gold, so he doesn't have that Blink Dagger goal.
It's 14 minutes in too. Like that, the timing of that kind of just makes Puck a real big non-factor in this game so far.
Yeah, his CS was so low from that mid lane 1v1 that he was forced into.
The biggest issue is just when you initiate with Puck, you almost always want to do it with your Blink Dagger, and you want the orb to be that saving mechanism for yourself, so that you can orb out while simultaneously getting a lot of the damage in. The later this goes on, the more difficult it's going to be for them to burst or set up the fights, and Secret are going to go for a smoke of their own as they're going to move down here. And Empire, they want to take this fight, but they might just not have the items or the heroes to do it.
Puppey putting himself out there as bait. He knows the rest of his team is going to be able to follow this up. They're going to immediately jump on a Puppey, but the trap is sprung. Now the rest of the Secret come in. A big ultimate being dropped by Artur, already limiting the mana of Team Empire. Ramsey's committing here for Universe, but the damage is coming out from the Earth Spirit. They slow down this fight now. Secret, but he'll be able to save Universe with that imprison. Maposhka continuing to get some damage out. Universe is going to be left behind here as Team Secret call quits on that team fight. Not really able to get the execution that they wanted. They did set up that trap nicely, but weren't able to finish off the puck. That was definitely one of the bigger targets they were aiming for.
Yeah, I think the Universe missed his impale. I think he wanted to use it, and then he cancelled it.
I mean, it must have been just because the way that fight started was actually really good for Secret. Like they lost the Dazzle, but they had Empire had to commit so much for that.
Again, Artur manages to sidestep everything the Earth Spirit is throwing at him, but he still manages to get the double impale into Pylon Die, almost being popped by the Finger of Death. But again, the double support combinations saving each other time after time will be able to provide the turnaround as Secret come in force and take the numbers advantage against Team Empire.
Both teams battling around this mid tower. They want to make sure that they don't just give it up for free. All of the engagements taking place around this area as Secret. They're going to make sure that they flash some heroes mid. Don't want to give up this tower for free if you can. Even denying it wouldn't be a hard win for them.
They really just can't deal with this OD right now. He's too tanky, and with the backup of the Shadow Priest and the Dazzle, it's... Oh, that's the same hero. The Wisp and the Dazzle, it's incredibly difficult for Empire to do anything, especially when they have all the ultimates to commit.
Yeah,
So,
what do you think of this build from Artur? I know, not a big fan of item build splits, but Hooded Defiance is something a little bit unusual, but it does play into what we're talking about, tanking up, making sure that between these supports and his item build that he lives through any kind of initiation from fire.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting in the sense that he negates a lot of the burst damage that Empire have, and that's the only way they're going to be able to pick him off, right? If you think about it, he's got both the Dazzle and a Wisp to be able to save him, so usually the ways that you around those two heroes is that you just burst somebody down before they can get their saving mechanisms off, but by having this Hood, he can take a lot of sustained damage and kind of just turn things around, and that's a function that he just used that we don't often see is the active of the Hood as well. So he's got 1200 HP to back himself up on top of a Dazzle. I think it's an okay item progression.
And we saw what it's already done to him. We saw Lion commit the Finger of Death to the Wisp instead, knowing that he was just going to heal up, so they might as well try to take out the supports, and even that failed.
Yeah. I think what you saw right there too in that mid attempt, more than anything, is just think about why they made that move. They feel we have to do something about this OD. So Empire gets a little bit impatient, and they focus so much of their attention on this OD. It's constantly in their mind that we have to do something about this OD. So they make this move. It's rushed. There's not a whole lot of synergy to it. It's a very low percentage play, but they make it just because the hero exists, essentially. And you have a good player playing him. So it's kind of like the same factor we saw in that Liquid series when they were playing against the Invoker. They made a lot of low percentage maneuvers onto the Invoker just because it was an Invoker.
Is this where our Wisp Dazzle come back into the meta here via Team Secret? This is a combination that we used to see a lot more of, that, you know, putting priority and stopping the initiation, or at least being able to prevent someone from going down. Is this where the playstyle of Team Secret is going to lead us?
I think it works when you have heroes like a Naga who will continue to independently farm, and you have a frontliner like the OD who can just deal out damage early game.
It depends a lot on what team we're watching. I think teams such as OG, Secret, as we're seeing right now, historically two teams that likes to play the Dazzle a lot, so yeah, that's definitely an option, but I don't think it's something our bottom.
Jake is going to miss, but they still manage to get the Dream Crown follow-up. Hex missed out the Impale, and now the relocate out comes in from Pylai Die. Perfectly on point.
That was
another
finger?
Initiation. Completely failed.
That was the Finger of Death use too, and again, that looked actually like a really nice movement by them, but with the miss done and the Wisp waiting behind there, I think no matter what, he was okay. And again, that's just Secret anticipating. They realize this OD is going to be at the center of the focus right now of the game.
Yeah, it might seem as if it's Empire who's been in control of the entire early game, but if you look at it this way, there's most farm on Team Secret's course, and they've actually managed to take down a tower, whereas Empire is still struggling with that tower push through their lineup. They are going to get that middle tower now.
And this is a really big tower for them to pick up, just for morale more than anything too, but it's going to open up a way into this jungle for them, and the next move would probably be to knock down that top tower.
Yeah, exactly. Now that they have the Blink on Cock, finally, and they have all the essential items that they need on all of their heroes. Even the Spec, him evening out with the Siren right now is just sort of the problem with their lineup. They needed all these kills and needed to sort of snowball the lead against Team Secret, but because they had this defensive playstyle where they could just punish them as soon as Empire's ultimates were down, it's just rendered the Spectre sort of falling a bit behind, actually.
Did you see that move, by the way, by Empire? As soon as the top tower was pressured in by the Darkseer Ion Shell, Empire pinged twice to that top tower and says, guys, nobody's defending this. So they immediately send a hero down near the Roche pit, just because they want to be at least somewhat in position. They don't want to get caught by anything. But that's just another example of what it does when you push in the waves. It gives you free information, and Team Secret at the same time recognize this and say, this is a little bit too obvious. Nobody's defending this top tower.
So Secret miss out on, or at least denied by Team Empire another opportunity for them to take Roshan.
Yeah,
that is one of, like, you would say OD is probably one of the best Aegis heroes, right?
Yeah, just because he doesn't rely on anything. His ultimate, the crazy thing about this hero is, like, your ultimate is just icing on the cake. It ends the fights definitively, but you don't really need to rely on it, just because the Arcane Orb, you know, enough stacks of that, you're perfectly fine when it comes to damage.
What we're gonna see now is that with the lack of tier 1 tower that is starting to go down, you're gonna see how Secret can just move around the map with small groups of heroes, because the Siren can easily escape as long as Lion doesn't have a Blink Dagger. The Nyx Assassin can, with a bit of anticipation on how Empire is going to move around the map, can also fairly easily escape. And even then, if one of them gets caught, it's not the end of the world. And then there's the Wisp running around with the OD the entire game now, able to relocate, pushing out the waves. And when the Radiance comes on the Siren, it's going to be even worse for Empire, who's forced to run around as a full group of heroes. Especially when their tier 1 towers go down, because they can no longer rely on TPing into it. So that's really gonna struggle for them going into this mid game, and that's gonna mean that they fall further behind the net worth.
Yeah. Again, I feel like this is another situation where Team Secret present kind of a pretty obvious, you know, win scenario where they show the Dazzle at the top. If there's a go there, they can go for Roshan in return for Team Secret. But Empire read that same exact thing. It feels like these two teams are actually understanding a lot about the strategy that both are trying to employ here and countering.
Yeah, it's a lot of just mixes and feints more than anything from both sides. They're just kind of testing things out. The benefit that Secret have is, of course, they're going to have the Radiance Naga, which is going to be a huge spike to her. Something about Empire as well. I sort of feel they kind of have to start getting aggressive across the map. Like, Ramses' farm isn't really picking up as much as it should be. Most importantly, this Lion has really fallen far behind. Like, part of the reason why Lion is so dangerous and why it was prioritized by Secret at Shanghai is for the ability for this hero to set up kills with just one other hero, because of how strong Finger of Death is. When you can just get the Lion plus the Puck to pick somebody off. But who on Secret can you do that to? You've got a Hood OD that has demonstrated time and time again has a support behind him.
Oh, they didn't realize it, but that was actually a trap set up by Empire, and they fall through beautifully. Secret make the relocate in. Fortunately, Artur is going to be he's delayed by the SUBCRIBE, and he will be able to maybe get one kill. Not even that much, the imprisonment. They're going to go for the kick immediately, and right as he comes back, beautifully timed by Maposhka, a star Earth Spirit player being born here today. That was really seeing his level at a high level play. Now Ramsey still has that ultimate. They might be able to catch more. As Puppy, he's definitely dead. Universe is going to be able to get out. So 2 go down, make it a third. Universe, at the very last second, he made that call. I'm going on the Spectre, relocating. At that last half second, he sees more of Empire and realizes it's a trap and blinks himself away, but by that point it's too late.
The thing about that, he actually had scout them already for a split second at the turn of the lane. So I was surprised that they went to that. I don't think they expected all 5 heroes to be there. That's probably what happened. I think they expected 2 of them and that they could blow up the Spectre fast enough. But the relocate was just slightly off, and it allowed the Earth Spirit to just come in and combo as they landed, basically. The Wisp blew up immediately, and then the OD was just there being disabled by the rest of the lineup that came in afterwards. I don't think they expected the 5.
I think the cool thing about that too is the way that Empire sets that up. Their top lane is pushing in, their mid lane is at an even area, and the big thing about that is that means Secret aren't sure where the rest of the heroes are. They could be farming their own jungle, they could be farming the Dire jungle, the Radiant jungle. There's a lot of areas for Empire to open up the map for themselves when you push out the lanes like that. And this is something that you should watch as a viewer at all times, like where the lanes are relative to the rest of the game, because that's always going to determine your information. Like, if you know top is pushing in like Empire did and nobody goes to defend that, then you can already reasonably assume that there's nobody on that Dire jungle area. And so Empire, they make sure they push out the lanes, they do all the little things right, then they set up for that bottom gank just because they think, okay, maybe the Spectre's not here by himself, but maybe all 5 aren't like waiting right on top of him. Like, they won't be able to respond to this in time.
Yeah. This was great for Empire, but they're still playing against this clock where the Siren and the OD is just going to be too much for them to handle with the support on the back end of it. So I still think they need to continue seeking out these fights through clever play, possibly going for a smoke gank on the OD.
I think that kind of play though, Jacob, it only works like once. It's like you can only surprise a team like that. It's like one of those like cool one-off moves.
And because Universe was in Vendetta, it was actually weird that he wouldn't scout deeper into the jungle and into the lane to see if there was anyone hiding behind them. But these smoke ganks is what I think they need to execute, but they shouldn't be doing it on this side of the map. I think they should be actively looking for the Wisp and the OD.
Looking through Dire jungle?
Yeah.
Oh, this is good. So this mid lane is going to be pushed in. What Empire are going to do is they're going to get advantage of this high ground area first.
Oh, Miposhka misses out on that roll. Universe does manage to get himself blinked out. They're still going to be able to get a bit of combo here. The Dream Coil goes out, and Highlight Eye is going to be hit by this, but it's not enough to finish him off. And Eternal Envy with a saving grace here. Goes down the sleep.
Oh, this is
and
bad.
There is nothing Empire could do about that. And that was 3 different ultimates being used from Empire, all pretty decent duration ones, and Empire gained nothing off of this. And this is why it's so critical for the initiations that they do actually find for them to be able to execute it perfectly, because Secret always have an answer.
Yeah, this lineup is just, it's frustrating to play against, is what it is. You've got 2 levels of security for Secret in both the supports. Most importantly, you've got Eternal Envy, who just has to sit back and walk in.
Or just blinks right in. There are 3 heroes surrounding him. Universe is going to provide him the backup. First, the kick comes in, they blow up Universe. Now there comes the relocate in as Pylon Die hopes to be able to survive. The 6 seconds required to be able to get Artur the hell out of here. 3 more seconds, but the nukes, they're coming quick and fast. It looks like Pylon Die will go down first. Artur has no chance in hell, trapped in a corner, and Secret quick on the retreat, but Empire have already won the big engagement. They might be able to get more. Yeah, the dagger's going to be able to fall, Puppy. He has no out here whatsoever, and Empire just want to fight right outside of the Roshan pit. They immediately funnel in. They're going to be able to take themselves ages. Empire had finally gotten control of this game that you two were both trying to push them towards, constantly trying to say, you know, they have to get aggressive. They finally found that fight.
Yeah, luckily for Empire, they still had that Earth Spirit ultimate ready to
Magnetize is so good.
It really is, especially in conjunction with the Darkseer as well. But what it is also the fact that this next assassin, they keep getting these false sense of we can fight this, but in first one he just sets them up for failure. We saw that the gang on the bottom lane that sort of put Empire ahead of this in this game, and then now in this fight he goes in, he doesn't use spike carapace immediately, which is going to lead him to be disabled and be blown up immediately. So they essentially have their only hero that can set up things for them, just die in every fight or not be there.
Yeah. Can we agree that that was a mistake by Empire to back out? Naga Siren ult was down. Obviously the OD ult was down because he just used it right before he died.
Hey, I think it was fine. The way that they reset up, because one thing about Secret that you really lack, when you've got all of these levels of difficulty on their team, the one thing they really lack is crowd control. Like their 2 supports don't provide anything in the way of disables. They just keep this OD alive. So when you can get rid of the Nyx Assassin really quickly, and the fights evolve like that, it's really hard for Secret to continue it, just because it's an OD chasing heroes around. And you never want that. You want static targets for the OD to just get on top of it. But Empire, if you look at their lineup, their 2 supports, yeah, they might not be getting too much harm, and the team fights early on kind of didn't shake their way, but at the same time, these are heroes that can come back into the game really easily. Magnetize, like Jacob pointed out, an incredible spell. Lion is always going to have 2 different ways to disable in the fights as well.
But you're okay with them not completing that Roshan? Because I feel like that's still liability if you get the OD agents.
The thing about overcommitting against the Naga Siren is that if you're not in any position to, because they can't take down Roshan very fast, they don't have the heroes to do it. So if you can't commit, if you go low, Sleep is going to catch you off guard.
That's my point. Sleep was on cooldown.
Yeah,
it was on
gets
cooldown
up so
for
very
significant.
No, it was up 10 seconds after.
It was 20. It was like 25 seconds.
I think that you can delay the fight enough from Team Secret. I don't think you do Roshan so incredibly fast. If you notice, they were hitting it for like 10 seconds and they got it down to like a quarter. If Secret do anything to slow it down, you just throw down the Dazzle ultimate, for example, into the Roche pit, then they're going to stop doing it. I think Empire had the right idea right there. I don't think you make that...
It's too risky.
Yeah, exactly. Because think about what they gain there. You get an Aegis on... Who does it really game change on? Like Puck? No, not really. He doesn't have any items. He doesn't have a huge streak to go off of. We talked about it in the last game why Spectre, as an Aegis carrier, is somewhat subpar. He's not like the OD where he's going to get that constant damage off, right? He relies on that haunt. So
like you almost, as stupid as this gonna sound, you almost consider putting on the Lion so that he's a factor again once he respawns, just because he's gonna be blown up so fast by this secret lineup. Because once OD releases anything on him, he's gonna go down. But those disables are valuable.
Spike Carapace into the stun. Afterlife is going to get taken out by RTZ, but maybe not. The Met goes down. One more hit. They do manage to get the kill. Still though, their first fired is going to be able to take our tour in return. They do get the sleep out. That's only going to be able to save Universe's life. It was just a tad bit too late to be able to save the others of Team Secret. Another gank Team Secret go for. Again, the Nyx Assassin setting up a relocate, but Empire so quick with the response are going to be able to catch 3 there as Puppey finally ends up going down. And now Team Empire pounding on the door of the tier 2.
This value gem pickup too from the puck has made a huge difference because Secret have been playing the vision game so much, but
yeah, and they can no longer rely on the Nyx Assassin to go around and scout for information for them. He actually has to play a very passive game, and so Universe hasn't been this factor that he usually is on a lot of other heroes.
Yeah. We just talked about, too, how important this Nyx is for the rest of the Secret lineup, just because he's their main initiation and he's their main disable. Like, it's really hard. He has a really difficult job just because he has to do both. He has to stay alive, he has to make sure that he scouts them. At the same time, he has to make sure that he gets some sort of stun off to control.
And with all of that, he has to make up for the four heroes on Empire in order for them to have an even 5-on-5. So it's a tall order for Universe, but he's also in 2 of these. I think he's been a bit lackluster in the execution of his spells. Yeah, as if it's probably not one of his most comfortable heroes at present time.
Yeah, credit to where credit is due though. Empire's played this game really well. Even in the games where the moments where they looked a little bit shaky, the overall strategy aspect of this team seems really strong. Like, I was actually surprised that they were matching the movements over and over of Team Secret. They understood, like, oh, this top lane's pushed in, guys, let's reset the fight. Let's look over here. They just consistently look for these focused team fights.
But we knew from the get-go that any 5-on-5, any full-on team fight would always go in the favor of Empire as long as they had the ultimates up.
Yeah. I mean, this lineup is really scary. You've almost got a BKB on Afterlife now, so the Arcane Orb won't really do too much to him. We already talked about how much Secret relies on more of their magic damage, and a bottom Universe might just go down again.
Trying to push out that bottom lane, but will be caught by the double supports, and these supports have so much more mobility now with Gnar being able to have a Blink Dagger.
This Earth Spirit's been godly this entire game. By far, my MVP so far for Empire.
Easily. Oh, this has got to be a 1-2 ban from Team Secret if we go to a game 2.
Yeah, 4-1-12 already. Hasn't died. He's died once.
And it was looking grim for Empire in the mid to mid-late game stage, where they got this 18-20 minute blink on the puck. And then Lion, when I thought normally a team that is controlled would probably have that blink dagger for the lane around the 22-24 minute mark, but he finished his tranquil boots by then. Now he has that blink dagger, and that'll mean that they can go on anywhere around the map and always make sure that the target is permanently disabled, which means that the Naga Siren can also go down easily. So they have no guarantee of escape anymore.
This is going to be troubling too for Team Secret, because this game, Empire, relatively new squad. You know, they've been kind of just like cobbled together because they needed a team for this event. They've impressed, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Team Secret. This team has a lot of expectations. When you go in without having played a single game together as a group, as the tournament favorites, and suddenly you're back into a wall by a team that everyone just thought you would blow out of the water, it kind of becomes a little bit scary. Like, you can't have that doubt creep into your mind.
Add to that, this is not one of the usual goofball strategies that Puppey sometimes picks for his team. You know, it's not one of those, let's try out Necrophos because it looks good. Let's give our Venomancer an Aghanim Scepter because that's a fun meme. It's not one of those lineups. They still have some really, really good heroes that works well together and creates a lot of frustration for the enemy.
So you're saying just because this lineup does look a little different, it does look like a practice strategy?
I think so. Yeah, definitely, definitely. I also think it's a statement that they insist on picking this Nyx Assassin the same way they've used when they played with Misery. Even if it's not one of those heroes that we've been used to seeing Universe on, it's actually a hero that complements his repertoire playstyle, and I think it should something that they'll eventually be really good at executing with as well.
Yeah. So can we emphasize then that this is definitely Team Empire playing much better than expected and playing at high, like an incredibly high level, reading this game.
I think as a
and
team,
not
they're
Team
playing...
Secret coming in low.
Oh yeah, definitely. But as a team, I think that this is where Empire's real strength in this game has shown so far. That they are actually coming together really, really well. Their strategy, their understanding of movement around the map has been really, really well executed so far, and they constantly know on how to deal and how to react to the way Secret is playing. It's actually Secret who fails to react to how Empire is playing right now.
Yeah, I actually really hate that one. Oftentimes there will be these moments, but it's not even a team playing badly. Is you should start to recognize when the enemy team is playing well. More importantly, a lot of people are going to point to this mid game. Even if Secret go on to win this game, they'll say, "Oh man, they played so badly." But I think this is just Empire executing at a high level, like that bottom gank when they instantly got on top of Universe. No mistakes there. They were so clean in their execution with the initial haunt and that team fight by the Roche pit too. They've done all the little things right, and that's what's impressed me so far. But
I think from individual players' perspective, I think only Miposka has really stood out to me as playing on a very high level from Empire. I think both Scandal and King R has been sort of they've shaky throughout the game. So again, that comes back to them as a team performing.
Yeah. The strategy
exactly
of them being really on
it's
point.
not the individual plays. Well, again, the Earth Spirit has been playing really, really well. It's also a very good hero to play really well on.
But on a good strategy, you only need one hero, one player sometimes to be, hitting everything and doing well for the strategy itself.
Yeah, and it may quickly go the other way. If they have a fight that is executed wrongly, then the OD might just pick up all the kills.
Yeah. I think something too though is Secret, we're talking as if they are at a disadvantage, which they are, but by no means are they at this game right now. Their Naga Siren still has plenty of room to grow. He's got the Soul Booster ready. He's almost has the Octarine core. Once he has that, the Manta will be short to follow. Then the game becomes just this grind for Team Empire.
And what you said 30 seconds into the game was they don't really have high ground or tower push.
Exactly.
So that's really problematic when you're up against the Siren. They can't, they need to focus on pushing out the which essentially is already hard for their lineup. They only have the Spectre to do so with, and he's then susceptible to be ganked out by that Nyx Assassin Wisp relocate combo. So it's super problematic for them. They can only team fight when all 5 of them are there.
Oh, Puppy. He's in a relatively scary position, but yeah, I actually really like the point that Jacob highlighted right there, because when you have a hero like the Naga Siren, we talked about how important it was to have a hero that could always constantly push out the lanes, like the Nature's Prophet. That's what opens up opportunities for your team to find kills. And you have that with the Naga, so even though Secret, things are, for these mini engagements it's not working out, the overall game plan is still okay for them.
So we can say that once we do start getting into that grind, we'll see whether or not Team Empire is really a team destined to be like a superstar team in the way that they'll be able, whether or not they're going to be able to keep up the discipline, essentially, being able to keep their movement exactly on point when Team Secret are poking all these holes with the constant Naga Siren split pushes.
Yeah, because every 30 seconds, every minute that passes by that Empire isn't doing anything to hinder the progress of Secret and Siren in particular's farm, they're losing. Basically, every time the lanes are pushed a bit into the enemy team or into the Radiant base is when Empire is falling behind, because they'll have a harder time dealing with it and pushing out the lanes, and it'll take away additional time from them.
What was that timing on the blink again for Scandal?
It was really late.
It was a super late one, and now he's got a
you know what I
34.
Yeah, you knew what I meant.
The moment it was like, what? I was like, yeah, Scandal's got a Scythe of Vice.
Oh, I thought for a second you were disagreeing with me.
No. Dude, Jacob, for what? You're kind of saying great things.
Now, if you could only bring that into our scrims.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Normally when you talk, I'm just kind of I give you the Toby zone treatment and I zone out for
the white noise starts happening.
Yeah, it's like the music starts playing, but it's been pretty good. But most importantly, I'm really surprised that Scandal has the farm that he has right now. The fact that he was able to recover this well and play this safe, I think it speaks a lot to just kind of the mental fortitude that he's brought so far into this game. And at the same time, you've got the Glimmer Cape completed onto Miposhka. You have 3,800 gold already on Ramses. They're going to hit a really sick timing when it just comes to overall items.
Speaking of item progression, what do you think of Arteezy not having a Black Panther, especially up against a lineup like this one?
That I think is a mistake, because I was actually thinking about that as he completed the Shiva's Guard. I don't think it's the physical damage that bothers him so much. I think it's the fact that he just gets disabled and his team doesn't have anything to counter disable or anything.
Well, to play the Devil's Advocate, I think the Shiva's Guard sort of helps them hold them in place. They desperately need some sort of...
He just needs both more than anything.
And you could say...
The mistake was completing, instead of just having that casual hood.
I think the hood overall, the concept behind it is okay. I just think that as the game scaled on, they thought they'd be in a better position with their Naga especially.
It's sort of a wasted inventory slot at this point with all the table that is on Empire's lineup.
He definitely does need a BKB sooner than later. I would agree with that.
So we could say that Hooded Defiance is more of like they had to actually do well for themselves at 25 minutes if you're going to make that kind of commitment.
They were doing well, but I still think if you just kept the casual cloak, I was fine. He was already no longer the target of the Lion spells, so it had served its purpose, basically.
Yeah. Alright, so you've got the relic completed on this Spectre. This Spectre's Ramses is a beast. 707, he's already picked the Manta and the Diffusal along with the relic to go with it. This hero's going to get really scary really soon.
But they also recognize that they need to push out these waves, so rather than going for an item like Heart of Tarrasque, he goes for that radius for additional damage and the ability to push out the waves.
That combination is just really strong, no matter how you look at it. The Darkseer Ion Shell plus the Spectre Radiance, when he gets on top of heroes, it's really hard to surround.
He might take down the Dazzle before he gets off Grave in the team fights.
This Dazzle, he's trying to go for the Glimmer Cape because he knows it's a good item against the Spectre, but not really in the best position to afford one. And right now, Empire, they've got to be careful because they've done this before where it felt like, to me anyways, they were trying to force the issue when they didn't have to, when they were going for that OD mid. It's easy to get patient against this kind of lineup, and Empire feels like they should take advantage of this, like get ahead, but you can't just dive into tier 2s.
But if Envy plays this to perfection, we may very well see like one of these classical 80-minute games against the Night Siren where the Empire lineup is going to end up having BOTs because it's the only way that they can still maintain teamfight threat while pushing out the waves as well. You can see right now they have a Lion separated from the rest of the team. Essentially, if it wasn't because of the tower, they could have relocated in on him and gotten a pretty easy kill as long as the Shivas comes off, because the Lion won't be able to escape in time.
More importantly than that, it's just the vision game has just not been there for Secret because of this gem, this early gem pickup by the Puck. I think when you have a Spectre on your team and you're playing against a team that heavily relies on vision,
and the high ground defense is going to be so much better once this Nyx Assassin completes his scepter. That's actually going to be so incredibly frustrating to play against. Then they have a Siren and a burrowed Nyx Assassin.
Yep. You've got the BKB now onto Arteezy. Pylai just waiting up top, making sure that
yeah, I'm actually going to make myself comfortable. I'm pretty sure this game is going to last another 30.
There really doesn't seem any way for Empire to take advantage of this great timing for the Spectre. King R's just been playing a game of hunting down illusions. He actually tried to catch Eternal Envy himself there.
Why?
For a second.
There's no way his team could follow. Oh, Spectre, I guess?
Yeah, he's got the Spectre Hunt. I think they could blow him up really quickly. I think you're underestimating how much damage, for example.
Yeah, and I guess he didn't know that the Wisp and the OD was right behind him.
The Manta plus the Spec Illusions, like, you can cut through heroes really quickly.
I think you can absolutely assume that oftentimes Eternal Envy is going to be alone or not have the same kind of backup that seemingly that
history would back that up.
Alright, so next move for Secret, I guess, is just let the waves push in, play safe behind each other, make sure you protect each other, and for Empire, it's try to find whatever positioning advantages you can. Like, they want to try to poke holes in Secret's defense. So far, Secret haven't really given up anything too big, but this might just change as Empire, they're looking around the Roche pit.
There's the Manta.
I'm very excited to see if a 5 breaks out, what's going to happen. Like, if this Dazzle dies early on, it just adds more fuel to the Baby Raids meme, where it will then be, instead of Peter, it'll be Puppy.
Puppy's like doing the best he can right now.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Yeah, he's like, what are you supposed to do is like a 0-6-3 Dazzle where your team is
and exactly, the way he's been playing it is where he runs in as the sacrificial lamp, sort of almost a Melka ward being given, where he runs in with a dash just to gather information and make sure that the rest of his team can follow in with perfect positioning.
Jacob, the Melka ward though, it's not just given to... Oh, at bottom.
Sorry, I missed that one. I was listening to Jacob talk, but they actually managed to get a quick relocate out there.
Yeah, to win the Melka ward, man, you've got to win the game while this happens, so...
Are you saying Puppy isn't going to win the game?
Hey, right now it's,
it's definitely
not
close.
Easy.
Empire... They haven't been jumping the gun too much. Now they actually might have found the kill. They know the Wisp is down. Artur, he's open for the pick-off. And it's going to be a huge pick-off. They can actually take him, but of course they can. Empire rotated so many.
Just like dies.
Holy cow, yeah. Ramses, he's already looking for more. Almost had Eternal Envy there as well. Jesus. That damage with the Manta style. Good read by Ramses, though. He's like, Artur's dead. I don't need to worry about it at all. Goes for the other heroes, picks up whatever extra they can. And this point, do you agree with it? This looks like they're going Roshan.
Yeah, I think now is the opportunity because now your Spectre has a lot of damage to back himself up, but man, you just see Puppy can't even survive the cost. Like, what he's supposed to do in the rest of the game. His team gets split up, he doesn't have a high mobile here or anything like that.
So are they gonna put the Aegis on the Spec?
I think you should.
Yeah, the thing is, if they can actually manage to take him down, there's no way they can do it again.
Yeah. Okay, this sucks.
Yeah, Song and Siren,
yeah,
too
like,
dangerous.
Just gotta get out. For Empire,
that was exactly what I was going to lead into, though, is like, is this the right play to go to Roshan? Because you do have that Song. Perhaps it would be better to just take map control at that point.
Oh, so they're gonna stack up BKB so that can keep fighting throughout Song of the Siren.
No, you have a good point there, and this actually is pretty bad for Empire just because they were able to get a bunch of kills, but there's two things that you can do here: is when you push out all the lanes and get aggressive on the tower, or you go for that Roshan. And I think they really wanted to go for that Roshan just because getting it onto the Spectre would be huge, and it would deny Secret another way to come back into this game. But I guess I just overestimated how much damage that Spectre does because they did not cut through that very quickly at all.
With their cliff wards, they do see opportunity here, but no, he misses out on a stun, and now there's a chance that Nando can actually be able to escape. He jumps over to his orb, should be enough distance. He's still kind of slowed down, but does manage to get the Dream Coil to slow down Team Secret's
got to be careful
here, and they may stumble into a 5-man fight they can't actually win. The Spectre ultimate is up too. They see Eternal Envy. Can they actually lock him down long enough to be able to prevent that Song of the Siren? They pop their BKBs. Eternal Envy doesn't actually have an escape from here. The rest of the Secrets start coming forward, but it's too late. Eternal Envy's already gone. A pilot like that gets escape from the imprisonment, but both of these supports are just gone. And Team Secret, they're going to get really wiped here if they're not careful. It's going to be two of their big down. Both supports are dead, and it's only Universe who's going to manage to get the escape and the TP out. Once again, Team Empire, they've been playing this patiently, and once again, they found the opening against Team Secret that's going to allow them to take a huge advantage.
And it's just like great read by them as well, focusing on the Naga Siren, just knowing that they picked up this Black Bar on the Spectre, so they know they can take him down. They completely anticipate where they're gonna. It's fairly easy, you know. BKB is instant, whereas Song has an animation.
And more importantly, it's the decision by Ramses. Like, oftentimes heavy builds don't impact the game too much because they're usually very standard, but the decision by him to go for the BKB because he understands he can get on top of that Naga Siren and take him down really quickly, really intelligent by him. And
you just gotta scratch your head if you're Puppy right now. Like, how is he even gonna survive through the team fights? He wasn't even close to anyone else, and he still just ticks down. If you see his health bar in that team fight, he just ticks down from these illusions hitting him. I think it's like 5 or 6 hits from, and he just dies, and there's nothing he can do about it other than graving himself.
It all started too with that engagement at bottom when Universe misfired on the stun onto the Puck. The Puck in general is just going to be a chancy target for you.
Oh wow! I mean, a near impossible target.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, he misses the stun, but I think in general, Scandal should be able to dodge that one. Like, the animation's pretty slow.
Oh yeah, at this level. Like, if you make it to Manila, you should be able to easily dodge. Next stun of all stuns in the game is probably the easiest.
You know, this actually says so much about the game, where they have to relocate Eternal Envy up to the top lane, because we were talking about that atmosphere of fear, right? Where Empire were kind of feeling it, the split push and the Nyx Assassin setting up these relocate ganks, but they survived through that. They countered it, actually.
The thing
that beautiful play at bottom.
That only lasted 2 minutes, right? I don't really feel that the fear of the Nyx Assassin was evident throughout this game. There was like this 2-minute gap where they knew exactly how to move around the map, and from there on, the threat was nullified.
Yeah,
there wasn't any.
It was the switch at bottom when they knew that the switch was coming from Universe. As soon as he disappears from top and he's not taking advantage of the lane, it's Secret kind of telegraphing almost, saying like, oh, our Nyx is going to be bottom here. They tuck in at bottom, they tuck in at mid, and kind of just like wait out the danger.
Yeah, and then later they actually used it to their advantage.
Kill them.
They just sit far enough back for him not to have vision of him, even though I still think that's a slight misplay.
You do have to at least give Empire credit. They did it during nighttime.
Yeah, exactly.
They stayed really far back.
They played this game throughout really, really well.
27 to 10, 50k XP, as it's now King R that's playing the Nyx Assassin role, as he's waiting for Pilot Die to get separated from RTD, but with the Invis rune already more than halfway gone, looks like he's a little bit hesitant about this.
Can he actually blow up Pilot Die and just blink TP out?
No.
I think he has the damage with the counter.
He needs to hit him a few times, and that's what the real threat comes in.
I don't think that's worth it for him. The value cloak there actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the cloak makes the difference between a death and life there.
Without the cloak, he probably has enough damage.
Well, he sees Puppey, and that's actually going to be able to set up the Spectre ultimate.
Oh god.
And Eternal Envy blowing the Song of Siren there, afraid that he was going to be the one who's jumped.
Oh, that's going to open up the map a little bit for Empire, and that's going to allow them to probably take down this top tier 2.
It's a 30-second gap, though.
It is, but at the same time, it at least lets you take this top tier 2 tower for free because
actually,
we talked about it. Like,
yeah, it's at level 3 when he used it. So he actually maybe went for stats, not sure what happened.
I think he misclicked there.
Yeah. So it's actually a bit longer. But they're going to expect. They're going to expect.
Yeah, exactly. So again, this game has been about the whole paranoia about what to expect, what to fear from the enemy, and I'm assuming they're gonna expect a level 3 song.
I think right there, by the way, even if Song is down, even if it's only for like 30 short seconds, it's important that you go for a play for the top tower because you know now it's almost guaranteed free. We might not be able to get much out of it, but...
whenever they have an advantage, they gotta push it.
Yeah.
With Naga Siren and an Ags Nyx Assassin, no objective is free at this point. So gotta take those opportunities when they present themselves.
But the issue is still, as long as the Siren is alive and the Nyx too, I don't see them breaking the base. Even if it's a 2-on-5, that Spectre needs some kind of disable on them in order for him to actually kill them off and take the town, take down the towers. You think he's gonna go for a heart instead of the Aegis?
I'm trying to think right now. Even Butterfly has a lot of potential for me. Just because there's no magic burst damage from Secret, and he's got the BKB, so if he goes to the Butter, we talked about how heroes like OD especially rely on their leg click.
Yeah. Oh, King R. He almost had that. The whole team swarmed in. They went for, again, the relocate play.
That's a second Hex, by the way.
The they've got the Scythe of Ice on him.
They have so much disabled.
There's something else. Oh, that's right. Mapochka is, I think he's going for a flat. It's kind of cool. They don't have a Vlad zero, right?
Yeah.
So.
But not only are these hexes great in team fights, it's also just to immediately nullify the Siren push.
Yeah.
I love this. This line pickup. You see Shadow Blade?
Yeah. This... It does make a lot of sense because you know that the two supports from Secret are super slowed down in terms of farm. They can't really afford buying a gem of their own, and the best thing about it more than anything is you can set up for kills with the Haunt with it around the map. You can hunt down Eternal Envy, figure out which one the real one is, and with the 7-second disable, pretty sure you can kill him. I agree. That was a really smart pickup. It's a map control item more than anything, especially on the support.
So there's the Butterfly for the Naga Siren.
Aegis is down. Maybe Secret's time to move. Probably not, though.
It is a hard.
Wow.
I agree with your analysis, though. I think the Butterfly would have been the better pickup.
Yeah, OD is not a hero that wants to go MKB, that's for sure.
Yeah, I guess no matter how you look at it, though, without the burst damage, 3100 HP
is pretty good.
Yeah,
you're not gonna die to the OD ult either.
Yeah,
I guess that's the benefit from it.
And it sustains your pushes more than anything, which is what we already talked about are struggling with. When you've got the Naga Siren Radiant Illusions popping out, and you've got to cut through them, even losing 200-300 bits of your...
They actually go for Arturo here, the Scythe of Ice opening up, the BKB already activated, but they get the relocate out. So they still manage to have the save. Eternal Envy is going to be jumped down, Diffusal constantly. It's going to be Scythe of Ice as well, and should be taken out here. They're backing into the wall. Good setup there. That's going to be able to allow Empire to fully strike on a Team Secret. It could have just been a one pick off, and now it's going to turn into so much more. And it's more go down from Team Secret, and Empire just opened up the base for themselves.
Probably actually pulled up a move called the Art Style, where he graves himself instead. That often is also the quick cast.
Yeah. But regardless, I don't think the fight would have mattered.
No, it wouldn't have changed anything in this particular instance.
Yeah, it was pretty one-sided, but Empire just looked so dominant.
They're just falling apart. Now, Artur, buyback, he was the only one who had it. And now, dieback, immediate GG and DC out, and Secret are going to lose their very first game as a new team.
That's Empire executing on a very high level. This is not Secret losing, that's Empire win.
Yeah, I actually completely agree. I think a lot of people are going to look at this game and say Secret played really badly, but you have to give just as much credit for Empire on the flip side of things, that relocate, bait at bottom, the way that they anticipated the lane switches, they did all the little things right.
So who knew that the opening story here of this series for Team Secret would actually be all in the hands of Team Empire. This lineup that people weren't expecting much out of. Actually, extremely impressed.
But you know what?
This
just makes me even more excited about game 2.
Yeah.
The fact that Empire can deliver on this level and go in and threaten Secret, who we all thought would be the major storyline of the tournament, or we all still expect to be, that they can go in and deliver this kind of performance against them is just going to make game 2 even more hyped. What is probably going to do now is he's probably going to adjust the draft, right? He's not just going to say this was all just Earth Spirit. You know, this isn't solved with a ban. I think he needs to do different picks.
Well, our analysts have asked a lot of questions for Team Secret and Team Empire. They'll have their chance to respond in game number 2.
tonight. Race all of these broken dreams in flight, and we'll fly. We'll fly.
Jack it up.
A potential bad rider pickup.
Fair enough. There was still a lion in the pool. Team Empire choosing not to pick that one up, which means Team Secret will still be able to get their hands on it, and this means they're going to be able to make up for perhaps some of the disables that is missing from this Chen, and Team Empire immediately going for the Spectre now.
They had so much success with it in the first game. I think Spec plus Puck anyways synergizes really well together. I think both those heroes, they kind of just work out. Well, you've got the Puck that can set things up for Spectre. The Spectre provides enough of a late game advantage so that you don't necessarily have to pick up a damage dealing mid or anything like that, or a true kind of like half position mid.
Are we looking at Team Empire running the same kind of aggressive dual lane that they did last time? It was the Darkseer Earth Spirits last time around. That was very successful.
There's like nothing like that though.
No, I don't think so. I think they need to go safe lane this time around, especially with the threat of Chen coming out. They make it way too easy for them if they do play on the off lane.
Yeah, this time around, Team Secret, they opt to go for the Tidehunter. The Nyx Assassin worked out really, or it didn't work out, but the idea behind it was that he scouts things out for the relocate, good burst damage, good pick in case you want to block off the Nyx pick from the enemy team because you have an OD on your team, but Tidehunter, a more reliable option for team fights.
Those are exactly the heroes I was thinking of when I asked you whether the Nyx Assassin should have been replaced by something else. Yeah. I didn't think Darkseer would quite do the trick if they had gotten it instead of Empire, but whereas I think Tidehunter, still a strong hero that can go in front line and everything and still set up the team fight for them where they'll allow the OD to get a sufficient amount of damage output. Really what they needed in a lot of these early or mid-game team fights in the last game. So
yeah, but at the same time, like there's a downside to the Tidehunter just because of the long cooldown on the Ravage, and you want to be able to set things up sooner with the relocate, and
he's not a threat around.
Yeah, and also it's just he's not going to be as mobile as say Nyx Assassin because you want the idea behind it was strong, where they want the Nyx to kind of scout things out and look for fights for them, whereas the Tidehunter doesn't really serve that same purpose. If they were going to do that, then they would have to change more in their core strategy. Like they would have had to swap out one of the two supports.
A lot more sustain coming from this lineup for Team Secret with the Chen and Tidehunter. Both of them are mech heroes, but we can probably agree that there's going to be a lot of sustain here. Team Secret might be able to put a lot of pressure down, but Team Empire go for the Enchantress.
It's actually interesting. It's almost as if Poppy forced their hand into this Enchantress pick with that Darkseer ban. And that normally you wouldn't see. I think he's the only Chen player in the world that would force the enemy to pick Enchantress against him. I would hate to play against it. I'm sure Arke would too.
Playing Enchantress against a Chen?
Or playing the Chen against the Enchantress.
Yeah, playing the Chen against the Enchantress sucks.
Exactly, but in particular,
good.
Yeah, in this particular draft, it does seem as if Poppy wants them.
There is another team. This is something that was routine for Ice, is that they would routinely actually in the Chinese qualifier, one of these tournaments, they would pick up Chen into the Enchantress. But that's the only other team I've ever seen that out of.
I think she's a very debatable hero these days. I think a lot of teams think she's absolutely useless, whereas a lot of other teams think she's one of the strongest heroes.
Personally, I think she's really good. Like, if you run her as a 4 position, it's hard to take her down. The 2 creeps that you're able to pick up, a lot of kill potential there. She scales pretty decently.
I think the problem is when she doesn't scale. Like, playing from behind with her...
Yeah, it does kind of suck, but it's a risk you take.
Then again, Chen is sort of the same thing. Playing from behind with a Chen is no fun either.
The Jug would have been really good. If you're looking at the options that Secret had left over, it would have worked well against the Doom too.
Yeah, they just don't have enough burst damage, right? So the constant heals.
Yeah, the healing ward would have been really nice for them.
You think they dare picking up the Ember Spirit into the Doombreak?
I feel like they have Ursa as an option. Slark, I guess.
I think this is a much more well-rounded lineup by Team Secret than compared to last. They can actually fight them at any point in time in this game.
Yeah, I think so too. And this is the combination that they used quite often at Shanghai when they had the Lion plus the Slark, just because the Slark can eventually rotate around the map, and because of his ultimate, he just moves around really quickly, enables the Lion to get some of his own space.
So one thing that stands out for me in this draft is that Team Empire went for the Vengeful Spirit instead of the Lion pick because she's generally a better hero playing up against the Chen. Lion sort of struggles because he has to run through the creeps and he doesn't want to commit any of his spells to the creeps, obviously. So that's a problem for him. Whereas the Vengeful Spirit is pretty good at weakens the armor and everything. And then because Poppy gets this Lion pick up, that's probably where he decides in his mind, Enchantress is no longer a problem for me. We can easily deal with her. They have that burst damage, they have the control through the disables and so forth.
Yeah, and they get another hero that's pretty good. Not the best carry in the world against Enchantress, but it does at least provide some disable and some magic damage of its own with the Slark.
Yeah, and Poppy isn't going to go for the hood, so he's going to have a much earlier BKB this game. So the untouchable from the Enchantress isn't really an issue.
Once again, the early wards being placed out. Pylai Die with his boots. TP's out, manages to get himself a river where they should be able to see anything that Afterlife does from here on out.
I think they're going to have a big problem dealing with the Slark as the game progresses.
Hey, you always have... And Doom is one of those, like, fail-safe options. You just Doom a Slark. You can get him out of the fight. You can get on top of him and prevent him from just walking around and regenerating off his ultimate too.
But then you still have to burst down the OD, which you will then have a problem doing.
Yeah, I'm just saying they have options to deal with all these heroes. The Spec plus the Doom works out okay too. As soon as Doom finds a target with his Doom, Spec just haunts in. It's a really quick 1-2. I do think Secret's lineup though, in this game, overall is a lot more balanced than it was in the last one.
Would you, if you were the captain of the team, which lineup would you prefer having?
I mean, it depends just because of the players that they have. I think both lineups look okay from my vantage point. I think Secret might have a slight advantage, but not by too much.
So once again, we are going to have our mid match-off. Scandal playing the puck up against Artur's OD. Anticipating that this time around, Scandal will have a bit more support in that mid lane, whether it's a simple like tornado creep from Aposhka, or maybe a full-on smoke gank into the mid lane. I'm anticipating them not to actually leave Scandal alone in this lane.
Yeah, that guy owned last game, Aposhka.
Oh, yeah, he really did.
I haven't been able to see a lot of his games, but especially in that last game, he created so much space for his team.
Meanwhile, Afterlife, starting off with the Infernal Blade, not actually going for the Devour. It doesn't actually have a hard camp here to work off of. Feels like the Infernal Blade is better harassment damage against the support.
That actually did so much damage. That ability just allows them to trade early. The one downside, though, is that if you're going to go for the Devour at level 2, it's going to leave you somewhat susceptible as you won't have the Scorched Earth.
Right.
Do you think he potentially skips Devour?
No.
No.
At level 2, I mean, not entirely.
I still think there's reason to get it, just because the sooner you get it,
the thing is, I think he can get a kill on the Lion. If there's no chain support, I think he can get that kill on the Lion.
I don't think with the Slark available, like Pylai Die should be fine. Trading hits is okay for him too.
The thing is, this Infernal Blade level 1, it only is worth the pickup here if he's actually able to force Lion back enough that he's able to get experience, but this isn't working out. Pylai Die is just consuming tangos and fighting.
Yeah, that lack of armor really punishes him as well.
Yeah. The benefit too of the support, Chen, who bought almost everything, allows Pylai Die to get the boots first, and this is what is enabling him to trade hits more than anything.
Universe trying to put a stop to Poshka getting into his offlane camp, but not much he can do. So they will be able to secure the 2-minute rune at top, and Doom not really doing too much in this bottom lane so far as he's being zoned out by Pi. We'll have to go for the bottom rune, picks himself up a bounty. Finally has that level 2, and we'll see what he does with it here. Very surprised he still hasn't gone back to that offlane camp, which has been opened up for him for quite some time.
Yeah. And with the dual lane, because it is a dual lane, I think that Afterlife is trying to take more advantage of this, but would benefit him to at least have one of the creeps available. You could just roll the dice and see if you can get something really good too.
So he actually went for the
Scorched Earth level 2.
For the Scorched Earth. I think he was hoping that Pylai Die would man up and take the fight there, because...
But even then, he knows that Pylai Die has boots already.
Yeah, the better play, when he was this low, the better play would have been getting Devour and going back to his camp.
Guard comes in, misses out, and they're actually going to try and turn around imprisoning up that Wild Wing Ripper and stopping the tornado. Would have been an obnoxious presence, so Arteezy is Since it's well worth to spend a little bit of extra HP and mana to take that one out of the pool.
They try to make the movement, but I mean, OD is really hard to kill. There's almost no chance that they get a kill on a hero like that, especially with just the puck.
Puppy's keeping a constant presence, pretty much sticking between these two camps, farming and getting new creeps, and knows that he doesn't actually need to rotate into the bottom lane too much with Afterlife already being zoned out for the most part.
If anything, he invades in the top. Try to help the Tidehunter along too. There's some kill potential to be had on the Spectre, but you're going to need some levels first on a few of these heroes before you can do anything.
At the same time, I think Enchantress rotating bottom, possibly through a smoke gang, would net them a kill on the line, definitely, and create a lot of space on the Doom.
And there's our first blood. Doom ends up going down as Pylai dies, sets it up for Eternal Envy to be able to come in, and that Scorched Earth is just not enough regeneration there for Afterlife to live.
Was that Vengeful Spirit starting his TP and cancelling it again?
I believe so. Poshka, running for the haste rune, will be able to pick it up just ahead of Team Secret. But again, not much is really going to come of this, at least from Poshka. He's got an enchant, he could try and steal Puppy's creep, but wouldn't do too much for him. Stun comes out, able to run ahead of the Impale. Enchantress will actually have one of her creeps stolen, with that Centaur taken away. Meanwhile, top lane, Universe drops a bit low. Ramses as well as King R, as their lane was pushing in, trying to put some pressure on Universe, hopefully forcing him away from the experience. Not going to happen here. Universe healing, salves himself away, and it's good to go with that Iron Talon. The extra farm will be coming in for him. Afterlife is going to be gone on once again in this bottom lane, but this time in a much more comfortable position with the Enchantress creep, as well as Enchantress herself blocking in Eternal Envy. They're actually going to be able to get this one. He still has the pounce up, but he's hoping to be able to just get into the trees all the way through. Has to loop himself around this dangerous point. Afterlife is going to be able to get one step ahead of him and blocks Eternal Envy in. And finally, Empire claimed the kill, evening out the score now 1-1.
I don't think Afterlife even expected that to happen. You saw him going back to lane, trying to take lasses, and Enchantress was being adamant about going for the kill.
Once she was just patient with the clap. She knew when she hit that though.
I think she
with
missed it actually.
No, I think she got it. She faked it out twice. I'm pretty sure she hit it, but regardless, without his ultimate available, all that juking doesn't really do anything for the Slark.
I thought he could pounce out of it. I think that's what Afterlife thought as well.
Yeah, it just did a good job of keeping on top of him at all times.
So is this in response to essentially the mid ganks kind of feeling, the Chen constantly there and Afterlife having issues, that they now make this sort of a dual lane scenario at bottom?
Yeah, and they're gonna force the movement from Puppy as well. He needs to either put a lot of pressure on the top lane where this isn't happening, or go down and match the aggression.
Yeah, with this bottom creep, he's gonna steal it for himself, but of course it does fade.
I like this idea that King R rotates mid as they force the attention of Puppy down to bottom lane. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them. Afterlife does end up going down.
Just too much disable or keeping in place with the pounce.
Try and catch Artur. They have the sounds. They're going to follow up with Ramses entering in with his ultimate. Moposhka and the double damage is just the icing on the cake. And yes, Afterlife did go down to the bottom lane, but the much bigger kill on Artur is claimed by Empire.
Yeah, that was really well set up by them. Just because, again, the Dream Coil plus the Haunt combination, and usually you don't want to use that for a non-core target, but especially the OD with how well he's doing, and he wasn't getting pressured at all. It was a good kill for them. And I think Arteezy was actually a little bit out of position there. There's no way that anybody could rotate in.
No room control and river control from Secret. We saw this with the earlier room pickup as well. So it's not surprising that they would get that gank off. They didn't even need the Haunt.
Scandal may still need some extra. I like the fact that he went level 2 waning as well. I think that was probably part of the calculation there from Artur, assuming that he would be able to get off an imprisonment on himself. But not actually the case there with the extra level in the waning rift.
I think the Hunt though, it was fine. You want to make sure that you kill targets with the OD.
Yeah, and you participate and get some golden experience is fine.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what Puppy's next move is, as his team lost 2 heroes in a short period of time, and this Tidehunter, he's against the dual lane, so like you said, he wants to try to put pressure, but with just the wand and the Iron Talon, going to focus a little bit more on his own farm.
The thing is, he's playing the Chen as a 5, and has committed a lot of his spell usage to taking over Enchantress creeps, or for Wilkin Reaper in the middle lane to harass with that tornado.
Yeah.
Essentially trying to counter what Enchantress brings.
Yeah, so he's not
to
going to have that
offlane.
same item progression that we are used to seeing from Chins.
But Pylai may still be able to have better progression in that sort of 4 position. Is already level 5. The Slark spending some time in the jungle here thanks to that regenerative level 6 that he has. Pylai will get his level 6 of his own quite soon. Spectral Ultimate going out here. Looks like they're going to go for Pylai, manage to catch him and trap him inside the net. And Ramsey should be able to get this kill, or maybe not. The Chen heal goes out. They're going to have to dive in deeper into the tower. Yes, they get the support kill, but will it be worth it for them? They have to be able to escape, and Universe's TP is just not fast enough, nor does he have his level 6. It would have been needed to punish Team Empire.
Really good rotation again. It just seems like Team Empire, they really know how to use this Spectre Hawk to full use in their mid.
Nice read by Scandal.
That was a really good attempt.
It's really well played by Scandal as well.
Yeah. It's
the stun, gets the orb out.
It's really hard to lock down a puck like that, though. They don't have any hard disables there.
Pylai not wanting to give up this tier 1 tower in the top lane for totally free. It's going to be rotating up there, putting a stop to Moposhka's push.
I do like, by the way, I was just thinking about it in my own head, like the situation where Secret does that switch, right? We talked about how they did it often at Shanghai, and we can already tell that Empire studied a lot of these games already. And something that we noticed is, so the line rotates as Eternal Envy goes to the jungle. I was wondering, is it worth it for Empire to just, or any team to set up on Pylai in that situation and just slow down his momentum before he can just like pick up free levels?
I think
and
it's
they immediately
definitely
do
worth
that.
it.
Yeah. Because he was left alone so many times in that tournament.
Yeah, you take away the faster level 6, you take away any blink timing. Because if they just ignored him, you know, he would have had a fairly early blink.
Yeah, and he gets the early level 6, which is most important, and then he can really pressure the Spectre.
That smoke gank is not going to work out. They just tried to kind of run at Scandal and catch him by surprise with the quick hex, but Secret don't really get their opening. They do know that the Spectre is obviously getting a lot of space here in their own safe lane, but Spectral Ultimate's going to go down. Doesn't look like it's going to result in much. Team Secret retreat away from that mid lane.
I think it was for scouting purposes, finding out where the Titan, the Chen was.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity too with their Doom. It was just a little off mark though, but...
Do you expect both teams to put a really high premium in defending their mid tower once again, like the way we saw game number 1 unfold?
Oh yeah, definitely. For the first 20 minutes, that's gonna be where all the fights are gonna go. I think there's a bit of a power spike right now for Team Secret because they have the arcane boots up, so they can. Oh, good kill coming in here.
They know Ramses doesn't have a quick escape with that ultimate, so he may he's trying to get into the trees, but he still has to deal with the pounce, and there's just too many disables. Taken out, Pylai, not waiting a second there. Throws that finger at death. Oh, net, Afterlife. He's got the courier in hand. And that is a big time courier. That was actually the drums there for Eternal Envy and still a robe for OD as well.
That's good.
Yeah. I was surprised that Ramses was so far at bottom.
Yeah, he had this false sense of security after scouting out the Radiant Lighter.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The tower just going to get poked at, and a much more reasonable timing for the Blink Dagger now on this puck than it was in the last game.
Team Secret, perhaps going for a sandwich on this mid lane. They're wrapping around both sides here, but Scandal, he's just pushing out the wave time and time again. Orb, silence, head back to Fountain, fill up, rinse and repeat.
So the item timings on Empire is actually better than it was last game, despite the fact that I think Secret is fighting better this time.
Yeah, this is a way faster blink for Scandal.
And the last game it was like 20 minutes, but he got pressured quite often. This game had a much easier time against the OD, was able to make good adjustments, and most importantly, he had a lot of support from his team overall.
Scandal this time is not here to be able to push out this mid lane. They went for a bottom lane, tier 2 TP in smoke. They're going to wrap through Radiant Jungle. But part of the problem that this is, and I think that this phrase describes it really well, that you have Blitz, where it's this low percentage gank whenever you're dealing with a Slark. It's one of those slippery carries, right? That you're not guaranteed to kill when you smoke gank him.
I think it's a good move just because they wanted to be able to knock on this bottom tier 1 tower.
Afterlife, he needs to be able to get the Doom here. Oh no, the pounce immediately. The ultimate goes down from Eternal Levy. He may still be caught though, the coil, as well as, they're just throwing everything they have. They want to make sure this kill is guaranteed, and they're going to give it to Ramses as well. Claims the last hit to speed up the progression of his farm.
I think Secret is playing this a bit too defensively, too carefully. They have the Rabbit still. Haven't used it a single time this game still. They had the Hand of God up as well. I think they could have forced the issue and tried to push down the tower. Maybe they're respecting the combination of Puck and Enchantress as counters to the Chen.
And it's not just that. It's hard though. When you go for the straight up push against a hero like Puck, he's just going to keep orbing down waves. And Secret, they don't have heroes that necessarily just want to show immediately, especially when Doom is up. Like, you can't just beat on the tower with the OD and the Slark. It's really easy to get opened up on with Haunt plus the coil.
Yeah, they're gonna make the most now though by taking down that tier 1 tower. And then Empire's response is really good. I really like this.
Yeah, going for the Roshan this early on into the game. Now you bring him Mineski, let him take some hits. This is the classic trait though. When you play Dire, you're gonna lose that top tier 1 tower.
They're gonna lose tier 2 as well because of the long cooldowns on the ultimates.
That's okay though. Getting the Roshan here is a really good play.
I like that Team Secret are still keeping their farm. You know, with the mid lane here from Artur, as long as he doesn't get caught out by a rotation, which shouldn't happen as the Roshan does end up going down. Eternal Levy still up the bottom lane, farming up there. And Team Secret, well, they may not be able to get this tier 2 as the rotations are coming up from Empire, but they've at least done a lot of damage no matter what happens here. Looks like Empire just not going to be able to get there fast enough. They're going to get the TP in. The tier 2 already dead though, and Afterlife comes in, but he doesn't have his actual Doom. So he tries to go for Universe. Universe is just going to be sent back and tries to zone out the rest of Empire while Pup gets the free escape.
Yeah, even without a TP, he's able to make it out, and this OD's just been hitting the tower for free. It's just going to be a free one there.
I think it's a very costly trade at this point. 3 towers and complete free farm for both OD and Slark for the duration of the Roche attempt. At this point in time, I don't think that's worth it.
At the very least, attempting to save the tier 2 and leaving that mid lane open.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably where the real mistakes lie. Real mistake lies.
Yeah, they decided to go for that top one, but Secret already kind of clued into that fact, and we're already getting out this time the attempt came.
Good farm on both sides, though.
Yeah.
Man, drums is a hell of an item, isn't it? Eternal Envy, Artur both have drums. We're going to have Afterlife, Ramses, and Mineski. I'm sure this is just going to be a basic bracer. I'm not sure if you need a third drums on your team. Maybe just aiming for a little bit of tankiness and then into that Dragonlance.
It makes more sense to just get the Dragonlance.
Yeah. Again, another rotation in as they're going to get the
Artur immediately. They just know how to deal with an OD. They target him down first, getting the initiation time after time. And now start focusing on the tier 1. Who cares about backdoor protection? There is none for tier 1.
Bit of a waste of Hand of God as well.
So Empire know they just forced quite a lot out of Secret with another successful rotation. Does seem like, excluding that rotation up to tier 2, it does seem like Empire's rotations have been a lot more effective in this game.
Yeah, it's just because this Puck plus Spectre combination, whenever you can lead with the Dream Coil or with the Doom and the Haunt just comes in, more than anything, the common theme throughout both those games is they're able to just abuse around their Haunt. Like, they're always making sure that they're finding something around the map whenever Haunt comes off cooldown.
While all these objectives are taking place, though, we have Eternal Envy free farming on the Slark. That is gonna be the saving grace for Secret in this game.
Is he going to be farming fast enough, though? He's at 7,700 in net worth, not too far ahead of this Spectre.
Yeah, we already know that Spectre doesn't need that much net worth to be able to be really effective. And you've got the Dragonlance completed now on the Enchantress too, beefing up some of her damage as well.
Smoke out from Secret. They see Scandal, but they don't want him. They know this is... Oh, Scandal actually blinking forward, going for the creep wave. He's actually now in a bad position, as he's going to be slowed down by the sun. Doesn't have to ship for another one. Pops it there, but it's just not going to last long enough for him to be able to get the blink out. Almost getting saved there by Team R, but the Finger of Death ensures the kill, and Team Secret this time punishing Team Empire, going in, getting the 2 kills.
Despite being caught out, Scandal's spell usage is actually impressive. Like, the way he almost survived through that, through the the use of his ultimate was pretty good.
Yeah, it was just rough timing. The Secret was pinging out there, like, we don't want to go for this puck. It's too hard to kill anyways. At that point, it's just a luck game, right? Whether or not Scandal's looking, because if he is, then I has no shot.
Boschka, he out of position. Afterlife responding to Doom onto Artur with Ramses having the double damage. This is exactly maybe a fight that they want to be able to take a sent back. Not going to be there in time. It looks like Artur is going to be blown up before that happens. Looks like they actually sent back the Sark instead. Universe, he has the Ravage. Obviously, no need to pop it here. He knows he's dead anyway. Empire just looking for as many kills as possible with the Ether Lens. They actually managed to get the swap on a fee as well. That turns into a double kill for Ramses. The double damage definitely making that team fight for
I
Empire.
did not see that fight go that way. When initially popped the Doom, I thought, oh, that's a mistake, my friend. But Universe is just not the Universe we usually see. He hasn't used the Ravage this game yet, has he? I think this fight particularly was one of the most important parts of the game where he needed to commit that Ravage, either to save Tour, who probably would have lived had he used it, and Universe would have lived as well, and as a result of that, Poppy too. So he could have spared 3 deaths. Yeah, they wouldn't have gotten any kills out of it, but he could have at least spared the deaths. But even before then, I think he should have gone in, been in position to ravage under the tower, and made that fight much easier for Secret, because Eternal Envy was on the front line hitting them.
I think part of the problem right there is that if your OD's doomed up like that, he can't put out any damage, and they don't have any follow-up to the Tide Ravage. I sort of agree in that they do need to get some Ravage off.
There's still significant damage in both Slark and Tide themselves, though, and Alliance to boot, and they had the mechanism, so they actually had a decent amount of HP to juggle around with.
Yeah. Now they're in a pretty rough spot, though. Like, the Doom's got drums, Vlads. Afterlife has been pretty on point so far with how he's been positioning himself to be able to get one of the 2 cores at all times. And the Spectre's almost about to complete the Manta too.
Manta style up for Eternal Envy, so he doesn't have to worry about the puck blink in and silence as much. Now that he can get rid of that, there's still going to be Afterlife, who's the scary guy with the Doom, but quick fingers should still solve that problem for Eternal Envy. Maposhka, he's reaching this really big peak now. He's got the Dragonlance. He has level 2 impetus as well.
Point booster probably short to follow.
Mm-hmm.
He's done a pretty good job of keeping up even as a support. Not really a true support, just because he's been using a lot of this time to farm, but Team Secret, they've got the Blink Dagger now completed on the Tide.
Well, I mean, if any time to strike, it's got to be now for Secret with this Blink.
Yeah, well, even then, I think with the item progression that they have right now, I still think they're in an equally good spot to Empire. I don't think it's as far off, even though this team fight was pretty disastrous from them. I still think it's sort of 50-50 depending on the initiate. Chen is still a lot of heal, so as long as all the ultimates are for Team Secret, I think they can easily fight up against. It is annoying that the OD is going to be doomed in every team fight, but that is going to allow a lot of space for Eternal Envy.
Hey, it's 2 things. One, it's if you get the Ravage off to start the fight, or
yeah, you
as
might
a
blow
good
up the Doom beforehand as well, yeah.
Yeah, but if he can get the Doom off on a key target, even the Tide to himself, and Doom being really good against Tide just because you can't crack it off, you can prevent if you can prevent the Tide from getting anything off. There's still really good ways to win the fight for Team Secret. It's just right now when it comes to farm, for example, it's going to be easier for the Spectre to just get on top of the 2 supports from Secret, blow them up. I guess Pylai Die's not in the worst position just because you can manage rate and start killing illusions, but
again, they have sufficient heal on them. I don't think they're that worried about the Spectre yet. And with the blink on the Tide,
probably not.
I think I even favor Team Secret's team fight right now.
What matters is Doom. Like, how the Doom starts the fight will determine a lot of this.
It's gonna be some chaotic fights between Chen Creeps, Spectre Illusions, Ravage and Doom.
These trip links, Team Secret have yet to find a team fight that they could really capitalize off of. Maposhka off by himself here, while the rest of Empire 3 or 4 manning behind Ramses. Afterlife showing himself. They may just be going for a straight out tier 1 push. Team Secret don't look too eager to be able to respond. Giving up a tier 1 offlane, not that big of a deal anyways.
Looks like they don't want to commit too hard for this anyway. They are going to send Pylai Day up here just to sit around this area, see if he can find something.
Dire's bottom tower
but no real opportunities to be had. The Spectre going to go for the Diffusal Blade next.
It's a big deal in the fact that it's going to hinder their map movement a lot. They're going to have a much harder time reacting to the top part of the map. And they have a pretty slow lineup to move around with. They can't really help out the Slark as much.
Still no Blink yet on. That'll be the good timing for Empire. Because more than anything, they need to get this Doom off.
Yeah, he's gonna have it as...
And there are a lot of good targets this game. The OD, the Slark, the Tidehunter. You just have to make sure that you don't get blown up or get caught up by something like the Ravage and the Lion.
From how the game has been played out so far, I think he's... Until they start realizing that dooming off the Tidehunter is gonna prove a win for them in the team fight, I still think he's gonna commit it to the OD if it's a straight up fight.
Secret. Gotta get the lead out. Roshan is dropping relatively fast, and they have to be able to contest this one. There is no trade-offs here. Snow taking towers. They need to be able to get their hands on the Aegis, or at least be able to win this team fight. The Ravage goes out, but the Aegis already picked up by Ramses. They've blown up Pushka though, and they still have 3 heroes trapped inside the Roshan pit. Empire start making their way out. They go straight for Artur. He drops the ultimate. The swap back in. King R looking for the stun, but can't finish anybody off as Artur is able to get the blink himself away. Puppey instead is going to be the target by Ramsey. Should end up going down, but the follow-up is all on Eternal Envy. They've already got the Doom on him. They just need to be able to get some disables and damage to finish him off. But the Doom, it's wearing out Eternal Envy. He's going to be able to get a blink away quite soon as the Mantis is out to be able to get rid of that silence. The Orb misses. They follow up some extra damage, but Eternal Envy gets into the trees and starts that regenerative effect. And now Artur, he managed to survive through that whole entire fight and is looking to be able to play more, blinks himself out from the impetus shot. Pylai Die helps with the save. He's going to be able to get Scandal. That's a drop gem. Artur picked it up, but he may actually end up going down anyway as the enemy team reclaims that gem, trying to just retreat now with that as Maposhka is going to be the sacrificial lamb stuck inside of Pounce, turns to try and help kill the Lion. Don't think that's going to be happening though. As Maposhka, dodges Pounce, sidesteps that one. Maposhka, he's actually going to be able to get away here. King R with the swap, barely. No, he swaps Olivia. They go for the kill off by Pylai Die. Wow. What a setup there from King R.
Oh, that was so sick.
Well played by Empire. And Eternal Envy should just be able to blink himself out. Oh god, that was closer than I anticipated. Afterlife almost got that one off. If the Infernal Blade hits there and they get Eternal Envy, Empire, they would have been screaming with joy.
Remember how I said chaotic team fights?
Yeah.
That was all over the place.
I mean, the Doom was looking for whatever he could. He finally finds the Slark at the last second. EE does a really good job of kind of just running around, but hey, Empire is going pretty ham. They're just running at Secret right now, and Secret are kind of hard pressed to do anything. They've got the heals, but they don't really have anything else that can really turn the fight.
They did
committed the Ravage
to fight back in Aegis for this fight though.
Yeah.
And they didn't get Lark though.
You're gonna get the Diffusal now though, onto Ramses.
There was actually a dieback from Scandal, wasn't it?
Was it? No, it wasn't Scandal that popped back.
Oh, was it
Maposhka's enchantress? She was the one who got blown up first by the Lion's initiation. But that definitely played a key point, right? Because I felt like their focus on the enchantment did mean that the Ravage, it did hit a significant number of heroes, but there wasn't very much follow-up to
They had to blow the finger for that too, right?
Yeah.
They made sure that Enchantress went down, but you're right. Alright, so...
And because that's a big catch, right? You're talking about how Empire just running around in these fights.
It was a good setup for Universe though, because Hunt went off, but he still got the blink through.
Jump in, Infernal Blade on Pylai Die. Jesus. Look at the damage he's taken. He should be going down. Let's send back here to swap back in. Pylai Die. Oh, man, gets sent out there as Universe provides the save with a Ravage. That's still going to be some significant ultimates used to be able to save the support. Ramses has blown an ultimate of his own and should be able to track down Universe quite easily.
Actually, the better kill to get in this particular case. Good play by Puppey using Fog of War to TP out immediately after sending back Pylai Die.
Yeah, I think if Scandal didn't hesitate there, he would have gone both on the Dream Coil. Yeah, maybe they would have been able to isolate some heroes out, but again...
It's a hard play to make when you don't have the vision and you just know their general area.
Empire, once again, though, they're going for any play they can as soon as the Spectre Haunt is up. They realize this is their time to play aggressively. The OD isn't at that huge culmination point where he's just got a lot of farm and he can go off on.
But I like how they're taking it to Secret side of the map now. Even without the Aegis.
While still preventing an opening for, say, Eternal Envy to be able to take that tier 1 bottom. Scandal rotate it there. They're leaving Artur alone at the top lane where he's been bouncing back and forth between lane pushing and jungle. But this is essentially all he can do when Secret have already lost the fight at mid.
Just continuing to get farmed now on the Doom. Maybe even goes for something like the Shiva so he can slow down EE, chase him down.
And again, one of the supports picking up the gem for Scandal to run around with. Last time it was Moposhka. This time, obviously, he still needs the Zag. So King R is able to get the gem for the team. And Doom is going to be picked off here. Jump by Team Secret. A pick that will mean something small for Secret, but they're still going to need a lot more if they want to be able to claim control this game back from Empire.
Yeah, really easy kill for them to nab.
I don't think he should have been there to begin with. I think what they wanted to establish now was pushing this tier 2 objective on the bottom lane. So regardless of how he was going to make his way down there, it would have taken him too long.
Yeah. They had the Spectre ultimate too. It fit in line with their potent bottom if only they had the Doom ready to go.
Exactly, the Spectre should have been the one farming up the Dire jungle, and then once the team fight broke out...
They probably just didn't anticipate Secret to get aggressive without Ravage.
Good for them though, they got the gem or kept it intact. That great swap from King R.
Yeah, it's making Team Secret play pretty scared. They've got their wards currently located on the left-hand side of this map. Even got an aggressive ward inside the Radiant jungle, knowing that they can't really play around, the Dire jungle, knowing that they can't really play around their own jungle at this point. See the line being drawn by our tour. This is all owned by Empire. This is Empire land state. They're going to be able to get more. They've got Puppy. They're going to dive into the tier 2 almost at this point. Oh, Universe! Oh, fails the Ravage entirely. Still tries to make the initiation, but Artur, I don't think he can really back him up here. Managed to get the imprisonment, but that means he doesn't have an imprisonment to save himself. Artur ends up going down. The Universe is still stranded in the middle of an Empire wasteland. 3 end up going down, and the Dagger searching for more. But Empire...
Blowing a Ravage like that really just blows their mid-game into a disaster of a game. This is going to mean so much for Empire. They're going to be able to take... They're probably even going to hit base, right? There's no Ravage up.
Without Ravage available, they know the Team Secret, they also don't have the Chen ultimate. They committed a lot to try to take that fight. Maybe try to find something out of it. And Ramses, he doesn't have the Aegis or anything like that, and they might not have the best tower pushing, but they can easily cut through this with 28 seconds left on the OD. The Tide, even if he comes back to life, isn't going to be able to provide too much.
Lincoln Yule swap, highlight die. Again, the sent back, but it's just too damn fast. Empire blow them up, and now they're going to be able to get this melee racks.
They've actually gotten so much out of these swaps throughout this game.
They're so rich now too, with the tier 3 tower being taken. Can mean the melee and the range racks. Pretty rare to be able to take both
that
of those at once.
Wouldn't even have mattered that much. Like, they should have just... They committed so much for it, then he stayed alive for a long time. They couldn't have followed up with anything afterwards.
Envy at top, just going to get poked at.
Oh, nice board there from Afterlife. Blocking the pounds. Not that it means much, as he still does not have the Doom to be able to put a stop to that.
He's got gold though.
Yeah, he's got
that Enchantress
in the bank.
Finishes the Axe. You've got a BKB on the Doom. Everybody just starts filtering in items. They've got tons of damage coming out of everywhere. And Secret are honestly just one misstep away from being double raxed.
Spectre is closing in on the Radiance. If it is a Radiance he's going for again. Seems like it will be once his...
Well, for now.
Dagger is back up.
Got himself stranded in the trees. Looks like they're going for Artur. They do have the Spectre ultimate. They're going to be willing to blow this one. King Ar's with the follow-up initiation with the Glimmer Cape. And Scandal's already jumped in, and it's so easy to get the kill on an OD if you have the initiation like Empire does. And this is well in time for them to take control of the Roshan pit too. It's up in just 20 seconds.
Lots of BKB once again for them, but I mean, my favorite thing so far with how Empire plays is it's just good play. Yeah. They're doing all the little things right. Whenever the Haunt is available, they're looking and searching for kills around the map. They're setting things up. They're being aggressive. They're not ever letting Secret just kind of get back into this farming groove.
And throughout these 2 games, they've only done one wrongful map read, which was the Doom getting caught out by Team Secret in this one. I don't think they've done a misstep outside of that one.
Yeah, throughout both these games so far, and that damage by that Enchantress, you have to respect it now.
Poor Puppy. Already down to half HP before the fight has even begun. And is it going to begin at all? Eternal Levy's actually searching, for the Courier? He's going to try and cut the creep wave, but Empire have more than enough creeps here to be able to take this full lane.
I mean, that's how desperate you are at this point. You commit drums for your slap. Fury across the map. They've got the
BKB
Ravage.
activated. Fine with this one. There goes the Ravage. Managed to only catch 2 though with Empire. They were still sitting far enough with that stack that most of them don't get caught. They hit the coil. Silence on the 2. Imprisonment is going to be able to buy in time for Universe, but it doesn't really matter. He's already made his initiation. Now Eternal Evan's going to be caught in the Doom. They got through the Linkage, trying to throw enough damage, and they've got it too. The impetus shots more than enough. Artur, he blew up a couple there with the ultimate, but now he's going to be forced away and almost taken out by Miposhka with that heavy set of damage. Empire, though, I love the fact that they're playing this really disciplined. They don't overextend themselves. They take that melee racks.
Did they get the gem on the return as well? I don't think they did.
No, they lost the gem. Still there.
They just immediately buy a new one though because they want to continue to deny ward vision, and
obviously well worth it.
These early gem pickups.
I think this is very well going to the 2-0 a lot of people expected, just not to the team they expected it to go to.
Empire are just playing really well right now. For sure, a lot of people, including myself, had some doubts. I mean, you would have been crazy not to. Team Secret, a lot of fanfare behind them, but they are just getting dismantled right now.
Look at Miposhka, my goodness.
The best thing about this is you can't ignore this hero anymore. Like, he does too much damage for you to kind of just say, okay, well, we'll deal with him last. But this is, for all intents and purposes, a core.
The thing is, who's gonna kill him outside of the Lion? Don't have BKBs.
They've got a burst damage, and I guess the benefit is that the OD still has good attack speed from both the Orchid and the drums, but would have really benefited from maybe a BKB of his own.
That's absolutely needed, and what's also needed here, the Team Secret defend this Roshan. They cannot give up Aegis and Cheese. They have to find their initiation somehow without their big team fight items and without their big team fight ults. And it just seems impossible.
40 seconds.
Levy jumping in, trying to grab something. Oh, doesn't manage to get anything there. The Aegis and Cheese already picked up, and now he's being body blocked entirely. Team Secret are going to leave Eternal Envy behind, knowing that there was nothing they could do there. Now they're going to pop the Spectre Ultimate, looking for more. Ramsey's going to be hexed up. A pile I die. That hex lasts long enough for him to be able to complete the TP out.
So he drops the gem, tries to just make some YOLO play because he realizes the type of position that his team is in. I know a lot of people are going to say that was unnecessary, but he just thought, okay, I have to go for this. My team is in such a bad spot. With 70 seconds down and the Aegis available, it looks like Empire, they just want to end this game.
Yeah. Take off on Poppy. The Ravage goes in, hits on 5, but again, going for follow-up damage. They have no Eternal Levy. Artur's already been stalled up. They're going for Scandal here, trying to get him. Artur, he dies before that's even possible. And now he's going to buy back, but what hope does he have? They call it Secret. They go down in their very first series, revealing the team, showing what big names they are, but going down to Team Empire. The young up-and-comers from the CIS region, unbelievable.
They played amazing throughout. I think game 1 especially was definitely Empire winning through sheer strength, right? I think this game, though, there were so many mistakes done by Team Secret that you could say that, sure enough, Empire played at the same high level they did in game 1, but it was also Secret really just cracking under the pressure, I'd say. And I think, to go back to Will's point with Eternal Envy going in for this Aegis kill, a lot of the times to the untrained eye, that will seem as a stupid death, a blatant misplay. But it's actually playing to win instead of playing not to lose.
Yeah, for sure. And that, I can't even believe how well Empire played throughout this entire best of 3. Like in these last 2 games, whenever the spec hunt was up, they kind of just rinse and repeated. They looked for opportunities around the map. They set it up when there was like 5 seconds left to go. Everybody was already in position to make something happen. They didn't just let Team Secret farm out the map and be greedy. They got aggressive everywhere.
There's some ways to go yet for Team Secret and implementing Universe, a guy who's been very comfortably sitting with the Evil Geniuses lineup for a long time. You can clearly tell from the plays of him in these 2 games that he isn't adjusted to playing with Secret just yet, especially not on that Nexus.
I don't even think it's that. It's just...
again, Empire played this amazingly.
No, but I think, for example, like he just looked a little bit out of sorts. Like with the Ravage, I've never seen Universe, for example, do something like that.
Exactly. He's normally one of the
usually
most
like
stable
the rock
players.
Of the team,
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we can say the Team Secret definitely have a lot to work on here after watching this first series. But it's really Empire who showed up big. A very exciting start here to the ESL 1 Manila event. We are going to take a break. Our next series is going to be coming up. Please, guys, stick around for the rest of the group stage. We'll be back.
nice, and Oracle himself even pairing up very nicely with that gyrocopter. Kind of agreeing with you in terms of those bans to mid one, because you think about, we have the Chen, that means that we can put some pressure on the mid lane if we'd like. Maybe not as good as like a bounty hunter in terms of that like aggressive roam, but even just throwing a satyr into the mid lane, it's going to be better if you're a stronger laner. Possibly the troll gank as well, all that kind of stuff. Like, you can definitely see a Zeus or something getting ganked up by a Chen. So tend to think of these pucks, Death Prophets, Queen of Pains, or whatever it would be for mid one. A little bit surprising that they're just going to knock right out on the Witch Doctor. One of the best fives, of course, working with the Nature's Prophet and everybody. I'm pretty surprised myself. They've got to be thinking about that Beastmaster Oracle interaction right now.
Fanatics turn
Yeah,
to
I think that's the way you look at this. When you try and force Fnatic into a position now, pick the Oracle to like preempt it, and then you go back to like a Nyx Assassin or Tide Hunter or something along those lines. Fnatic, maybe they just go for the Zeus pick. Pick up the Zeus now. Put that for mid one. And then your final pick, it can be Venge or Oracle. Like if EHOM had out the Oracle, you've still got the fallback of the Vengeful Spirit if you really want to go that way, because EHOM have their 2 supports already. Vengeful Spirit right now, I guess that's a safer option. Instead of showing your Zeus pick or whatever it is towards the mid, 3 Adept with the Vengeful Spirit as well as the Oracle. This does leave it a little more open to the Beastmaster pick, but it's the Faceless Void that's actually taken by EHOM. Venge has that swap once she hits level 6 to try and save people out of this. So, Lion and Void both comboing up with the Invoker to output tons of damage. This is one draft where we can definitely say EHOM has lockdown and has damage. They've got some wombo combos.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it is interesting. They're definitely committing much more into the AoE this. So they're not satisfied with just a roar onto the gyrocopter, which is what you'd be expecting. Instead, they're going to try and go for a chrono onto 1 plus hopefully a couple more there. Try and set up for your Invoker. And this final ban here, what wouldn't you love to see paired up with this when it comes to that core? Of course, you already have the gyrocopter yourself, the numero uno. So the position 1. You banned out the Spectre. Yeah, the Sven's the big AoE cleaver that's left for sure. And the Ember obviously already banned out as well.
I'm just worried
that OD's there too again.
Maybe more worried about the Juggernaut with the push in from 10 creeps and Forge Spirit having that healing ward. You have an Earth Spirit, and Magnetize is going to be a big part of your teamfight capabilities here if you have the healing ward that pretty much just negates that completely. Or even a Lycan here runs through your ranks, finds the heroes towards the back and sprints towards the Gyro with his Wolves and his Necro units. Area as well. I honestly think I'd be more scared of Lycan than I would of Juggernaut. And Juggernaut and Sven may be like on the same tier as me for fear here, but Fnatic ban out the Clinks instead.
That makes me think, what's lacking the lock, like you have the silence of the Earth Spirit, but is it a Weaver game potentially here for EHOM? Like Lanham just playing it, it didn't go too well last game, but it is something they've gone through time and time again. They've comboed it up with the Invoke and the Faceless Void in the past. Definitely worth considering. In fact, I think it is their like go-to. Perhaps those were the days when we did see more OD bans left in the pool. Maybe that's something they'd want to look for. One of the few safe laners that could actually zone out that Nature's Prophet too.
I even think this is quite a good slot game as well. I'm not sure if EHOM play the slot too often.
Not as far as I'm aware. The other big one would of course be the Ursa, but you've got the Gyro. Or rather, you've got the Faceless Void, so it's much harder to combo up.
This is one of the other heroes that mid-1 plays, not too many games, but he has some insane win rate with this. Like, I think he's like 7-0 with TA, and he's 5-0 or something with Pugna, but the Bristleback comes out. Interesting they picked that into the Nether Ward, Pugna. That's going to be your one-roll carry as well. Ah. That was like an insta-pick as well. That wasn't in reaction to Pugna, that was like set up, that's what EHOM wanted. Pretty scary as a Bristleback though, going up against the Nether Ward. You can still stack up Cool Spray through the Chrono.
I mean, that's what you go for though? Seems kind of odd, right? Thinking about heroes that are going to be actually synergizing with Chrono. One thing Chrono and Invoker offer is delaying into the fights. Same thing with the Hand of God, so the longer the fights last, obviously they are going to be favoring the Bristleback here. So it is definitely a unique pick. It is something they've been running all too often lately, especially now with the Faceless Void. I'm certainly not over the past little while, so I'm excited to see it for sure. I'm going to be rocking this thing, not a very common pick anywhere. Sometimes see it paired up with an IO, that's virtually it. And one bad boy that really shuts him down, the Faceless Void, will thankfully be on his own team. Not going to have to be dealing with that time dilation as the Bristleback. Dog forward landed and suffering last game on that Weaver. Or wait, that was Complexity, wasn't it? No? Yeah, that was his wings. Whew, my game's mixed up here. Either way, early push for mid 1. Is it going to be enough?
Lanham had Weaver.
Yeah, but did they have the Faceless Void? Yeah, but they had the Faceless Void on their team.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
the Complexity Wings game that it was Faceless Void versus.
All these games have merged together.
I know, they're all the same heroes. Still Lizard, you know, etc.
Lizard's the Lizard.
So the goal, you don't have the Chen, you don't have an Enchantress or anything off Fnatic, but you have the Nature's Prophet, so your goal is mid 1, do decent in the mid lane, harass the Invoker, and it's gotta be, get this tower, right? The other thing is they want to take control of these Ancients too. It's still a Bristle. I think you still want to keep an eye on that. You know, the Vision heroes really, besides just Treants wandering around, obviously, no Beastmaster pick coming out.
It's not just do well on this lane. Wagner, in a 1v1, pretty much crushes Invoker. And he's got Earth Spirit rolling in to help. Lion has to be down in bottom lane, at least for the initial stages, to control up or Nature's Prophet. So Old Chicken, so careful here. What's mid 1 is level 3? Definitely potential towards the mid, but let's look at these lanes so far. Fenrir, going to deal with the Treants as Io splitting and microing really nicely there, holding the creep wave very well. The roll already forward, looking for Lanham, but not going to connect. Picking up creep wave, and that could have done a substantial amount of damage back onto him. The Lion and Bristle up against the DJ, Earth Spirit, and Ohio Nature's Prophet. Dual lane against dual lane for now, while over towards the jungle. Ice is the jungling Ken. What can he make as he looks to stack up some of these camps, but Old Chicken Invoker against mid 1 Pugna. 2 for 1 so far in the CS, but mid 1 should start to raise ahead a little bit. Well, up at top lane, 3-4-3 Venge, net on your Gyro. All 11 playing that Faceless Void.
He should have a good time up here, especially once he gets up into his boots, but Vengeful Spirit, not much to offer when it comes to killing the Faceless Void. Obviously the heavy burst damage of the Gyrocopter is something you can just walk off. He's already got that nice Torment Shield, came up with plenty of regen as well, so trades galore for him. Be a very exciting lane up there, I wouldn't expect. Bottom lane, probably a little bit more action. Nature's Prophet and Beastmaster are these two heroes that when you come to the start side off lane, they're great at contesting this pole or coming over and farming over here, so in this game it's going to be your Treants going to work with that, while DJ gives him a hand on this Earth Spirit, just making sure that Fenrir doesn't get a little bit too friendly with Ohio. On him, no Stout Shield required. And maximum value going to get ringed to that magic stick. How does he impact like a push here? Can they try something before the Pugna is even showing up? Can they actually maybe get down this tower if there's an early rotation from Ohio?
Middle tower is under attack.
I'm not too sure where this Bristleback really fits in. Wait and see exactly what Lanham has planned for it, but there was a denial of a rune down towards the bottom spot there, I think. Ice had a Wild Wing Ripper and 3-4-3. DJ, sorry, didn't get there in time, but they're still looking towards this middle lane, the level 2 on Chrissy. That Spirit, he's got the smash and the roll. One Fairy Fire available with Torch Spirits as well. The mid one has already started his work over on the tier 1. Pugna controlling things up really nicely already towards that middle lane. 11's getting a lot of experience here though. This Void, he said he's going to have a good time, and he really is showing this off as he time walks away from a magic missile and a ton of damage from net. He also killed off the big Wild Wing there, so a massive bonus for him.
He has now run out of tangles up here, so maybe things will get a little bit riskier. These boots still a ways away. Can't do too much to him though. And that should be some great levels for 11. 4.5 here, and of course, Net not falling behind though. As you can see, there's been some good pulls from Q3 already. He's put the head up 3-3.
X down on bottom. Oh, the Earth Spike and the Clap. No, they don't. They boulder smash. Keeps Ohio alive, at least for now. He's just wrapped himself up. Coming from the trees, have caught him. 10 stick charges. Down jump into the fold. Lanham and DJ. He's rolled himself aggressively into this, but he's going to pay for it with his life as well. Fnatic lose 2. But E-Home, they punish.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, not able to keep him safe. Good rotation here. We've been seeing this much more lately. These like very early kind of lane rotations rather than the mid. As that was the big thing when Ken first came in. It was like the initial what scared people and what kind of sent people towards like the Puck and the Queen of Pain. Was being worried about this very early rotation, and of course you do even have the support here to spot that out. But lately, this lane support, be it Dire side, Radiant side, Chen's just walking over, giving them a hand, and trying to help put this early pressure on this tower, mostly just to secure your own, as they do. Oh, 11. That was close. I am not sure how low he just dropped there. In fact, I'm going to take a look. Oh, just... No, 8 HP. Really? He time blocked back 395 HP.
Easy salve.
Yeah.
Easy instant salve. Oh, mid one, 27 and 4. Invoker is catching up a touch here, but Lion's rotating in. And with the help of these Chen creeps, no, Fenrir scouted out the TP forward, Ohio. Oh, not going to play aggressively into this one. Earthspike is down, mid one dodging out away from that. He has escaped his gank while DJ and Ohio want to try and play a little bit more forward into this Lanham back. Oh, in the meantime, where's the Vengeful Spirit? 343. Himself over, maybe to smoke up. I have to do this alone though. Aiming for Old Chicken's Invoker maybe. It's a nice easy kill there for the Pugna. E-Home definitely have the laning advantage so far. Like, the sole fact that Old Chicken has not died yet is just so indicative of how well they've been controlling things up. Oh, the Chrono Strike onto Net. Old 11. There's some back as well. That's quite good. More TP's coming through as well as Lanham wants to try and get into this fight, but they turn it around a little bit. Net with a cooldown. Old 11. Hiding in the trees. The TP was cancelled. Where's the Bristleback? A boulder smash from from DJ down the bottom lane must have cancelled that one out. Well played by him, because that could have been an absolute massacre. But instead, Fnatic get the kill on the Void, and they lose nothing.
They got betrayed there, man. Ohio did a great job ensuring that he kept the aggro there with those treants. Of course, the Chrono in the tower, one of the most terrifying things early on in the game. One of the best ways for you to actually get a kill. It's a very early Faceless Void. That hurts, man. Like, you can't even punish that much of a dive with a Faceless Void and a TP in from your Lion. Once again, though, yeah, excellent play from DJ. Typical guy. Do you think this will be a Vanguard or Lanham?
I really don't know, man. Like, this Bristleback pick has kind of thrown me for a loop. I can understand the merits of it, but item build, Vanguard into SNY, going for a mech here is going to be awkward against like Pugna Ward, and in fact your Chen goes for the mech usually anyway as well.
I think if you're not like tethered 24/7 or you don't have a Crystal Maiden, it's going to be viable. So, and yeah, of course, Ice. Setting that up for themselves unless they're doing something really wacky where you get like the early eggs. We've seen some other mech carriers, like your Tide Hunters or something. I would not suspect that. Vanguard, even Y potentially. Choice, I suppose.
A possibility. Wait for the Hand of Midas to come out. Feel it coming. Hand of Midas Bristleback at like 10 minutes. It's going to happen. Look from the 3 of E-Home here as Chrono comes off cooldown in 5 seconds. So the only person they'll find would have been the Vengeful Spirit, but she TP's up towards the top. Pugna, and they just drop it. They just want to push straight into tier 1 at top lane, and this is a really great move for them. They've given DJ time to get level 6 at bottom. He's got the escape mechanism needed to get away from Bristleback, and the wrap in. E-Home gets scouted out. They'll try and get the tier 1 mid here, but the top tower is already destroyed. I wonder if Fnatic can even get back in time to defend this one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's not quite looking at DJ. You're gonna try and slow it down. Wait, maybe.
Cold snap. A cold snap. Oh, dearie me. He went for it. He tried it. Not going to succeed though. Into the back. 3-4-3 net with the pull down. Side. Going to get hit by that one, but a good chrono. All 11. On the legendary as well, but the decrypt provider going to hold in place. The time will spend in a couple seconds at all 11. He's going to be able to jump a couple away. The decrypt saves it. Old Lanham jumps back into the final moment of the net as well. TP through. The gyrocopter barely going to escape. The final projectile flew out. Ulti going to finally a stun. An Earth Spike from Fenrir will catch the Ninja Prophet on the broadside and take that one out. But Fnatic, they could have come away with that with a lot more. The decrypt from Pogner catching that void. But only that allowed the Nature's Prophet just to get one more click in. They might have been able to kill him.
I don't even know. They're all over the place. I feel like I start to think one team's got an advantage and their draft makes sense, and the other team just surprises me. Other lens, okay. For another blast, this is good, right? Start rushing in.
Oh, dude.
Gyrocopter.
Have you seen the first off the range of
the ward? Yeah, it's gross.
So that's the thing. First off, the range on Nether Ward is pretty good. Like that's pretty good. But the range on Life Drain is ridiculous.
I just like the dumping of the Nether Ward where it's somewhere you can't even get it. Like they don't have anything that's gonna be able to do that.
They have no vision. They've got like time walk into the trees to find it, but should be able to do that nicely. Ice still struggling to get to level 6. I guess the Dire Heroes are in a similar kind of situation, the same boat there. Level 6 nearly on your Earth Spirit, level 5 just a hit by the Vengeful Spirit. Pugner with 5100 net worth. So Ohio and Nets on the Nature's Prophet and Gyro, they've got a decent way to go before they start really peaking here. Bristleback with treads, and he is going into that Vanguard, it looks like, with the Ring of Health and Stout Shield. A tanky monster.
And the more I think about it, the up in the front line with that Vanguard, trying to provide that space for Ultra. That's something that I see from our Invoker earlier today, but I find like a lot of Invokers, when they actually fail in the draft, it's because they fail to be focused, you know, Dawn, everything like that, obviously. You can get your Dooms up against them or something like that, but how are you going to do that in this game? You try and swap them in or something, but that should be written. Oh, okay, or he'll just walk into you. That is one way that could possibly happen.
That's got to be one of those moments where you selected the wrong
communication or something.
No, I think it's the control group situation where he's sending his Force Spirits, like he's moving Force Spirit to top lane to try and push and attack. I don't think they're looking for a kill there, even with the Faceless Void having Chrono. Just too many, like Fnatic showed what, 4? They flashed 4 heroes top. A while back. Vengeful Spirit showed, Earth Spirit showed. As EOM thought it was going to be the Gyro and everyone else did failed. Very risky move.
I like your assumption because why else would like Lanham just like leak?
Like it happens to the best of us. We've seen Fear do it when he was playing Visage a couple of weeks ago. We've seen numerous
Bulldog's a classic.
Bulldog with his treants. We see Chen players do it all the time. It's just that one lapse, one moment where you lapse in Ohio. Profit, yeah, one lapse in judgment or one misclick, anything like that, and all of a sudden your heroes move. A matter of 200 range, 300 range is a big deal when you're an Invoker or something like that, and you get caught by a stun.
Or you're any hero in competitive, top tier Dota. And then you just punch so heavily. Of course, this is a smoke play here. Might not even need it. Obviously, the waves are a little bit too close. That's another thing though, Fnatic definitely having some great Roshan potential to match the one that's over there on E-Home with the Classic Sword Invoker and the Chen Ice, all down.
Nice TP. Gonna succeed, and old Lanham 3-4-3 swaps forward looking for this stun. He'll land it here. Following through on this is not going to be the easiest of propositions. The Nether Ward is down, but got the kill even with these Chen creeps. They just do no damage to it. The figure of death back on the 3-4-3. Vengeful Spirit deep trapped up and healed by the Pogner. Midwell keeping his venge alive. The jump forward, throw down net is fought with Ohio as well. Close right, looks to Jar's nothing through, but the damage output from Fnatic is just too big. DJ smash across, an old 11 hit from the back end, but he's going to time walk in 2 seconds time, and Fnatic cannot chase a deeper. Anything in here, but the look for the tier 2. Lanham is out of mana, and Eho Maybe out of luck, Invoker's still split pushing up a top lane, building into his dual scepter. Fnatic have taken some dominant controlling force of this game and this map. But eHome are struggling.
Oh, I think these TP's top 3 for 3 and went to the base.
Oh, chicken
Ohio.
Dead here. Jungle punch and he's gone. He can't complete his TP.
Things coming out. If they are spotting out where this ward is, potentially?
I don't know if they're picking the ward or the Earth Spirit illusions. This is how Fnatic's draft is meant to work. And balance things out now 5 to 5. You need to keep the momentum going though and keep finding these pickoffs. Definitely, once you start seeing BKBs up for your Bristleback, for your Invoker as the game does progress, it gets more and more difficult. So next Gyrocopter, he has to ramp up his physical damage as quickly as he possibly can. Let's see just the Stand Yasha up for him as the fail-safe go-to build for the Gyros. Ohio's in a similar story. Maelstrom, maybe good here. Orchid is probably going to be the big playmaking item though. Orchid against Invoker and Faceless Void. Amazing little pick-off tool that they can utilize.
Well, here they're going to go within the smoke. Unstray? No.
The Roche Pit.
They're thinking.
DJ. Kick things off. For anyone here in the Radiant jungle but Fenrir. We're over to the east and this long wraparound is not going to catch the line until mid one. Into Fenrir, but guess who's here? It's Earth Spirit, ready to cancel the TP. One pick off.
The thing about Fnatic's lineup is it's currently ready to go. It could theoretically win the game right now. You know, you win 2 fights in a row right here, and you kill like 2 heroes and the racks are just done, and your percentage of winning is extremely high. And you look over to the Radiant side, it definitely has that scaling potential, but I don't really feel scared of Chronosphere until there's an Aghanim Scepter on that Invoker, frankly. Other than that, I'm really not too worried about it. And right now, Fnatic, they can come in, they can take objectives, they have that fear, and once again, old chicken top lane. Be enough.
Oka trying his hardest to split push this one out, but Fnatic, like you said, they are ready to go at a moment's notice with the TP's in from Nature's Prophet and everyone else. Looking mid, and Old 11, I think he wishes Invoker was alive so he could go for this kill on mid one. 864 HP mod pack. He's level 11 on his Cosmo, and he has like no health whatsoever. Finger of Death. I'll be able to secure this kill at the very least. Oh, don't even need to use it. Hex and stun's all they need. While Nature's Prophet goes back for a hand of Midas.
Weird. Give a Pugna. Did anyone tell him? Definitely not usual. I think a lot of people, you'd be expecting that current general build, the one where you get the mechanism right now. That seems to be something that one might suspect to be fitting with their draft. Maybe you want a little more physical damage for like right click potential, you'd be moving into the Maelstrom. Right back to the Midas. It's not crazy. A lot of offlaners would get it around this time, maybe a Night Stalker or a Nyx Assassin after one kind of a smaller item. I don't know how well this one's going to be paying off here. It just means that it's not going to be like an Orchid or something to like take these fights in the next while. It's not going to be a mech to guarantee a big fight or a Roshan or something like that.
You've got your mech nearly done on DJ. It was like the toss-up between Maelstrom or Orchid for me was the... Like, it was 50-50 for me. It was like 50-50 Maelstrom for the pushing power, the actual presence in team fights, the Orchid just to silence up Invoker or Void by those two targets. So I guess the Midas, it's a similar track to what my thought process was. The next Prophet has to be a heavy right-click here for the Gyro. You need right-click damage coming through. What better way to secure yourself that kind of mid to late game with bigger items like your crits, your MKBs, maybe even a Hex if you want to try and get some disable on your Nature's Prophet, than a hand of Midas. In case this game does drag out, it's just security. Oh my god. Really?
That Satyr.
He really wanted to keep that Satyr alive. 160 seconds on cooldown now, just for this. Like, I hope you're happy, Mr. Tormentor. I hope you... Ice just put his bloody career on the line there for you, healing you up.
They're pretty good. I gotta say I'm surprised a little bit about DJ getting the mech. Gonna delay the veil, which obviously we'll be discussing with this lineup, but mech more important when it does come to these high ground pushes. Someone has to have at this point. Beat him this time. Roshan, it's a freebie, as expected. Not too surprising there won't be a contest here. Again, Old Chicken, he's up here, he's deep. Are there big chase items at this point? There's still no blinks, so trying to play this dangerous game. Will he get punished?
The blink for Fenrir now. Second focus fine. Old 11's also waiting in the wings. Ready to jump at a moment's notice to chrono up anyone that chases this invoker down. 3-4-3. Build up a little bit of a bank here for net gyro. Sitting sub 7k net worth. Fair distance away from Lanham's Bristleback has farmed spectacularly well this game. I want to go back to last hits and denies. 148 compared to the gyro's 87. Lanham is actually almost doubling up last hits here against the gyrocopter as a Bristleback. Impressive farming. See where it takes him though.
Well, that makes me kind of wonder about like this Midas and everything too, where you're thinking, is the Bristle too scary for us to push into like total high ground at this point? Like, yeah, we can take these big open field kind of things, but when he has the option of just being sent right back to the fountain and coming back in, is that what they're like prepping for? Is that what's kind of like part of the strategy? They're just like the ultimate turtles with the big beefy spiky turtle in the base?
Spike
run scary shell at you.
The spiky turtle with the spiky turtles inside the spiky turtles. Just spiky turtles everywhere. Oh, hello, Old 11. You're gonna say goodbye. Time walk in 1, and there's the stun. DJ catches him perfectly. Great play there from the Earth Spirit. Comboing up with a gyrocopter, but top lane tier 3 is being pushed by Forge Spirits. Trying to get the tier 2 mid. The deny not forthcoming from the Dark Troll or the Satyr. E-home. Pulling a high ground, and the TPs do go back to base. Ohio. He's only one person. TP scroll expended. He hands his teleportation ability. The rest of his team, Fnatic, Runespot. Again, he's very patiently waiting here just to show his Forge Spirits. And there we go, Alacrity. Over onto them. Start building into the BOTs and the Aghanim Scepter though. Pax, how long do we have on Aegis? Going to be a time period where Fnatic just run at E-home for a little bit.
Seeing if they're going to catch Old Chicken again. You see that? Perfectly spread them. An immediate blink from Old Chicken though. Oh jeez. Hey, I've got his number. Much more trying to lock him down, but time on that Aegis. Can I make something of it? High ground seems a little bit too risky at this point, so the only potential would be this, but of course Old Chicken all the time, just up, keeping that push as far as he can.
Yeah, I think they just use it to secure farm for themselves and see if they can fight at all. Top lane is being pushed out quite aggressively here by Fnatic. Having back the way Old Chicken has been coming. Forge Spirits and the Meteor though.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oka is being wrapped in on here. Full Scepter, a blink. I think the trees. Lanham walks into this nether ward and runs past it to the TP there. DJ rolls smash in 1. Old Chicken, he's not going to be so lucky. Lanham will TP out and say goodbye teammates. Fnatic still get the Chen and the Invoker while TPing down towards bottom lane for Old 11 maybe here. Of course, to blast, but DJ morning. And all the smash and the silence, Old 11 magnetized up. Silence isn't going to last long enough. He's got the time already, going to jump himself away a little bit further. TP. Oh, swap stun! 3-4-3 catches him. Over the lane. One dying to Lanham, this tanky Bristleback. He's dealing very nicely with the gyrocopter, but then the board into the poor little line and kills him off while Lanham grabs his ground. The gyrocopter still balls back in with a good run, but let's lose the Aegis. Oh, hi ho, do you have any to give? Does the spread available here to try and trap him low? No, it's not going to be in range. Fnatic. They lose out on the Aegis, but they get a 2-for-1 exchange there. Pugna dying is still a relatively big deal though.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned it. Seems unlikely they probably would have gotten much of it anyway. there is that muster Mayo just to, you know, just attack speed. And build his items later, of course, just you. Like items here. 0.6k on him. SNY Vanguard completed. I really don't think it's a Crimson Guard game. I don't think there's anything that crazy that warrants it. I've seen a lot of completed Crimson Guards lately, but I don't know if this is the one. I think you pitch your back for something better here. You already have the SNY. It's like a Radiance game.
Assault Cuirass? I still think BKB is like a huge item here for EHO. BKB is on cause means that there's like no damage from Fnatic.
Back, it's gonna be grouping up here. They really want this tower, Aegis or not. Ohio bottom lane TP on the ready, show up when he needs to.
But he can't. Is game number 2 and Fnatic looking to close out series. The win over eHome again here. Next. Looking towards that BKB and running down the forward strip, but it's going to get jumped to Chrono. Looks like he's going to get taken out of the game. Just swap back. No, the heal there from this one as well. And his cooldown man focusing the heads on eHome. Lanham tanking through it all, but still Fenrir drops to the back end as Ohio didn't play aggressively to that, but Lanham, look at this damage output. Even with magnetized up, he's just not dropping. Ulchigan finally dies, but this big old spell from mid one. The life drain from a million miles away. I have to keep on fighting.
Oh, there's that BKB. He's done and tired of this bugman himself. My problem with the BKB, although I can definitely understand the fact that he needs it, I just feel like he needs an item that says, like, deal with me. Because right now, they don't have to deal with him at all. He has no real chase potential. Like, yeah, maybe he gets a good main or something, but it just feels like they don't ever have to actively engage him or something, even in the middle of a fight. Like, by the time the skulls are there and ready, they're just mobile enough to either get away, stun him, walk away, they're just gonna TP out. Really not much Lanham can do on his own, and it seems numerous times he is just getting left on his own.
Pretty blink on Faceless Void. Good one. Where are you heading? Tanked up with the Aghanim Scepter. You're looking for some finds of opening there. Those are two real setup supports, the Venge and Earth, are both up at top lane. A nice level on that kind of spot looking for the focus, but go towards the shop and Fnatic are pinging this out. I think they know. I think they know Fnatic. I think you're keeping in there. The blink. The roll. Oh, DJ, you are so close. You don't even know it. In the meantime, Hart does die to the bottom lane. Oh, hidden back there. Unless Blink's full. He blinks here and places for spirits. Yeah. Done with this thing, but they can run up towards the top, and it's perfect for Miho.
Like a kind of pattern of them actually go their way. Much more Fnatic pushing in their aggression lately. Themselves a tower. The Aegis, of course, very early on. Forward mentioned only heading the by.
Come on, Mrs. Cat.
Come on, Mr. Check. It was the contest. They the run up here. Massive.
Dude. Look. They're standing in front of the big man. Campbell. Good little skeletons.
Not too keen on it yet, though, I suppose.
They have the prettiest faces ever as well. Like, they're the most adorable skeletons you'll ever see. Oh, and then they fall dead. Oh, God. Rip.
Maybe from your Nature's Prophet perhaps later on, actually. Wouldn't be the worst build.
Fnatic, they are primed and ready. Looking for this aggressive play into the Radiant jungle, but EO maybe in a better position. Old 11 is in a absolutely amazing spot, but he removed himself from the trees. Extracts away. There's stuff going on over there. Smoke now, do they move themselves again? Got one for the Venge, but it's back in the stash. They've got nothing on them right now to go and make a move. Has to be the naked walk through. They're all ready for it.
Is under attack.
John's alive, and I think both. Look in the Roche pit. Now everyone's all friendly. Trin and Centaur standing together. The harmony between Fnatic and eHome. Centaur's like, I'm out of here. I don't want to be here anymore.
The question is, who's getting most out of this right now? If I had to say, I think it would actually be eHome, simply just because you have an Invoker free farming, doing whatever he wants from lane to lane versus a Nature's Prophet, and in the end, get it over to Invoker. Maybe not for the next like 5 minutes or so, simply because he's still 10-second BKB up on top of your Nature's Prophet, as well as a 10-second up still on net. So the initial impact of the Invoker still won't be fed, something I don't think for a little while. On the Chrono, of course, is a BKB, and you're going to know the immediate impact of this slowly before the Magnum Scepter. And he talks about how he's not that scary, and the Chrono's not scary until he has it. Well, it's coming up here soon.
11. 3,000. Fenrir is walking around with his gem and the blink for now. Game has stalled out quite significantly over the past 5-6 minutes or so. The lead that Fnatic had, 4,000, is not a massive amount, but eHome bringing things back. Inside of that chart there. It is time for Fnatic to go forth. Search enemies. Hear the lamentation of their women as Lanham. Oh, that smoke breaks and he blinks himself away. I don't know if that was his game sensor, if he saw them. An observer ward. Yeah, you're right. A glimpse of them as that smoke did break, and Dagger and Bristleback, the mobility item already paying off. Aye. Just a waste of movement from Fnatic because they're in the Radiant jungle top by Old Chicken. Roshan's yet to be taken.
This is a pretty good version of it to, deal with the item, right? You can jump onto these more important heroes. Like, press out, even if it stuns and rolls, interrupting the layman moves from DJ, because obviously you gotta be kind of fluid here with that Earth Spirit. They're just gonna immediately leave the pit. They don't have any aggressive vision, so it's just being worried about where they're coming in. They're gonna try, dust. I don't think they have any more smokes, right? They're getting bullied right now, Fnatic. Like, they reached this point on the Bristleback where they can't. So they don't have to really deal with him in fights that much, but they also can't just wander around the map, because if Lanham shows up, they can't just be there. Kind of like, oh, if we start trying to kill him, then he's going to get Hand of God, and we're going to get turned around by a Chronosphere out of nowhere, because there's this big initiation range now from the Faceless Void. And so they're essentially just in non-stop fear. And if they don't actually have vision on any of the action heroes, all they ever see is Old Chicken. That's it. Everyone else has been hiding this whole time. And so he's just going to box into whatever happens, and they're never quite sure as to what Old Levin's up to, and for good reason, because he is ready to initiate here if they can find something good. Not more than one.
What just happened there? Lanham poked his head into the pit. Did he not see? Did he not see net?
No. What?
Did he not see? What? Because this little area here, he walked in here and Net was standing there, and then Lanham walked back out. And there's that dark area. The Sunstroke's gonna go. Oh my god, the Roshan Lanham jumps in, guards, exchange this thing, comes to Chrono, Old Levin holding on to it, waiting time to fight. Old Levin's coming so low, he needs a time ult, but he's just not gonna be able to do it. With the meatball falling over towards the east, Ice has taken towards the west, and Old Chicken on the retreat out. Goes to walk himself back to safety, and in the meantime, Lanham, he can't stop a TPing DJ. That's where it gets himself away. What did we just witness?
Yeah, I have actually no idea. I don't know if they were thinking they were going to contest a little bit later. This solo gyro. They must not have seen him. It's gotta be the only explanation.
Bermuda Roche Pit or something. Dear lord. Well, that gives Aegis to net. Mid one now up to 2,000 gold after his BKB and M creeps. Clear up these, doesn't look like they can. Oh, mid one, giving across a nice little bit of burst suckage there back to net. I'm up with HP. Haste himself back to base and regen up as well. Well, 3 pops of dust because he has a gem and an observer board coming in. He did that item slot. That was eHome cocking up something special.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to judge what the hell happened there, but in the end, what it means is that Net has an Aegis. They're knocking at the door here, and one of those items that they've been after that might have been. Wow, are they really gonna get this early? Oh, that's huge.
Net is being healed up here, but Lana, if they're gonna save this one with a roll into the back end. DJ, he's got a good magnetize down, roll 11, they've got the damage up, but going decently, but Bristleback just will not die more packs. The BKB makes him pretty much invulnerable with the Sunstrike not gonna land perfectly there. The stun, Earth Spike is good from Lion, but Net is just so strong, and then you look at this Pugna Ward! Ice, ice, ice! Did he really just die to Nether Ward?
Yep.
What a tragic.
Like damage or something.
State of affairs. Fnatic, they're knocking on your tier 3. No BKB here, still holding on to Chronosphere though, and Invoker, Sunstrike, Meteor, ready to launch as well. They've got it. Oh, good slot, back in the kick, and all 11 is being straight out, there's no void, he's dead, no buyback! Sunstrike with the combo on the net, but this is a great play for Fnatic. DJ on the money, with the lockdown and control onto that face, void by old chicken, he dies to the mana drain and life drain of mid one. And he does get the line, and he does get Lanham, and this Bristleback might have to buy back. Tier 3s and racks dropping at a drastic rate, and Fnatic move on to 1 racks as well. This could be a 2-0 sweep here. Lanham buys back into the game, and Ice Ice will return as well. They've got BKB in 10 seconds, time to rest back and jump to double limit further back. But mid one, he's draining out of chicken. He's going to solo kill him with a live drain. Turns back to low, and I'm going to put Ice Ice Ice. He's going to try and stand his ground. Sending back Lanham to the path and get the 60. But Net, it's not going to drop. Chen will drop, and mid one is just absolutely destroying everybody. The Sunstrike well attempted there by Invoker, but they just keep on fighting. It's done just yet. Tier 3 count. Rax looking to follow. And on the vision with one Filipino. Our finger of death dodge, but Tornado. Net. He's going to be up and hold. BKB, but right click down into gun. Oh, Net is down. The Fnatic, they come out the victors of this team fight with another bomb battle forward as well. Let's see. DJ doesn't have to get the Earthquake slightly good as well. Oh, he rolls himself back into the arms of 11 and old round of Ohio. Yeah, you're not gonna old TP yourself out of this one. Drop the Chrono. The BKB, you're not safe. Home, they saved their second racks, but it cost them a fair amount. Pretty penny was spent to buy back Bristle, Invoker. It's all cooling down on his.
It's not too difficult to see the Fnatic clearly lead over on that chart, and then of course excellent fight. Man, DJ, honestly, you gotta say there were definitely questions about this guy. You know, this whole LAN scenario here. I don't know if he, well, Fnatic, this is their first LAN with this squad. Is that?
Yeah.
I think? Yeah, it would be, right? Because the old one was, yeah. Yep.
I mean, you're counting. I mean, would it be the first one even with Mushy, right?
But, oh yeah, it would have been because they didn't make it to one with like the black lineup, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. So there you go. Wow. Okay, it's been a while.
It's been a while since I've been to LANs. Chrissy. Chrissy was raid when they went to PAC. He has been.
Yeah, that would have been his last one.
But that was a long time ago.
I mean, that's the same thing. Like everyone's pushing raid too. Like it's the same idea. So like, you know, times change and blah blah blah. But either way, all I'm getting at is that was an insane silence because that Chronosphere was perfect. Like that was the blink hit from 11 he was looking for. I don't know what vision he had to snipe that one out, but he pulled that trigger at the exact right moment, just canceling that out, making sure they were going to win that team fight, completely scaring it. Could have been a total disaster. I mean, you saw what happened when they all showed back up and Fnatic kind of hung around too long. And not even have been a chance had that chrono gotten off, and now you're gonna have this butterfly up onto net, all this cash blowing out here from these barracks. Everyone's just rolling down with big green crown here. King of this game. 10-2 and 6. BKB, that was hilarious, by the way. Just like shows up in there. BKB, life draining, he's got a Shiva's guard.
Well, no cooldown on life drain is ridiculous, honestly. Let's be real here. Mid one is just draining everyone, and with the Neverborn placed net, he's tanking. He's got the Glimmer Cape on him as well, but it doesn't save him from this physical damage of Lanham. Still push, fall down with the BKB, ice, destroyed. So as Net tries to face up against the Bristol, but he just fall back and field, save up that guy with a chrono down on 2 though. Mid one, standing his ground, all left gone. There goes the Faceless Void, and Mid one is still tanking himself through with a decrep back with the back. They'll look for the Invoker in the back end as well. Iceball's got the DJ, can't chase, but he's still got the roll. He's got the combo, and Fnatic, they've killed off 4. Looking for the 5th one now, it's the Bristol back, but he's back in Fountain, and Eho. Oh dearie me, lose their second lane of Rax, and maybe even this game. And then of course the series of Lanham, half his HP gone, drained out by mid one's Pogna. And Fnatic look for tier 3 and Rax up at top lane. They want to be disciplined, secure the win, make sure you get tier 3, Rax, Mega Creep, control up Eho as much as you possibly can. Swap back, Lanham, where's the decrap, where's the drain, there it is, and Lanham's gone. The Lion and Chen are just respawning, and GG is called Fnatic. They defeat eHome 2-0 here in this best of 3.
Hey, I guess maybe it's unexpected. I'm not sure what it was. It looks like, yeah, apparently unexpected, but the way they've been playing, you just have to give them credit. Well, maybe doubting because it's the region or something, but everyone's going on about SEA, and so many SEA strategies were taken into the Shanghai Major. We've been seeing it all over the world lately in terms of like our PL mids and Juggernaut mids and just this early aggression as well. Like that stuff's all back in the game, and Mac have been crushing, as you mentioned at the start of our broadcast here, just in terms of this like mega streak that they've been on lately, dropping like a single series in like the past month. And now they come in and they wipe the floor with eHome. I think some mistakes were made by eHome. I think they just made risky draft choices. Like what is like Bristleback core with the Faceless Void. I mean, there were things like the OD available. Like Team Liquid just dumpster. I believe like Team Liquid just won a game with OD Faceless Void. It's just like something so simple that it makes you like wonder why this stuff's there. I totally understand trying new stuff, but time to be doing it when there's these heroes that seem more proven.
Dude, Fnatic went to Shanghai Major. We're both idiots.
Oh god. All right, it's I apologize. I've been up for 24 hours at this point, so please forgive. I'm sorry.
Let's just be real. We're both idiots.
We're done.
Yeah, we're done. Sorry, but thanks for watching, guys. That's it from the secondary stream. The games continue over on the mainstream ESL_Dota 2, or the remaining one remaining series. Empire up against Fnatic. Who's going to be your next best of 3 over on the mainstream. But I've been Gareth. Joining me has been Moppax. Thank you for watching, and see you guys next time.